Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. I am a Reiatsu player with all points, and I stun all the Marines at the start. Chapter 61. Levi, that's enough. Do you still want to kill him? Sengoku pretended to scold, feeling so happy. Over the years, because of Mingji's relationship with the world government, they turned a blind eye to Mingji's many illegal industries. It led to many tragedies, but for the sake of the overall situation, they felt unhappy and had to endure it. Not to mention arms and weapons, just the slave auction that Tsubayati Archipelago supported. Many people suffer every year. Garp, and he had long wanted to beat him up, but his identity was too sensitive. Garp was about to take action but Sengoku stopped him. But Brother Ming couldn't control his mouth just now, so he could use it to make a fuss. And Levi is young. In one sentence, he is young and energetic. Big things are reduced to small things. Small things are reduced to small things, and there is room for manipulation. But Brother Ming can't really kill him. In this battle, his fighting power seems to be irrelevant. With Levi as the 4th Admiral, it is enough to be worth half of 7 warlords of the sea. But the relationship with the world government is too close, and there are interests connected. After hearing Sengoku's words, Levi released his foot and removed Reiatsu. If I really kill him, I'm afraid it's Mr. Sengoku who will be in trouble. Brother Ming wanted to say harsh words to vent his dissatisfaction. But when he met Levi's eyes, he couldn't say a word. I once wondered, is this guy really Marine? Why does it feel more ferocious than the crazy pirates from 4 Emperors? The look in this guy's eyes just now made him really want to kill him. What a crazy Marine Admiral. Hawkeye and Moria were also a little stunned. At the same time, he became increasingly wary of Levi's strength. Once known as the most dangerous man among the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo fell to the ground with such a look, and then his head was stepped on the ground by his black crow. This strength is so amazing, even scary. Fortunately, this time, they are on the same camp. Brother Ming got up, repaired his broken legs with silk thread, and limped upstairs. Silent, not saying a word, so gloomy that no one dared to approach. If everyone has nothing to do, just leave and do your job well, Sengoku said to everyone. Others Marine left angrily with excitement and an unquenchable mood. Everyone performs their duties and continues to be busy, but the controversy about Levi has intensified. Marine Admiral, what did he do to me? Does he already know my secret? Where am I? Hancock woke up in a room like a hospital room. In order to keep her quiet during the journey, Levi had kept her in a comatose state for the past few days. As soon as Hancock regained consciousness, he assumed a fighting stance. She couldn't even imagine what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of a man. Insulted, or be discovered behind the celestial dragon's slave secrets. This is possible, and no matter which it is, it will be more uncomfortable for Hancock than death. I checked the clothes first. Well, there was nothing wrong with it. It was still a cheongsam and there was no trace of it being untied. The surrounding environment is full of nurses wearing Marine clothes. What is this place? Are you awake? This is Marine headquarters, a nurse replied. Hancock felt like his head was going to explode. His eyes darkened, and as soon as he opened them, he arrived at the Marine headquarters. How could he refuse the summons of the 7 warlords of the sea now? No matter how arrogant Hancock is, if he dares to say no in other people's territory, he doesn't think he can get out of Marineford. Not at the Marine headquarters, it's not difficult to save your life. But at Marine headquarters, except for herself, the island is full of enemies, that Black Crow Admiral. Hancock felt uneasy, although he was a little surprised that he didn't violate him. But have you ever seen the celestial dragon's slave mark on your back? Guion went to guard Impel down. A Kainu will escort Ace to the headquarters. If I had known this arrangement, Usagi wouldn't have to come back in the first place. Levi couldn't help but complain as he listened to the report from a frightened male rear admiral next to him. Looking at the frightened and excited adjutant, who was struggling to even communicate normally, Levi still felt that Guion was better. But this arrangement is very reasonable. Strictly monitor all pirate intelligence on the islands near Impel Down, especially the Red Hair pirates, Levi said to the temporary adjutant next to him. Obviously, after returning to Marine for half a day, Levi had nothing to take responsibility for. Sengoku lightened his burden. We just have to participate in this Marine headquarters war together. But Sengoku told him not to take action casually and to keep an eye on Garp. As an insurance policy to prevent unexpected situations. Levi didn't care, but he had other plans in mind. Whitebeard symbolizes an era. No matter who defeats him, he will gain the honor of being the strongest in the world and countless titles. And these titles will evolve into a terrifying appeal. Levi needs this appeal, even if he doesn't need it right now. It will also be needed in the future. Levi plans to give Whitebeard a dignified ending ceremony. There is no Duozi sword, and there is no Blackbeard gang fight. This is worthy of him, but he has to accept the honor. Levi, come with me and I'll take you to meet someone. Sengoku suddenly walked over and said with a serious look on his face. Levi waved his hand and asked Rear Admiral to go about his business, then stood up and followed Sengoku. Sengoku was silent, as if he wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Is someone from the world government here? Levi noticed that Sengoku's expression seemed heavy, and he immediately realized that the situation was unusual. Sengoku nodded. After entering, no matter what the other party says, don't go against it. Disobedient, I know you have your own ideas, but you are still young now, and you may not be able to see many things clearly. It's the 5 elders. There are only a few people in the world who can make Sengoku make such a helpless compromise. Sengoku nodded again. Levi's heart froze slightly, as the 5 elders arrived at the Marine headquarters quietly. It didn't cause any fluctuations. It seems that they are not here for war. Sengoku brought Levi to a door, and Levi pushed the door open. Sengoku waited slightly anxiously outside the door. The nearby area is isolated by CP0 and Marine generals. Ordinary people are not allowed to approach. The person who summoned Levi was the 5 elders known as Moon. Bald Head, one of the 5 holding a weapon similar to first-generation Kidetsu. No one knows what they exchanged except themselves. All I know is that Black Crow Admiral came out expressionless about 5 minutes after he entered. The arrival of the 5 elders in person meant that Levi no longer had to go to the Holy Land. At least this time, there was no reasonable way to go. Sengoku asked Levi how he was doing, and Levi said everything was fine. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But he didn't know that this 5-minute exchange not only changed the war, but also completely changed the entire world. Even the 5 elders themselves didn't expect it. I'll go back to my place first. If anything happens, send someone to find me. Levi said calmly. Okay, there should be nothing to do in a short time. Now we just have to wait for the Whitebeard pirates. Having said this, Sengoku was still a little uneasy. Levi returned to his residence with particularly heavy steps. After returning to his residence, Levi's calm face was filled with unspeakable anger. World government, it's too much. It seems that we need to prepare early. I never leave my destiny in the hands of others. Besides, let me see what secrets you have that no one knows. Forget it if you can't take action against Brother Ming. You can't continue to investigate the Red Hair pirates. More importantly, you dare to use the positions of Sengoku and Admiral to threaten and beat me, just because I refused to join CP0, and... Do you really think of yourself as a god? Levi said, holding a ball of black soul fragments in his hand. That was a handshake opportunity that Levi and the 5 elders got after giving in. This one is no bigger than a grain of rice, and because of the 5 elders, Levi has to be more careful. After checking his memory, Levi pondered for a full day and night, and then made a decision. The first stop, let's start with Impel Down and Whitebeard's heads. Since you like to make people feel scared and uneasy so much, then this time, feel it for yourself. My justice does not belong to Marine, nor does it belong to the world government, it only belongs to myself. Levi stayed in seclusion for the next few days. No one had seen him. And the entire Marine headquarters as the execution day approaches. The atmosphere became increasingly urgent and heavy. The evacuation of military-affiliated towns started ahead of schedule. The Marines were excited and curious when they first came to the headquarters. As the war came, everyone became taciturn. Everyone's heart is gradually depressed. Do they really want to go to war with the strongest man and the most powerful pirate group in the world? While waiting anxiously, nervously and uneasily, Many people live like a year. But what is coming will still come. 3 days later, it was the day of execution. World government and marine are fully prepared. Moreover, the execution was broadcast live to the whole world and made public. Sabayati Archipelago brings together journalists from around the world. They will spread the war situation to the world as quickly as possible. They were all nervous and heavy waiting in front of the big screen. Many powerful kingdoms have large screens connected to marine headquarters. Ordinary people have begun to pray, with only about 9 hours left before the execution. Akainu also exchanged positions with Gion and escorted Fire Fist Ace back to marine headquarters. The route is kept secret so no one can find it. All marine forces are arranged according to the established positions. 50 top warships surround the outer port of the entire crescent-shaped bay. Like 50 ferocious beasts that choose to devour people, the cold cannon fire points towards the sea. There were 5 Shichibukai standing on the inner wall of the bay at the front, among them Hancock had a displeased face. Several others, including Doflamingo, had expressionless faces. Followed by 100,000 marine elites and many vice admirals arranged in the center of the square. But the most eye-catching thing is that under the execution platform, there are 4 marine headquarters admirals. Levi sits second from the left. His youth made countless marines and everyone in front of the live broadcast feel incredible. Garp and Sengoku haven't shown up yet, and there's no one on the execution platform yet. But displaying such a lineup in front of the world makes people feel suffocated. What a behemoth this is. 4 admirals, 7 warlords of the sea, 50 warships, 100,000 elites. Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp are also coming soon. This is enough power to make the world tremble. Gather these forces in order to keep Whitebeard forever without any major losses. The live broadcast has started, but the entire marine headquarters is eerily quiet. From now on, the Whitebeard pirates may attack at any time. No one knows the exact time. Is such a powerful lineup only used to deal with one Whitebeard? This shows that Whitebeard is very powerful. We won't do business today. If the world is still around tomorrow, we will do business again. Old, that guy is not old at all. Don't compare him with ordinary old men. The first time we saw him, we gave up the idea of surviving. I hope execution will solve the problem. The Whitebeard pirates must not come. That's a pirate group that's scarier than demons. Whitebeard possesses the power to destroy the world. In terms of destructive power, no one in the world can match him. He has killed several powerful people at the same level. This is the evaluation from a giant in the underground world. It's so quiet. Everyone sighed as they looked at such a luxurious lineup and the screen full of Marines in blue and white military uniforms. The reporters couldn't help but swallowed their saliva, and they were also frightened from the bottom of their hearts. They felt their hands trembling slightly. Will war really break out? And there are clearly hundreds of thousands of elites, but at this moment they can only hear the sound of the sea breeze passing by. At the same time, impelled down, Rayleigh watched Ace leave, and the defense dropped a lot on the 6th floor. It seems that I should take action. Let's send the seedlings of Straw Hat and the others out first. Don't let me down, Straw Hat. Boy. A deserted island near Impel Down. The Red Hair pirates are hiding here. Whitebeard is about to take action. They attacked the headquarters before. They will think that this matter is over. At the same time, due to the outbreak of the war, Impel Down's defense force is also weak. It is almost time. Understood. Except for Magellan, Impel Down is not worth mentioning. The boss's conqueror's hockey is enough to sweep everyone away. Holy place. The 5 elders were suddenly summoned urgently. They knelt down at the feet of a female-like figure, respecting Lord Kiwim from the bottom of their hearts. I Am walked past them one by one, and suddenly stopped beside Yu Laoxing. What's wrong with you? Why is part of your soul missing? What? The other 5 elders all looked at Yu Laoxing, their faces changed drastically, and they were all shocked. Marine headquarters. Waiting. Countless people suffer, feel uneasy, panic, and fear. Suddenly a lookout shouted. There is a lot of fog in the sea ahead. Levi, who was under the execution platform, slowly raised his head and looked into the distance with extremely deep eyes. Are you here? Then let the world feel the storm. No one can try to influence my destiny, not even the world government. Go back to a few minutes before the fog rose. The first step of Levi's plan is simple. Build your own reputation and let the world know how powerful you are. Because fame is very important to Levi's future plans. And its own strength will become unprecedented appeal. So in this battle, Levi doesn't need to keep a low profile. There is no need to be humble. What he wants is a high profile. The higher the profile, the better. Can you survive and grow? No need. If they don't invite you to sign in at a holy place, then go by yourself. To show the world how powerful you are. The best plan right now is to defeat Whitebeard. But not too fast, and Whitebeard isn't that easy to defeat. Let the world feel how scary Whitebeard is. The scarier he is, the more powerful he is. When he knocked it down himself, only then can the whole world realize its own power more deeply. Let the strong men in this world see what crushing the soul is. Levi had just sat down in the Admiral exclusive seat at this time. But sitting here is just a facade. Because it was live broadcast, it was for a few old guys in the Holy Land to watch. Levi was not very happy when talking to Yu Laoxing. Although he appeared happy at the time, he was not. The 5 elders want to control Levi's fate, which he won't allow. Levi did not know that a large-scale search was also launched in the Holy Land at this moment. Search the Holy Land to see if there are anyone else whose souls are in need of medical treatment. If so, find out what they have in common and locate the important thing that I am Sama cares about. At the same time, Levi still has to be in the process of this war. Take some time and go to Impel Down to arrange some things. He had a premonition that the Red Hair pirates would attack Marine headquarters. This signaled that the Sabayati archipelago matter should be discontinued. It should be a false signal, since they are so anxious to fight out of the New World. Even according to Sengoku, Beckman, who was not originally an Esper, became one. Some trump cards exposed. It shows that the redhead is anxious. Regardless of whether it was Rayleigh or Luffy he was rescuing. Now both of them are staying in Impel Down. As for saving Ace, it's unlikely. Ace is protected by Whitebeard. No matter what, Whitebeard will save Ace. There was no need for him to take any extra steps, and he only had one chance. The more people you have to rescue at one time, the higher the difficulty. With his current Reiatsu Shunpo, explode with all his strength. It doesn't take a while to rush to Impel Down. You can come back and continue fighting. Create the illusion for the 5 elders that they are always on the battlefield. Of course, Magellan's level must be arranged in advance. But during the war, if you go Impel Down, Magellan won't say anything. As long as he said that Sengoku arranged some kind of backup plan. During the battle, Magellan will definitely provide convenience to himself. Even if he guessed wrong, the red hair didn't attack Impel Down. I can't teach him a lesson myself. You can also take advantage of the moment when the attention of all the powerful players is attracted by the Summit War. Make a clean sweep of the arrangements made over the past few days. The thugs on the 6th floor are willing to obey themselves. All fight Reiatsu into their souls, allowing them to become their own power. This prevents them from rebelling, but it is not easy to break in. Unless they relax their hockey defenses themselves. If you don't want to, you should also leave some backup for them. Just in case the 5 elders use it against him one day. As long as he can secretly control this power, even if the 5 elders will look unhappy with him in the future. If you want to do something to yourself, you have to be careful. You must control your own destiny. But the timing, now has to wait and find. Levi is not in a hurry because he knows that this war will not be easy. Aokiji and Kizaru are 2 people who can definitely paddle. But Levi wouldn't say they were wrong. Levi doesn't dislike people who are grateful. As for Sakazuki, although he will work hard, I'm sorry. This battle is destined not to be his battle to become commander-in-chief. I need fame, just being a 4th admiral is not enough. It's best to be the strongest in the world. Whitebeard should be coming soon, right? I don't know where it will come from. It's really scary. Kizaru crossed his legs and said casually. No matter where Whitebeard comes from, these admirals will not act immediately. In this battle, what they have to do is to avoid top powerhouses like them. He might be dragged down to be buried with the monster Whitebeard. If nothing else, Whitebeard is scary. But the date of death is destined, otherwise how could they live broadcast to the whole world? It's best to fight in turns, and it's safest to kill Whitebeard bit by bit. Otherwise, his earthquake destructive power is too terrifying, and he has the ability to kill any general Shinto present. Ah la la la. Levi is really young. I wanted to see you a few days ago, but I couldn't, and now I finally do. Aokiji looked at Levi curiously. Levi rarely goes out these days. After all, nothing happened. Aokiji was also busy arranging his troops. So much so that the two of them didn't really meet until now. Aokiji's justice may be a little lazy, but it is similar to Fujitora's justice. It seems that if I have the opportunity to communicate with him more, instead of rebelling and becoming a pirate later, it is better to become my self-protection force. Levi thought. Although he may later become an undercover agent of the Blackbeard pirates. But now Blackbeard is still in prison. But if you really want to compete with Akainu for the position of marshal, or compete with others for the position of marshal, you will fail. Aokiji's admiral road may be changing. He himself has said that he has never regarded marine as his own. Thinking about it over the years, some of the absolute justice of marine and world government made him waver. The most obvious one is the Ohara incident. Not being able to become a marshal means that he cannot change the entire marine and the world. I can only find another way out. Kuzan-san, I think it would be better if everyone keeps the same pace with their legs crossed like this. Levi's inner plan turned into a plan. But thinking of some interesting things, he looked at Aokiji with a smile on his face. Oh, why? I think this is quite comfortable. Aokiji asked confused. Why did he talk about his sitting posture? You don't fit in with others. I'm afraid that one day your legs will be gone. Levi also crossed his legs. Why is this? Aokiji looked confused and couldn't keep up with Levi's thinking. Could it be that this fourth admiral is unhappy with him? Hinting at breaking his own legs. But look at his kind face. It doesn't look like he's threatening himself. Akainu also turned his head slightly and looked over. There was a fighting spirit in his eyes, and he wanted to compete with Ji-Wei. Maybe I am a little weaker than him in strength. But in the real fight, Akainu has absolute confidence in himself. Black Crow, let's see who can take off Whitebeard's head. Akainu is not willing to be inferior to Levi in terms of strength. But after cultivating to their level, it is too difficult to make further progress. But the combat experience itself must be richer. In a real fight, the stronger person may not necessarily win. Akainu thinks so. He wants to become Marine Marshal. He must have a record that would make even a strong man like Levi speechless. And now is such a good opportunity. Okay, I will win anyway. Levi said confidently and indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Akainu was slightly dissatisfied. This guy answered so confidently. Who are you looking down on? Every time I feel like this guy is very aggressive when facing me. But Sengoku said that was not the case. If Sengoku didn't lie, then Levi has been playing a trick on himself. Cunning little devil. Sometimes Akainu really wishes Levi was a pirate. In this way, he can destroy his humanity. Have you fought before? Kizaru asked curiously. He is relatively familiar with Sakazuki. At least it's better than Aokiji's relationship with him. He also entered the training camp in the same period. Aokiji is 2 years behind them. Listening to Akainu's rare words, just like in his youth, he refused to admit defeat and always wanted to compare. Kizaru couldn't help but have a bold idea. These two fought, and Akainu suffered the loss. Sakazuki was often like this when we were in the same training camp. As long as he loses to others, he will always find various competitions to win back and conquer them. But I haven't seen Sakazuki in this mood for decades. Yeah, Akainu admitted, after the two briefly exchanged words. None of the people present publicized it. After all, they didn't get permission. In Admiral's battle, every move is valuable information. Who dares to leak it easily? It seems that Brother Levi is more powerful than I thought. Marine is really lucky, Kizaru said with a smile. A frown piled up at the corner of his mouth, which was a little wretched. Aokiji's eyes became even more curious. He is also a smart man. 2 simple sentences from Kizaru and Akainu. He knew the strength of 2 marine admirals against Levi. There was no doubt at all, but full approval. They even vaguely felt that Levi's strength was superior to them. This makes Aokiji feel a little weird. In his opinion, Levi is so young. The strength can be similar to them, or even inferior to them. They are all the strongest men and geniuses in the world. If it was slightly higher than a kainu, it would be too strong. These admirals master the logia fruit and penultimate taijutsu haki. Not as powerful as a strong man who controls conqueror's haki. What tricks can conqueror's haki do? I can pay more attention to it later, but Vice Admiral Garp is too hard. Ah. I thought of this. Aokiji couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. Garp treats Ace like his own grandson. Now he is to be publicly executed. In the face of justice and family affection, no matter who it is, it will be difficult to choose. But they also have their own justice. Clang, clang. The sound of iron chains resounded in the silent Marine headquarters. Fire Fist Ace was escorted towards the execution platform by 2 executioners. Taking the steps, Ace raised his head slightly and looked at the sky in the distance. Many childhood scenes and promises flashed through my mind. We must live more freely than anyone else on this sea. But now, he is about to step onto the execution platform. But he doesn't regret it. Maybe it's the answer he always wanted. It has been there for a long time, from the moment I had a family. It's not a bad thing to be born on your own and live in this world. What he is worried about now is that his father will come to save him. Better not to come. Life ended like this. He didn't have much to say. Garp, I want to tell you everything. Sengoku and Garp came from not far away. They had just discussed something, so they arrived late. It's up to you, I'll be down below. Garp's face was calm, and his eyes were full of helplessness. Then we parted ways with Sengoku on the same road. Garp walked towards the execution platform and Sengoku walked towards the execution platform. You have tried your best. Crane Vice Admiral comforted him. Garp worked hard just now. But world government and Sengoku finally decided to tell everything to the world. Ha ha ha, women are really gentle at this time. Garp smiled forcefully. Oh. After Marshal Sengoku stepped onto the execution platform. Caught everyone's attention. Sengoku took out his phone, looked at the Marines below and said, "There is something I want to convey to you first." As soon as these words came out, everyone stared at Sengoku more intently. The vice admirals who knew a little bit about the inside story had cold sweat on their foreheads. Is Marshal Sengoku going to speak out about that matter? May cause panic. Pitkas D. Ace, about the significance of this man dying here. Ace, tell me your father's name. After Sengoku finished speaking, he looked down at Fire Fist Ace who was handcuffed on the execution platform and asked. Whitebeard. Ace's face darkened, and he suddenly realized something. Then he said it very decisively and decisively. Wrong. My only dad is Whitebeard. Sengoku stopped looking at Ace. He knew Ace wouldn't admit it. And he himself seemed to have fallen into a certain memory. Everything about that man. After his death, we conducted all suspicious searches. Because on a certain island, he behaved similar to his father, and we are worried that his bloodline will continue. Sengoku began to talk about some past events after Roger's death. But at this time he was only using the man. It's not clear who it is, but smart people and reporters have already made some guesses. It was just a little unbelievable for a moment. In order to keep her child alive, a woman went against common sense and let the child stay in her belly for 20 months before giving birth to it, hiding it from all searches. But the price is huge. Your mother, Portkas de Rouge, died after giving birth to you. Over the years, without our knowledge, that man's bloodline was growing. It wasn't until 2 years ago that a certain pirate group emerged. Its captain showed amazing talent and refused the recruitment of the 7 warlords of the sea at a young age. At that moment, we finally determined. Yes, you are the blood of that man. Quote, it's just that Whitebeard noticed this earlier than we did, and protected you, trying to train you to become the next king of pirates. Portgas D. Ace, your biological father's name is Roger, the Pirate King. Accompanied by Marshal Sengoku's final answer. The entire world and the entire Marine headquarters fell into deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing turned into noise at this moment. Then the whole world erupted into unprecedented panic and screaming. Countless people's scalps were numb and terrified. It's like falling into an endless cold ice valley. Fear lingers. One Piece, Goldo Roger, the demon who started the Great Pirate Era, the Butcher, still has blood in this world. How is this possible? An old reporter was completely stunned and dominated by fear. The pen and notebook in his hand slipped from his hand without any notice. He remembered the terrifying pirate who conquered the Grand Line decades ago. That was a demon that influenced 2 eras and brought darkness. For such a person, everything about him should be erased. How can he still have blood in the world? The whole world was frightened at this moment. They didn't expect Firefist Ace, other than being Whitebeard's son. His biological father turned out to be Roger, the Pirate King. Because the era of great pirates has begun for Roger. World government has always portrayed Roger as the world's #1 criminal. Some crimes that were not committed by the Roger pirates were all blamed on the dead Roger. After further publicity, the name Roger became synonymous with evil. It must die. Roger's bloodline must die. We can't let him live in this world. That's right. People all over the world are screaming in fear. For them, the sooner this evil bloodline is eliminated, the better. No, I joined the Whitebeard pirates to make my father the Pirate King. Ace heard Sengoku say that Whitebeard protected him so that he could become the Pirate King. He immediately retorted, "You are the only one who thinks so. If we leave it alone, sooner or later you will realize the potential of your bloodline that stands at the top of the pirates. In order to eliminate this danger, even an all-out war with the Whitebeard pirates is not necessary," Sengoku said firmly. The extremely decisive and firm tone resounded throughout the Marine headquarters and even the entire world. It's so interesting. I didn't expect that the bloodline of the Pirate King is still alive today. Morgans and the Lone Shark King, the Shipping King, the Queen of the Pleasure District, these underground giants. It's rare to get together, even the Golden Emperor. The speaker was Morgans, the Newsbird King. Because this underground world branch club can get news from Marine headquarters as soon as possible. They don't want to fall behind others. And just when Sengoku finished speaking, a lot of fog appears in the sea area ahead. Ships appeared in the fog. How did it happen? How could there be heavy fog? The pirate ships under his command were strange and shadowy, forming a large fleet. Is it finally coming? Is it coming from the front? Sengoku frowned slightly. In his plan, there should be only one way for the Whitebeard pirates to land in Marineford. But it really appeared so easily, which made Sengoku a little uneasy. Confirm all members immediately. It's Rogue Knight Doma, Brother Daigalban, Ice Witch Weedig. They are all famous captains from New World. Do you want to open fire? No, wait, where are Whitebeard and the captains? Sengoku felt bad when he heard these names. Whitebeard is really here, although reporters from Sabayati Archipelago had some guesses and expectations. But I really saw the huge pirate fleet, and the bounty for each one was over 100 million. The world-famous pirate captain. Everyone couldn't help but feel fear, and all luck was shattered at this moment. War is bound to break out and no one can stop it. Nothing found. Wait, there's something moving in the bay. After looking around, the lookout found water bubbles coming out of the bay, which was very strange. When Sengoku heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he had made a mistake. It seems that he will appear from an unexpected place. That guy Whitebeard is still as cunning as before, Crane Vice Admiral said with a frown. This is not a good situation. That guy Whitebeard didn't pay any price, just let him get so close, Sengoku said with a frown. Whitebeard's earthquake power is inherently terrifying. Known as the world's most powerful destructive ability. None of them, because Whitebeard achieved the earthquake fruit. It's not good to let this most powerful destructive force come so close. But it was too late to stop it. Penchpingapong. 3 pirate ships rushed out from under the sea in the bay, and the coating was shattered at the same time. Moby was the first to surface. It's the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates have invaded the bay. Many Marines were shocked. Phoenix Marco, Diamond Josie, Team Sword Beasta. All the captains are on the ship. The Marines did not expect this outcome. Sure enough, even if they have arrangements, Whitebeard is not a vegetarian. I have been dealing with Sengoku for so many years. Know each other well. Levi knows. But there is no need to inform. Because sooner or later both sides will be in close combat. It's just the result of earlier and later. Whitebeard's ships appeared first, just to see the situation. Seeing that there was no firepower deployed in the bay, they surfaced in the bay. If firepower is deployed, the floating point will change. Quick, adjust the angle of the cannon immediately. Aim at the Whitebeard pirates. Vice Admiral, who was standing on the wall of the inner bay, commanded immediately. Clang, clang, clang. Whitebeard cuts through the clouds with his supreme sharp knife. Walking with some heavy steps from Moby to the bow of the ship. Every step was like thunder, falling on the hearts of everyone present. Everyone subconsciously quieted down and watched. Because the strongest man in the world appeared. He was wearing a coat with no shirt underneath, and many old sword wounds could be seen on his broad chest. Wearing a turban and having the iconic crescent-shaped white beard. Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard didn't take the initiative to release Conqueror's Haki at this moment. But at this moment, many Marines felt a strong sense of oppression. Since Roger's death, the Whitebeard pirates are the most powerful in the entire world. Even though Whitebeard looks extremely old at the moment. But it's still daunting. I always feel that Whitebeard seems to be more powerful than Marine Admiral in some places. Is it an illusion? Levi looked at Whitebeard and pondered. Logically speaking, the strength of the general and the emperor are at the same level. Whitebeard shouldn't give himself the feeling that he is slightly better than Kizaru and others. Yes, it's a matter of mentality. In this battle, Marine's thought was how to avoid the loss of the strong admiral as much as possible, but Whitebeard came with the determination to die, a conservative, a crazy one. Naturally, Whitebeard feels more ferocious. And the strong ones are so desperate that usually several strong ones at the same level may not be able to press it in a short time. Levi quickly understood. Sengoku, we haven't seen each other for decades. Is my son okay? Whitebeard looked at the candidate calmly. His eyes first glanced at Garp, then at the 4 admirals under the execution platform. Especially the new 4th admiral, this guy even captured Rayleigh. The strength is amazing, and the main reason is that he is too young. But it makes no difference to him. In today's battle, he knows what the outcome will be. One more admiral, one less admiral, it doesn't matter. Finally his eyes fell on his old rival, Marshal Sengoku. Whitebeard. Marshal Sengoku frowned. The cannon turned too slowly, it was too late. Ace, we are here to rescue you. Everyone. Ace burst into tears instantly, and countless memories related to Whitebeard came to his mind. From challenging Jinbei, to Whitebeard appearing and adopting him as his son, the assassination on the ship, being infected by Marco and the others. I'm sorry. It's obvious that I was too willful. Dad told me not to go, but it's all my fault for going my own way. No, Ace, I asked you to go. Right, Marco, Whitebeard said firmly. That's right. Don't worry Ace, you are our family, we will rescue you now. Beasta drew out his 2 swords, ready to fight at any time. Yes, everyone in this world knows the consequences of attacking our family. Everyone is on alert. Don't think that we will win just because we have the advantage in strength. Sengoku noticed that Whitebeard was making a move. Remind everyone loudly immediately, Whitebeard said, freeing up his hands, and then punched the left and right punches. Boom, crack, his fist suddenly hit the air on both sides. The roar of a powerful blow sounded, followed by Whitebeard's fist. The atmosphere spreads with mirror-shattering cracks. The sound of these fists sounded like thunder in everyone's heart. The fist blasted out, the atmosphere cracked, and the terrifying earthquake force spread along the air to the distance. What is that? The atmosphere is cracked. Countless people looked at this scene and were instantly stunned. Whitebeard just punches out. The void is full of cracks. What kind of monster power is this? Countless people have never seen such a horrific attack. Are you kidding? Can something like the atmosphere be shattered? Even if he is a god, I'm afraid it's nothing more than this. But the true power of this punch began to appear. The power of the shock blasted out and spread to an infinite distance, then caused a resonance and rolled back with terrifying power. Rumble, rumble. Marines in the entire Marine headquarters suddenly felt a strong ground rumble. And it's getting more and more violent. Marshal Sengoku, the water level has risen. Oh my god, what is that? Sea surface, sea surface. Marine looked at the sea in front of him, so scared that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. The originally calm sea surface was like a piece of jelly, being torn into several pieces by a terrifying force. The entire Marine headquarters is like a swaying boat in a storm, and may be submerged at any time. Tsunami, it's a tsunami. The attack Whitebeard just made is going to turn into a tsunami. Everyone, be careful, don't forget that we are facing the earthquake man with the earthquake fruit. Edward Newgate, a man with the power to destroy the world. Garp looked heavy and roared. To remind everyone. He didn't want to see any marine die due to carelessness. After violent ups and downs, the earth-shaking sea twisted strangely. Suddenly, waves higher than the previous ones rolled up. The sky was so strong that the sky blocked out the sun, and a meter-high tsunami formed on the left and right sides of the marine headquarters. At this moment, countless marines, including some vice admirals, were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Tsunamis hundreds of meters high were coming from both sides. Just the shadow of the tsunami illuminated by the sun has covered the entire marine headquarters. The tallest marine headquarters building is in the face of this natural disaster and tsunami. It also looks extremely small. I'm afraid if a wave catches it, everything will be submerged. Is this the attack of the strongest man in the world? Kebi was so frightened that he had difficulty breathing, and the shadow covered him. There was only one thought left in his mind. Dead. A tsunami bigger than the entire marine headquarters. How to resist? This is simply not something humans can do. Oh my god, humans can actually cause such a terrible tsunami. Isn't this a dream? Sabayati Archipelago and others watching the live broadcast. Across the screen, you can feel the unprecedented sense of despair. What are the uses of cannons, guns, and warships under such a tsunami? This is the most terrifying natural disaster on the sea. The marine headquarters is in danger. If this wave continues, even if there are 100,000 elites, the whole army will probably be destroyed. How could this happen? Why is Whitebeard so scary? With so many troops, can't he win? It's over. The end of the world is coming. The tsunami was monstrous, and in addition to the highest waves in front, there were countless waves in the back. The average person simply cannot think of it in this situation. How do Marines save their lives? They finally understood why Marine headquarters summoned all the forces of justice to fight against Whitebeard. Whitebeard's power is terrifying. A sea earthquake seemed to overshadow the entire Marine headquarters. Many Marines held swords and looked up at the tsunami hitting them. He looked desperate and had nowhere to start. This is not a force they can contend with. Aokiji breathed out a breath of cold air when he saw this. Only people with admiral-level strength can face such an attack calmly. But if it's Akainu Kizaru, it's not easy to completely stop him. But Aokiji's frozen fruit can easily stop this tsunami. But this attack made the world feel desperate. But it's what Levi needs. Under normal circumstances, it is not appropriate to take action early. But this blow is worth it. It is indeed a famous scene, one blow into the soul, making the whole world feel despair and fear, Ji-Wei said lightly. But he stood up half a second earlier than Aokiji. Aokiji immediately turned his head and looked at Levi. Alalala, what Levi is good at should be Conqueror's Haki. I'm afraid this situation will be difficult to handle. Aokiji doesn't underestimate Levi, but in terms of ability, it is my own frozen fruit. It can perfectly resolve this wave of tsunami attacks. If other attacks cannot be perfectly resolved, it will cause considerable losses. This will dampen morale initially. Kizaru and Akainu also looked over in confusion. As the Black Crow Admiral going to take action, some of the clever generals below had already set their sights on the admirals. They cannot resolve this terrifying tsunami. But the admirals, also known as monsters, may have a way. Seeing Levi stand up, many people and Marines had hopeful looks in their eyes. Those who heard this subconsciously focused their attention on Levi. HMPH, Conqueror's Haki can't break a tsunami of this magnitude. What do you want to do? Hancock frowned slightly, unable to think of how Levi would break this tsunami. I heard that he is good at hockey, but even a high-level hockey may not be able to defend against such a large area tsunami through the air. Hawkeye analyzed lightly. Black Crow Admiral, you will have to pay the price sooner or later. Brother Ming looked unhappy. The bear's face was expressionless, and Moria stared blankly at the tsunami. Don't worry, it's just a minor problem, Levi said calmly when he saw Aokiji's hesitant look. It's just a tsunami, what is it? The powerful Reiatsu can easily suppress even the energy flow that collapses the world. That kind of power is the power that truly destroys the world. Whitebeard's shock fruit is not that difficult to destroy the world. Yeah, Aokiji believed Levi wouldn't joke about such an important matter. He didn't get up again. He also wanted to see how Levi would solve this tsunami. Levi looked up at the tsunamis on both sides and smiled calmly. Does the newly promoted 4th Admiral want to stop my attack? My attack is not that easy to block, young boy. Go, 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 go. Whitebeard also saw Levi getting up. Whitebeard knew the Marine Admiral was there. It was impossible for him to achieve significant results with one blow. But as long as it works, this kind of powerful attack helps improve one's own morale. Now both sides in the decisive battle are elite. The role of numbers cannot be ignored. A strong person is easily targeted by a strong enemy. It would be hard for Whitebeard himself to attack the execution platform directly. You will be targeted by countless high and mid-level experts in no time. But with a large number of people, anyone can seize the opportunity and save Fire Fist. These are all purposeful battles, not a decisive battle between armies of both sides fighting to the death. Black Crow. Garp looked at Levi with a complicated expression. Although Levi captured Luffy, Garp couldn't bear the hatred. Because Marine catching pirates is a matter of course. Black Crow Admiral. He looks like a young boy. Is he really as powerful as the rumors say? Can he catch Pluton Rayleigh? The Ice Witch led the ship closer. She leads the pirate fleet and is about to break out into a battle with the Marine warship outside the port. Levi stood up and was seen by her. In her opinion, Levi's face looked a little childish. Everyone, have you ever felt the trembling of your soul? Levi looked at the entire battlefield. The pirate ships in the outer waters are approaching, but have not yet entered the range. And directly opposite, there is no tsunami rising and it will not be affected. Levi's powerful voice echoed throughout the battlefield. No one knew why, but then everyone clearly heard a buzzing sound. Then the whole world became dark, and everyone's footsteps suddenly sank. Invisible pressure acts on the hundreds of thousands of elites on the entire battlefield. The scope is not only the entire Marine headquarters, but also the external sea areas. Everyone, for a moment, was forced to stand on the spot. Even the pirate captain, Marine Vice Admiral, is no exception. Can't move. Are you kidding? Marco and the other captains were all horrified. What are they? They are the top group of powerful people in the world. Even if it is far from 4 emperors and admiral, there may be some gap. But never too far. No one in this world can rely solely on Conqueror's Haki's sense of oppression. Suppress them until they can't move. Not even the red-haired Shanks of Conqueror's Haki fame could do this. Marco had felt the red-haired Shanks' Haki many times. He was absolutely sure of this. But what's going on now? Impossible. Chaozi and Wahian also found it difficult to accept this reality. The hands holding the foil sword could not move at all. The will wants to move, but the body does not move. The atmosphere is frozen. Whitebeard was stunned for a moment while holding the cloud cutter in his hand. In his memory, conquerors alone could do this. There is only one person, his former captain Rox D. Gibble. But he did this only after Garp and Roger teamed up and were forced into despair. A state that only broke out once. But now, this young man has achieved this with ease. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? I can't move. Hancock's body was filled with Conqueror's Haki. But even Hancock, who is very good at using Haki, can't shake the essence of Reiatsu. Instead, he almost suffered internal injuries. It's so heavy, but why does it feel strange? If I can practice swordplay in this environment. Hawkeye slowly raised his black sword. Only general-level warriors like them could still act. But even without full force, their actions were seriously affected. Feeling the pressure on the knife and body, Hawkeye's eyes lit up. This feeling is amazing and good. What an incredible monster. If nothing happens in the future, it's better not to provoke him. Brother Ming felt this sense of oppression again. It feels more and more obvious, and there is even a shadow of fear. It was a bit bitter, so he swallowed it if he wanted to. If I go to settle accounts with him again, I'm afraid I will be the unlucky one. This guy is by no means worse than Kaido, even scarier. Rumble. A series of majestic black Reiatsu spread out behind Levi like a celestial river. Like a black and beautiful picture. The picture scroll unfolds and radiates out indiscriminately in all directions. And Levi is in the center of the black scroll, as if a god has come to the world. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, there was another soft buzzing sound. The already strong sense of oppression increased sharply again. Let everyone's soul be like a flickering candle that may be extinguished at any time. But Levi didn't actually go out of his way to intimidate these people. Because it scares them into unconsciousness. When the war breaks out, whether it's pirates or marines, walking on the ground, no one cares. Once the bombardment occurs, they will all turn into corpses. In that case, Levi would have to bear all this debt. And Levi's focus isn't on the crowd, and on the terrifying tsunami rolling down at this moment. Circles of black ripples, centered on the scroll where Levi is. Just like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, it ripples out in circles. The ripples swept across the area, and it was as if time had stood still for an instant. It formed a picture that amazed audiences around the world. What is going on? The tsunami stopped and stopped moving. How is this possible? According to the inertia and the impact just now, it is absolutely impossible to stop. Morgans was shocked when he saw this scene in the live broadcast. Get up. He looked at the live broadcast as if it was paused. It's not just the tsunami. Look at those ships, those people, and the sea, almost all stopped. Is the signal disconnected? The queen of the pleasure district was stunned for a moment and asked with some uncertainty. If it hadn't been disconnected, they would have never seen such a scene before or even heard of it. So spectacular, so amazing. It's not disconnected. Look at Hawkeye, he's still moving, and Whitebeard has also taken 2 steps. This is the ability of Black Crow Admiral. Oh my god, what kind of ability is this? In this case, if we catch them all, won't we win? It's not that easy. Whitebeard can still move, and he's an earthquake man. Levi, this brat's conqueror's hockey, actually overpowered someone's unnaturalness. Can he really be so evil? Even Marshal Sengoku, who thought he was familiar with Levi, was a little embarrassed at this moment. With Levi here, he felt that this battle was more stable. Can I beat him? Garp began to ponder. The tsunami is moving. What? When everyone heard this, they all became excited again. Can't you stop it? Is it just frozen? Now the Black Crow Admiral is not powerful enough. Want to let the tsunami collapse? Then it seems that the Marine headquarters will also suffer. Then not. Levi spread his hands, and Reiatsu rippled out. The tsunami gradually calmed down and subsided. It's like a piece of soft and wrinkled rice paper, folded into the wavy shape just now. Then Levi's Reiatsu is like a pair of invisible void rulers. With a slight touch, it was smoothed instantly, just in the blink of an eye. The sea will be calm and there will be no more waves. The tsunami faded into nothingness. Even the tsunami warning that the Sabayati archipelago should have had is now gone. This scene shocked everyone watching the live broadcast. Holy place. Black Crow's hockey is really terrifying. I'm afraid it has surpassed the existing records. In the Holy Land, the 5 elders are also paying attention to this battle. Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that the last time I invited him to the headquarters, he didn't want to join our CPO. It seems that we still have to work hard. Yes, Black Crow Admiral will be used by us sooner or later. Right now, he just can't see the reality clearly. No one can refuse the conditions we offer, he will figure it out sooner or later. Yu Laoxing said lightly. Have you found out? What is the reason for the missing soul? We haven't found it yet. Everyone is queuing up to go to the flower room. Lord I Am is looking for them one by one. Logically speaking, no one in this world should be able to plot against us silently. I once heard Lord I Am mention that the soul can carry information and memory, and has the same function as the brain. If the memory we lose is man-made, then we must eradicate the root cause. No one related to it can be spared. Clear, the tsunami is gone, ho ho. Kebi gasped heavily as he watched the invisible tsunami disappear. This feeling of surviving a disaster is so good. Fortunately, the admiral from their marine headquarters is very powerful. Otherwise, you will be dead this time. What a scary kid, but this seems a bit unlike Conqueror's hockey. Or is this a hockey realm that none of us have touched? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. His expression was solemn and somewhat doubtful. However, over the years, he has seen many storms and waves, and has long since developed a strong heart. And the will to never surrender to fate. As he spoke, his fist buzzed, covered with a vibrating halo, and he pulled out his frame. "Dad, be careful, we can't move now," Marco said slightly helplessly. Even if Marco's whole body is burning with blue flames at this moment, he can only move his neck and hands slightly. The solidified atmosphere around him will not be broken unless it is broken or Levi takes it back. Otherwise it will be difficult to act. Pong, click. With a confident smile, Whitebeard punched out. The entire void in front of me exploded, and countless cracks appeared. The void atmosphere shook, and with a bang, the atmosphere completely exploded like a mirror. Everyone in the entire area can move again. Boys, destroy Marine. Rescue Ace. Whitebeard noticed that the morale of the pirates was a little low. After crushing Levi's Reiatsu and solidifying the void, I cheered. It instantly aroused countless following and roaring reactions. In an instant, a battle broke out between external warships and came within range of each other. Gun smoke filled the entire sky. Thousands of cannons roared at the same time, deafening, as if the sky was about to explode. Shock fruit is indeed powerful. It can even break Reiatsu's suppression. It seems that in order to completely suppress Whitebeard, Reiatsu must reach a high level. Shock fruit is too destructive. Levi's face was calm. A real melee broke out. There are 93 top-level armed ships outside, with guns and cannons firing. As soon as the ship approaches, marine pirates jump over with ropes and fight hand to hand. The blood soon dyed the sea red. The most bloody and brutal side of human nature is undoubtedly revealed. After Levi hit it, he sat down after getting a certain effect. Catch the thief first. Capture the king first. Whoosh. After Aokiji finished speaking, he jumped up. Turn into ice. Lu shot at Whitebeard. Double thorn spear. 2 ice spears as strong as steel appeared next to Aokiji, shooting towards Whitebeard like streams of light. Aokiji brat. Whitebeard grinned, disapprovingly, and punched out. With a click, the atmosphere shattered, and within Whitebeard's field of vision, shock waves were transmitted. Nowhere to escape. Alala. Aokiji's body was instantly dislocated, shattered by the shock, and fell straight from the air into the sea. Aokiji Admiral. Many Marines were extremely worried when they saw this. That is the sea, the nemesis of those with abilities. However, after Aokiji fell into the bay, an ice sculpture was instantly erected. Centered around where he landed, the ice bloomed like a flower. A gust of cold wind roared past, and the large harbor turned into an ice field in an instant. All Whitebeard's ships are frozen. Ha ha ha, it just creates a foothold for us without having to pull the ship over, kids. Kill Marine. The pirates on the ships in the bay became fierce. Although they were also intimidated by Levi's Reiatsu just now. But their father is here. They believe that Father Whitebeard is still the strongest man in the world. I didn't see the solid atmosphere just now, but it was blown away by my father's punch. Attack. Aim for the pirates. Fire. The Marine general on the barrier also gave the order. The artillery fire was a volley fired at the elite members of the Whitebeard pirates. Penchpingapong. Explosions kept sounding and flames exploded. But many pirates are extremely powerful and can easily split cannonballs. The Marine general also rushed towards the pirates with countless Marines. Hand-to-hand combat behind artillery fire, instantly pulled apart. The strongest man in the world has never had a chance to fight. Let's see how big the gap is between you and me this time. Hawkeye looked at Whitebeard and still jumped from the wall of Bing Bay into the Icefield Lord. Oh, is that lonely man also interested in taking action against Whitebeard? Akainu looked at Hawkeye, slightly surprised. These Shichibukai, no more paddling. Brother Levi, aren't you going to continue? Kizaru asked Levi with a smile. I have to give you a chance to show off. Levi said calmly. Quote. Kizaru was speechless. What should he do? It would be best if he didn't do anything. When it's time to take action, Levi will naturally take action. Now that a melee broke out, he was looking for an opportunity to go Impel Down. If the red hair dares to attack Impel Down, Mr. Sengoku will get some of his debt back. There are not many people in this world who are kind to me. Moreover, the outcome cannot be decided so quickly here. But you have to find a cooperating actor to do the whole thing for the sake of acting. Marco is pretty good. Levi looked at Marco and smiled slightly. Marco noticed something and just saw Levi smiling at him, and suddenly his heart dropped. What is going on? Why is a Marine Admiral smiling at him? By the way, Sakazuki, don't use the information about the Great Vortex Spider. If we want the world to recognize us more, we have to defeat Whitebeard with dignity. Levi suddenly looked at Akainu and said, Road, do you know what I'm going to do? Akainu frowned slightly. How could Black Crow know what I haven't done yet? Could it be that he was secretly monitoring himself? Did he know that he had collected information about Squado before? Of course, Sengoku-san should have hinted at it. Hey, the old man is just too cautious. We are so much stronger than Whitebeard, but we are still afraid of being unsafe. Levi shook his head. Being stabbed by the filial son's sword, if he wins, he will appear to be suspected of picking up the slack. It doesn't fit in with my plan to build a reputation. This stinky boy, don't you know if I have any knowledge? Sengoku's face darkened on the execution platform. Oh, by the way, Vice Admiral Garp, if you have nothing to do, come and sit down. However, Levi's next words made Kizaru Akainu and Sengoku a little nervous at the same time. Especially Marshal Sengoku, his heart skipped a beat. You caught someone's grandson in Impel Down, and you still have the nerve to ask others to come over and sit down. Such a big heart, or is this a provocation? The shells roared, blasting and spreading heat, filling the entire Marine headquarters. Garp looked at the battlefield in silence. Occasionally, I looked up at Ace, who was weeping on the execution platform with a mixture of joy and sorrow. I feel regretful in my heart. If I could be stricter. If you spend more time with them, will the results be different? But just as he thought this, Pooh subconsciously thought of Long. Long was brought to the Marine headquarters by him since he was a child, and he studied and grew up with him. But when he was young, he was not used to many things about Marine and world government. In a certain incident, he finally betrayed Marine completely. Later a revolutionary army was established. Garp once wondered if he usually pushed him too hard, so that this kind of counter effect occurs. So later Garp did not choose to bring Luffy to Marine for general training. Instead, he was handed over to the Dayton family, who kept saying that he hoped he would become a Marine. But in fact, Garp gave Luffy a life of free choice. But choosing to be a pirate made Garp's liver hurt to this day. Why didn't you choose to be a Marine? Did you really not develop your talents? And it's not just Luffy who became a pirate, Ace also went to sea and became a pirate. Garp looked at the battlefield where fighting continued and lives continued to pass away. The thoughts in my heart are extremely complicated. Ace, what's the use now that you have found the answer to life? Whether you can survive today is still a question. In today's war, even if I don't take action, I'm afraid Whitebeard will also have bad luck today. The world government wants his death to open up the territory of the new world. At the same time, we once again promote the power of world government to the world. This is an inevitable battle that cannot be stopped. Garp himself knew not to take action because he was a Marine hero. The justice he insisted on told him that pirates should bear the corresponding consequences. Otherwise the world would have been in chaos long ago. And Sengoku's observation haki is always around. It is said that he is monitoring the situation on the battlefield, but I am afraid that part of it is to protect himself. But Garp doesn't blame Sengoku, because he waited until the moment of execution. Garp wasn't sure he could control himself. But at this moment, Garp heard someone calling him. The place where he originally stood was not far from the execution platform. Black Crow Admiral, what's the matter? Garp looked up, but didn't move. Look at other people's children, they are so young, they are Admiral. But Luffy Ace originally had this potential. It's nothing special. I just want to tell you that Kaido's figure seemed to flash past in the sky just now. I hope everyone will stay vigilant. It's best to ask Vice Admiral Garp to keep an eye on it. Levi said lightly. This is true, although at high altitude, Shachangren's observation haki cannot be released to such a high distance. But when Levi released Reiatsu just now, it filled the whole world. I noticed some clues, but maybe I realized that I had been discovered. Kaido, who changed into the form of a blue dragon, quickly retreated. What? Hearing Levi's words, Sengoku and the other two admirals, including Garp, were all shocked. 4 Emperors Kaido is peeping in the dark. Is there another purpose? It would be fine if you just simply watch the fun. If you are not just watching the excitement, there is one more for emperors. The entire battlefield may undergo unimaginable changes immediately. Several people raised their heads and looked towards the sky. At this moment, the weather was dominated by the battles of many strong men and the firing of cannons. Gunsmoke, chaotic energy and gloomy clouds merged together, blurring. They looked up, but saw nothing. But they knew Levi wouldn't lie about something like this. Otherwise, there is no need to remind you deliberately. Because once there is an emergency, who actually serves as an external insurance? For example, when Blackbeard attacked, both Garp and Sengoku attacked without mercy. But now the entire battlefield requires the observation and command of Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku's role in commanding the entire army was greater than his role in fighting. For example, Aokiji seemingly inadvertently froze the entire bay within the bay. In fact, they all mentioned this during the meeting. His ability, matched with Akainu's ability, able to turn the harbor into the grave of the Whitebeard pirates. Levi, are you sure? Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Second place 4 emperors peeked in, and that was no joke. Sure, Levi nodded affirmatively. Is this guy's observation haki better than me? He has never shown it before, this little monster. Kizaru couldn't help but think in horror. Because of Sparkling Fruit's light sensing ability, Kizaru's observation haki. If the firepower is fully turned on, it can almost achieve large-scale monitoring like Enelhard network. But he didn't notice it just now, but Levi did. This shocked Kizaru a little. Aren't you just great at Conqueror's haki? Why is his knowledge better than everyone present? But armament haki seems to have never been used. Maybe this guy's weakness is close combat. Kizaru did not regard Levi as an enemy. But such a powerful Levi is in the consciousness of all the powerful men. He had long been regarded as an imaginary opponent and had been simulated many times. Only in this way can the fighting consciousness of the strong be continuously tempered and strengthened. The importance of deduction is no less important than actual combat. Hawkeye takes action. Is this the number 1 slash? So strong. At this time, in the battlefield, sounds full of horror sounded. I saw Hawkeye Black Daoyi pulling out a beautiful knife flower in the air. Then he slashed straight at Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. There was a buzzing sound, the surrounding environment seemed to be immersed in a blue sword intent like the wind. Then a majestic green sword energy, like a ray of light, ran across the ground, cut through the ice field, and rushed straight towards Whitebeard. The power is astonishing, and the air keeps making howling sounds due to this terrifying sword energy. But Whitebeard just raised his eyelids and remained unmoved. Suddenly a tall and mighty figure jumped out from behind, and with a loud bang, it landed on the path of the sword energy. Pong! The sword energy collided with a figure shining like a diamond. It was Diamond Josie, the captain of the 3rd Division. Soon someone recognized him. These captains at the front are almost all capable of wrestling with Admiral. Maybe they will be defeated for a long time, but in a short period of time, their combat power will explode. No strong man in the world can look down upon him. They are all famous pirates who have been famous for a long time, and they have their own methods and trump cards. The world's best slash was blocked. Chowzi blocked the sword energy roughly and fiercely, then hugged and threw him hard. Throw the sword energy struck by Hawkeye directly into the sky. With a bang, the sword energy exploded in the air like a huge energy firework. Tell the world how terrifying the power contained in that slash is. Hey, Josie said with a confident smile on his face. In terms of strange strength, even giants are no match for him. When it comes to swordsmanship, all the swordsmen in the world can't help but think of a man. Let me meet you, Hawkeye. Foil Beasta chopped down several Marines who rushed forward. Focusing on this man who enjoys the honorary title of the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world. He jumped over the crowd, ran at top speed, and rushed towards Hawkeye. During the exchange of his 2 swords, bright petal sword energy burst out. Chang! The next moment, the 2 sides fought with each other, sword energy flowing freely. Whitebeard, kill him! A giant, Vice Admiral, rushed in front of Whitebeard, preparing to take down Whitebeard. Even if you can't take it, consuming him is still a good choice. But he didn't expect that as soon as he rushed in front of him, Whitebeard's hands were holding the air in the void. Cracks were pulled out of the atmosphere, and then he was thrown over his shoulder through the air. In an instant, the world seemed to be turned upside down. With a loud bang, the body of the giant vice admiral was twisted instantly, and then he was thrown heavily to the ground. The shock wave surged forward, and the giant vice admiral spurted out a mouthful of blood. His head hit the ground and he lost consciousness instantly. Vice Admiral, flash sale. This scene immediately scared many Marines who rushed forward. Doesn't Whitebeard look very old? Why are you still so ferocious? That's the giant vice admiral. He was instantly killed in one move. What a terrifying monster. We can't let Whitebeard continue to run wild like this. Kizaru also stood up. Whoosh whoosh, then the body turned into light particles and flew towards the distance. Hachiku Magatama. Kizaru stayed in the air for a short time and smiled slightly, very wretchedly. But the temperament aspect is quite good, without losing the admiral style. He squeezed his hands into an okay shape, and then began to glow. In an instant, the overwhelming light ball splashed towards Whitebeard with high temperature, rapidity and terrifying penetrating power. It's so dazzling, Whitebeard said lightly, and Marco next to him instantly turned into a phoenix made of blue flames. Although Marco is slightly weaker than Admiral, but with the ability of the Fantasy Beast system which is more precious than Logia. He can fight with Admiral for a long time, and even has a very small chance of winning. Can rival the combined strength of Quinn and Jin. Puff puff, Marco used his blue flame body to take all Kizaru's attacks. Then it began to repair itself without any damage. Where are the Phantom Beast species? After the two joked with each other, Marco seized an opportunity. Kizaru was kicked out of midair. Kizaru turned into a beam of light and shot into a building, accompanied by the unique bombardment of his laser light. Looks extremely conspicuous. Kizaru Admiral, how could that happen? Many Marines were in disbelief that the captain of Hazashi was so powerful. Obviously is a powerful air combat force. In the air battle, Marco has a certain advantage. My god, what is this? A terrifying giant appears in the port. Something happened at the outer fleet as well. The demon Little Oz appeared, much taller than the giant, when he emerged from the mist. All the Marines fighting on the warships were shocked. They couldn't believe that such a huge creature existed in the world. Marine's top warship was like a toy in front of him. Holding a long serrated knife, he slashed it down and split the warship in half. But Whitebeard was not happy, but frowned slightly. Because Little Oz is too big. When dealing with ordinary vice admirals and warships, it can certainly be overwhelming. It can stand up to a real strong player and the dense firepower of the Marine headquarters. It's easy to become a target. Whitebeard originally planned to use Little Oz when he planned to retreat. He is not suitable to appear in such a chaotic battlefield. Ace. He is very gentle, I will definitely save you. Little Ozzy can't sit back and ignore it because of his body shape since he was a child. Everyone in the world regards him as a monster, even the giants are no exception. He was also an alien there, but his father took him in later. Ace gave him the same warmth as his family and partners. Oz, even you. Ace watched his friends fall one after another. He should have been sad, but he was extremely happy. Such a twisted psychology made Ace hate himself. This was the first time that he felt so clearly that it was so great for people to be able to live in this world. He is a descendant of a demon, a living descendant of a demon, we must make him a zombie. Moria suddenly became aroused, his eyes full of desire, ready to join the battle. With Aokiji, Kizaru, Marco, Josie, Hawkeye, Oz and others joining the battle. It means that the battle situation is becoming more and more stalemate. Originally, Levi felt that it was based on the advantage of military strength. Marine headquarters is a sure win, but I have to say that Whitebeard is indeed a very charming person. There's a lot of talent around you. In addition to the captain, the pirate captains are also amazingly powerful. Even if Marine has the advantage in high-end combat power. But facing Whitebeard who is determined to die, he cannot act rashly. Once a monster like Whitebeard catches a weakness or opportunity, his life will also be in danger. At the same time, it also means that the strong level collision has begun. The reporters at Sabayati Archipelago fell silent. Looking at the chaotic battle between the demons in front of them, they were stunned for a long time, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Even the giants of the underground world feel heavy-hearted. It was also the first time for many of them to see the terrifying battlefield where so many powerful men gathered. Where has the red-haired guy gone? I'm still thinking that if this guy interferes in the Marine headquarters war, give him a try. And that kid's perception is too strong. 4. Zhao's Jowly Kaido is traveling in the midst of abuse. There were traces of ordinary red hair, and he felt that the red hair must have some purpose. But no matter what the purpose, this guy has been causing trouble for himself over the years. I also want to destroy his plan. Impel down. Boss, we're here, Beckman said, looking at the building not far away. I just felt Whitebeard's shocking power. A war must have broken out. Let's take action. Today we will also cause a big undersea prison. Red-haired Shanks said. Shin smiled. The men all grinned. But they didn't know that Impel Down was also experiencing an unprecedented jailbreak at this moment. Boom. There are two terrifying figures fighting on the 6th floor. Rayleigh, how did you get out? You actually let Straw Hat Boy and the others run away. Do you plan to stay alone to break up the family? Magellan said with a solemn expression. I'm old. Of course, opportunities must be left to the young people. Now that the little monster is gone, I have to give it a try for the young people. Rayleigh held an ordinary knife in his hand. Sword, but still confident and calm. Don't underestimate me as the warden. They can't escape, and neither can you. Poison Dragon. 3 poison dragons appeared behind Magellan and attacked Rayleigh. The criminals on the entire 6th floor were making a noise and kept shouting. I'm going to supervise the battle. Levi sat bored and planned to blend in with the crowd and fish in troubled waters. HMPH. 1 or 2 of them are like this. Who will guard this place if they leave? Akainu said, slightly dissatisfied. But now Whitebeard is still far away from them. Even if the Admiral rushed over, there is a high probability that he will be intercepted by the captains. After all, Whitebeard also serves as the commander-in-chief of the Whitebeard Pirates, so naturally he will not let them get close so easily. The strength of those captains is not comparable to them. But many people join forces and holding them back is not a problem for Admiral. Except for Akainu, who remained motionless, the 3 Marine admirals began to get busy, and the 3 emperors also acted individually. It's not easy being an older Marine. Levi became a Marine. And after intercepting some secrets of world government, it is a genuine admiration for the older generation Marine. Even the 2 more controversial people. One is Garp and the other is Akainu. It goes without saying that Akainu is extreme in his approach and often resorts to any means to achieve his goals, even at the expense of civilians. But spent a few days with Akainu in Impel Down. Levi had never seen him truly kill innocent people. He has the rules and bottom line of being a Marine. It's just that these bottom lines are used when there is no dilemma. Akainu will not be broken through, but once faced with a choice, Akainu will go to extremes. But even if some civilians were sacrificed sometimes, Levi did not feel that the crime was unpardonable. Because this is a troubled time. Only by using heavy codes in troubled times can we effectively scare the chickens and scare the monkeys. In this troubled world, human life itself is like a piece of grass. And more often than not, they, the officers below, have no choice. If Marine didn't have such a cold-blooded admiral as Akainu right now, what Levi can be sure of is that pirates around the world will become even more rampant. At that time, more innocent civilians and islands will suffer. From the overall situation, it is not all bad, there are also advantages. It cannot be judged completely from one side. But there is one thing about Akainu that Levi doesn't like very much. That is to become Marine Marshal, Akainu, no matter how unhappy he is. The orders of the 5 elders will also be strictly enforced. Because Akainu knows that in the end it is the 5 elders who can really decide the position of Marshal. Not Sengoku, not the soldiers below. Like Aokiji, he very much aspires to become a Marshal. They all want to use their own methods to change Marine and change the world. Admiral alone is not qualified to change the world. He was even a little stunned. The biggest controversial point for Garp is the adoption of Fire Fist Ace. Although Long is his child, it is impossible for him to personally train Long into a revolutionary army. But when he grew up, he had his own ideas, and the blame couldn't be put on him. Ace said at that time. As Roger said, the child was innocent. Garp's actions are just a sign of conscience. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Whether it is Ace or Luffy, becoming a pirate was not Garp's original intention. On the contrary, because of the choice of 2 grandchildren. Now put him in trouble. On one side is justice, on the other side is family affection. No matter what you choose, it will be extremely difficult. Even, people with white hair give gifts to people with black hair. Needless to say, Sengoku Zephyr has worked hard for the Marine headquarters all his life. But the whole family was ruined, and even the new Marines they trained were almost slaughtered. He also had an arm cut off. But the murderer was still recruited by the world government as the 7 warlords of the sea. The former unkillable admiral was forced to go to extremes to set fire to the island and destroy the entire new world. Sengoku worked hard for Marine all his life and never got married or had any children. Being alone all the time, Levi sometimes even wonders if Garp, Suru, and Sengoku had some kind of complicated love triangle. But actually it doesn't happen, it's just because I'm busy. Of course, this may be partly due to Zephyr's mistakes. Levi's overall feeling about Marine is very good. As the strongest guardian of order in this sea, many mid to high-level Marine generals are qualified. All have a sense of justice. But it is a pity that the highest authority in charge of them is not qualified. They use Marine as a righteous force institution, used to protect one's own power and life. Marine headquarters is a knife, and the knife is a good knife. World government is about people, but people are not necessarily good people. And only those who are loyal to the world government can hold this knife. Therefore, this knife has no independent opportunities and conditions. Because people with this idea usually cannot reach the position of marshal. The 5 elders have ruled this world for who knows how many years. You are definitely not stupid, and you cannot let an unstable or rebellious person become a Marine marshal. And they also placed a rear admiral collar in Marine. As soon as there is any trouble, the world government will know it immediately. It would be great if the Marine headquarters was mine. But it's not impossible. Neither Sengoku nor Garp knows the secrets and truth of the world government. If they knew about the Valley of Gods, they would definitely not be able to tolerate it. But Roger and Rayleigh may know something. They have always claimed to know the truth about the world and guide it to the end. But why didn't you tell Garp? After all, even Ace can be entrusted to Garp, which shows that Roger really trusts Garp. Perhaps there is only one reason. Some kind of trump card of the world government can kill a strong man like Garp. Once it is leaked to Garp, they are colleagues and they will be easily discovered through frequent contact. Once discovered, Garp will be life-threatening. And Garp Sengoku and the others are really going to die. Who will protect the order of this sea? Relying on those drunken nobles. That is probably the real darkness. If we can figure out the world government's trump card and have enough strength to let them know the truth, maybe we can instigate Sengoku and Garp. This way, the Marine headquarters is mine. Levi jumped and fell into the chaotic battlefield. While thinking, he walked gracefully in the chaos. The pirates were not afraid when they saw Levi, they dared to join the battle. They were ready to sacrifice. Now when they encounter Levi, they turn around and run away, which is even more dangerous. And their sense of honor of the Whitebeard pirates. It also prevents them from being cowards who run away. If you don't care about life and death, do it if you don't accept it. If they are killed, they will become famous in one battle. The best thing about being a pirate is becoming famous all over the world. Kill him. I heard he's good at conqueror's hockey. You have thin skin and tender flesh, but you are definitely not good at melee combat. Shield, charge forward. A pirate captain with a bounty of over 200 million Baileys ordered. The Seastone Shield can not only make ability users lose their combat experience, and it can defend against the impact of various abilities to a certain extent, including hockey power. The tough pirates that Levi encountered were all tall and armed with Seastone shields. Form a simple charge formation and attack under the leadership of the captain. Go to hell. The person came aggressively. Then Levi didn't even frown, and a wind of Reiatsu blew by naturally. All the pirates who rushed towards him spiraled straight into the sky and were blown away. Hiss. That's the great pirate captain with a bounty of 200 million belly. He flew into the sky without even touching him. The Black Crow Admiral is too strong. Not only did he not touch it, he didn't even blink. It was so powerful, he crushed it gracefully. It seems that a report about the Black Crow will be published soon. Reporters from Sabayati Archipelago were talking a lot. Everyone was deeply shocked, mainly because there is no harm without comparison. Look at the other two admirals, Aokiji and Kizaru. Although they also showed strong combat power. But one was knocked over by Whitebeard and fell into the bay. Although he was not injured, at least it was not easy or a big highlight. Kizaru was kicked out of the air by Marco. But Black Crow Admiral is different. He walked among the gunfire and smoke like an otherworldly god. Walking around in the courtyard, no attack can hurt him. Sometimes he held his chin in thought. Sometimes I stretch my arms lazily. Elegant, mysterious, powerful. This is the invincible Marine Admiral in their minds, the representative of the highest combat power. Not to mention the black ripple energy he used just now to ripple and calm the tsunami. Now he's judging others again. Hancock, Li Zai Gon God Demon, this is too much. You pick a pirate with a bounty of 100 million belly, and the fight is not over yet. Let's let it go. You can also find someone with a share of the throne to let it go. Hancock was pulling a sweetheart substance and pointing it at her opponent. Pinch the peach heart substance and pull it out like a bow. She was ready to shoot her enemy, but her hand speed was obviously not very fast. It was so obvious that anyone could still see that she was paddling. Even if she doesn't want to take action, the pirates see Shichibukai on the wall blocking their way. They also had to fight passively. This fight was not their choice. And with the strength of 7 warlords of the sea. As long as he doesn't meet Whitebeard himself and the most powerful captains. When you meet other people, you can paddle easily. But Hancock didn't expect that he would give up and fight when he was preparing to survive this war. Levi suddenly appeared behind her. This startled her. It's you who has such a weak soul. It seemed that he knew that his charm and beauty didn't work last time. Hancock stopped pretending this time. He said angrily and subconsciously. In this moment of confusion, the female pirate captain on the opposite side escaped. If you fight Hancock and get kicked out, it's okay if you don't knock yourself down. Even if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't let her. Who are these 7 warlords of the sea? Torture King. Moreover, the biggest problem in fighting Hancock is not the physical torture. It's a mental blow and beauty suppression. As a 5-pound, 3 thick female pirate captain, she is under so much pressure. Quickly change to another opponent and slip away. Why did you call me weak for no reason? Logically speaking, I saved your country. Levi was puzzled. Saved our country? Huh, my country doesn't need anyone to save it. Hancock tilted his head back slightly proudly. Does it not matter if the citizens die? Of course it doesn't matter. I'm so beautiful, no matter what I do, I'll be forgiven. Hancock said extremely narcissistically. You're not mentally ill. It seems like you're a weak soul. Levi thought for a second and came to a serious conclusion. What did you say? Hancock's eyes were splitting with anger, and he had a rather sassy air. Am I wrong? Obviously it was you who knocked me out and brought me to this war, but you say I'm stupid. You villain Marine. Hancock was full of dissatisfaction and grievances, and finally found an outlet. In the past few days at the Marine headquarters, she had been a bit nervous. After all Shichibukai are here under summons. She is the only exception. The Marine headquarters will kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. She must have been the first of the 7 warlords of the sea to suffer. Originally, Hancock was not afraid of this in the outside world. Their Amazon Lily Kingdom is in the calm belt. It's so easy for marine warships to attack them. But this is the highest combat power in the country. If someone gets caught at Marine headquarters, then everything will be different. If Marine sends a strong man, it is possible to capture their entire kingdom. I just fulfilled your duty for you. Look how good it is now. You can just fight a battle and go home to continue being your Shichibukai. You don't have to see those ugly celestial dragons, and you don't have to obey orders from the Marine headquarters. Isn't this good? Levi said he was here to supervise the battle, so it would be too obvious to let him go like this. You have to say a few words. Not to mention you, Shichibukai must exert all his strength. Everyone knows this is impossible. But it's impossible not to have even a vice admiral level contribution. That would be too much. Look at Ming Jie and Tyrant Bear, and Gecko Moria, who is like a rookie. The three of them are ready to take action, the confrontation is too small. Little Oz is huge and extremely powerful. Just now, 2 warships were destroyed and 2 giants, Vice Admiral, were defeated. He is a very tough, strong man. Shichibukai went to deal with it, which was considered as a little effort and a duty. Hawkeye also chose Captain Whitebeard, the foil beasta, to pass the time. And I heard Levi subconsciously mention celestial dragons, Marine headquarters. Hancock's face suddenly changed drastically, and he had a murderous look on his body. It spread out in an instant. Celestial dragons. This Marine admiral said to himself, celestial dragons. Does he know anything? This Hunden must have taken advantage of him while he was unconscious. I looked at my own body and at the same time saw the slave marks of the celestial dragons. You got it. But Hancock wasn't sure. Levi said it casually. I still really knew it, and it was exposed subconsciously. After she woke up from the coma, she checked the time and realized that she had been in coma for more than a short period of time. But for several days, even when I got off the ship, this guy was holding me on his shoulders like cargo. This incident was even photographed and became breaking news. She has this newspaper now. Mad, why does this fool keep looking here? Doflamingo noticed Levi's eyes wandering around him. He didn't even dare to release observation hockey to sense it, lest Levi notice it and have any objections to him. Don't take action, I'm going to play with this big guy. Brother Ming said to the 2 Shichibukai beside him. He didn't want to be around anymore. Maybe this guy was unhappy when he saw him standing here and letting off steam. That's why I looked over. Now at the Marine headquarters, Marine is powerful, so it's better not to provoke the Black Crows yet. Brother Ming seems to understand why Levi calls the Black Crow Admiral. Wherever he went, it was full of unknowns to him. Brother Ming thinks that his control over people's hearts has reached the point of perfection. He also often likes to fight in various battles on various occasions. Ridicule plays with other people's hearts. But Black Crow has such a weak soul that there is no way to use common sense to measure it. It's like I never thought of it. He would be directly forced to kneel down just because of a joke. Then his head was stepped into the ground by him, and Raidu almost died. Brother Ming swore that he would walk to the Holy Land by himself. Even if you tease 5 elders like that, you won't be treated like this. Now he doesn't want to have anything to do with Black Crow for the time being. As for the losses he suffered, he would definitely get them back if given the chance. But if there is no chance, forget it. Come on, let's play. Super Whip. Mingay connected with the white clouds, stepped on the lines, and flew towards Little Oz. He casually pulled out a high-voltage thick wire and swept it over. Why is this guy so active? Moria had already prepared the Shadow Mage, but Brother Ming said he would do it himself. Everyone is a world-famous strong man. Since he said so, of course they will give him this face. Anyway, Moria only needs corpses. Over the years, he no longer believes in the power of his partners. He believed more that corpses would not betray people. Although in his heart, he still values his partners. When he was young, he fought with Kaido, and when he got older, he became a transparent man. Still dared to go to 4 Emperors Blackbeard's territory alone. The only pity is that the strength is insufficient. It's not stupid. Looking at Hancock's reaction, Levi understood immediately. He let it slip. In Levi's memory, he knew about Hancock's life experience. This kind of natural memory makes Levi easy to relate to when he speaks. Faced with Hancock's attitude of wanting to fight at any time, it's still a bit difficult to handle. Put hockey away first, put it away. Levi responded to Hancock first. What? Hancock's head was filled with questions. I'm asking you if you know something. You asked me to put away the hockey that was revealed unconsciously. Can you be more perfunctory? Hancock remains unmoved if his secret is known. It would be better to die in battle than to live. There were some looks and things that she never wanted to see or encounter again in her life. I do know. Levi didn't feel the need to lie about it. What? A terrifying storm spewed out along with Hancock's Conqueror's hockey. Both Marines and pirates were swept away. Cracks gradually appeared on the ice. This release of hockey's full strength immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, it is rare to see an explosion like 7 warlords of the sea with full force. If the Shichibukai really take action and unite, they will probably fight against the Whitebeard pirates for a while. What's going on? Could it be that the 7 warlords of the Sea Hancock are going to fight with the Black Crow Admiral and they are having a civil strife? Josie looked at the two of them and couldn't help but grin. If this is really the case, then for them, the Whitebeard pirates, very beneficial. The Pirate Empress, what does she want to do? Is she still worried about what happened before? She doesn't know what is good or bad. Sengoku said, slightly dissatisfied. Are you sure you want to fight hockey with me? Levi had no reaction and just stared at Hancock calmly. Hancock was seen calming down. But hockey has not disappeared, and is still being released. It was obvious that he still planned to commit suicide at any time. She knew what had happened before. Fighting against hockey, I am afraid that I am far from being a match for this demon. But so what? I will no longer let others control me. But after calming down a bit, she also noticed something was wrong. If only the Black Crow knew his identity. Why didn't you tell the world government or the world's nobles? And these days at Marine headquarters, I have never experienced those strange looks from other people. As for those lustful eyes that lusted after her body. Oh, that's normal, it's daily life, there's nothing wrong with it. Could it be that he knew about it but didn't tell anyone else? It seems that this is the only way to explain it. But how is this possible? As we all know, Marine Admiral is loyal to the world government. If you find yourself once a slave to the celestial dragons, how could he hide it for himself? Could it be that he misunderstood what he meant? In fact, he doesn't know his past at all. Hancock couldn't help but feel a little lucky. But as soon as this luck rose, it was directly shattered by Levi's ruthless words. You were right, I not only know your past, I also know your body data, such as height, waist circumference and so on. There were always some guys discussing it before. Hey, no one is discussing it now, but I miss it a bit. Hancock forced himself to endure it. Moreover, this anger can turn into tenderness and sweetness in an instant, and the change of expression is so fast that it is jaw-dropping. No matter what you want, I can satisfy you. Show your ugly nature, man. Hancock only thought of one possibility. He really knows his past. But if you don't expose yourself, then there is only one truth. He wants to use this secret to control himself, like satisfying some of his ugly desires. As long as he makes such a request, he will give up his last thought of survival. Then fight with him. Even if you die, you will still have to bite off a piece of flesh from his body. Any request is acceptable. Levi's eyes lit up. Yes, anything is fine. Hancock's royal blue eyes flashed dimly. Ha. Men, you must be coveting your own body again. The reason why he didn't take action against himself before was probably because he wanted to obey his advice. After all, he is also a Marine Admiral, and any woman can be found with just a wave of his hand. I definitely don't want to just get my own body, but I want to conquer myself both mentally and physically. These high-ranking nobles always have similar hobbies. Go, find a stronger opponent. Did you see, Bramank, Blenheim, these Whitebeard captains? Choose any one, don't let me see you paddling so excessively again. Hancock, what, did you hear me? I heard that. Then go, or I will expose your secret in front of everyone. Yule, devil, villain. Hancock had no choice but to choose one captain as his opponent. But he couldn't help but vomit in his heart. This guy must be sick. Let yourself do this and directly threaten. Logically speaking, Hancock would have to fight him. But fighting against others for what you should do, no matter how you look at it, it's stupid. So Hancock stepped on his foot, and a perfume femur was unable to reach him and knocked away the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Yeah, that's good. If you want to, you can still do it. I'll give in later and you guys will do the same. The situation won't be very good. Levi nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, Hancock didn't hear this. Otherwise, I might turn around and fight with Levi. The Black Crow Admiral is so powerful. Don't be afraid of them, we have Admiral here. Not bad. It's amazing. I saw Hancock was about to attack him just now, but I didn't expect that after just saying a few words, Hancock went all out to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Black Crow Admiral is not only amazing in strength, but his eloquence is probably also world-class. Everyone, follow the Black Crow Admiral, the Holy Light Pirates. Levi paid little attention to the changes around him. Walked towards his target Marco. Marco was kicked by Kizaru at the speed of light and flew hundreds of meters away. Falling into the fighting crowd, a flaming circular shock wave exploded instantly. But Marco's body was glowing with blue flames, which quickly repaired his body. Came out of the explosion unscathed. He's a bit handsome, but it's a pity that fighting is so troublesome. Otherwise, I can give it a try. Reiatsu should be able to condense steel skin by now. Levi looked envious, but he was not in the habit of getting beaten. Kizaru moved a particle of light laterally and appeared in front of Marco again. Speed is power. But Marco reacted extremely quickly, with a phoenix seal and the phoenix claws slapping over, releasing a strong shock wave. There was a loud bang, and the collision of their legs against their claws instantly set off a terrible shock wave. Both of them were shaken out. Qingyanyan. But obviously, Marco is more aggressive at this time. The moment the two retreated, he attacked again. The middle and index fingers were put together, and with blue flames, the void circled and turned into the tail feathers of the phoenix, and then turned into a huge flaming fist and blasted towards Kizaru. Kizaru pulled out an Amankongan sword to block. But the momentum still knocked it away. Josie struggled with Aokiji for a while. Avoid the enemy's high-end combat power from approaching Dad at the beginning. Because it is still far away from the execution platform. Dad's body may not be able to fight at high intensity for a long time. Ah ha ha. After temporarily forcing Aokiji back, Josie punched the ice, then roared and erupted with terrifying strange power. A huge iceberg that is almost as large as half of Marine Plaza was pulled directly from the ice sheet. What kind of strange power is this? Is it scarier than a giant? He looked at Josie holding up the small iceberg. Many people suddenly felt bad. Marine, if you have the guts, come and take it, ha ha ha. Josie laughed wildly, and suddenly threw the iceberg in his hand towards the execution platform, launching a tentative attack. At the same time, try to see if there is any power secretly deployed there besides Admiral. The faces of the giant Vice Admiral changed dramatically. Because this iceberg is several times bigger than their bodies. Moreover, the impact speed and force were so fierce that they could not stop it. HMPH. However, Akainu looked at the flying iceberg, snorted coldly, and stood up. He was also surprised by the strange strength of the captain of the 3rd Division, Josie. No wonder Marine Vice Admiral couldn't stop it. Great eruption. The giant arm of lava blasted out instantly, clashing with the iceberg, and quickly destroyed this. The iceberg shattered completely. Many Marines instantly burst into cheers. Although Whitebeard is powerful, their Marine Admiral is not a vegetarian. Destroy the pirates. Destroy Marine. The two sides continued to fight fiercely. Akainu did not sit down, but stared at the battlefield. See if the time has come. At present, many pirate ships have arrived at the port in the bay. Thousands of pirates rushed over on the ice sheet. We have to let some more pirates in, and try our best to get rid of these thugs in one fell swoop. Some things must never happen again. Akainu thought to himself, looking at the pirates all over the mountains and plains in front of him. 0. There was only burning anger in his heart, which is the tragedy of this era. It is also the sorrow of the world, and it is also the sorrow of my own childhood. He once swore that he would live his whole life to end the era of rampant pirates. For this, no matter what price you pay, you can bear it. He looked at me again. Are you really being targeted? Marco watched Levi walking towards him. With his brows furrowed, it's not easy for an admiral to deal with. If there are two, then he will be very dangerous. Marco, have you seen some stage plays in New World? Do you know anything about acting? Levi suddenly asked with a smile when he was still some distance away from Marco. But before Marco could respond, Whitebeard's voice came from the distance. Marco, avoid shock. Marco heard a familiar voice and subconsciously dodged. Whitebeard holds a cloud cutter, covering it with a shock halo, and slashes at Levi from afar. A crescent sword energy with shocking power was faster than thunder, and it slashed towards Levi. Levi just glanced at it, and the misty black Reiatsu formed a barrier like a sky cushion. Boom! The sword energy with shock waves struck in front of Levi, motionless. Blocked. The high-level hockey who can't be broken by the earthquake force. Whitebeard's face also looked unusually heavy. I don't really want to fight with you right now, Whitebeard. Levi said slightly helplessly. Young boy, are you scared? If you are, just go back to your mother, blah blah blah. Whitebeard mocked mercilessly. Conqueror's Haki was released with excitement and Whitebeard's taunt. Many Marines looked horrified, although Whitebeard knows that after practicing to this point, it is impossible to be afraid. But as long as you are an enemy, it is not normal to taunt someone. I'm not afraid, but you are not strong enough now. If I kill you, your prestige will not reach its highest level. This place is full of Levi's Reiatsu and Whitebeard's Haki. Unless someone can break out of their circles at the same time. Otherwise no one can hear what they say. So Levi speaks out. When Whitebeard heard this, he was stunned for several seconds. He has seen countless strong men and women in his life. But no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. And the reason why I don't want to fight him is, he has not yet burst out his true power, which makes people feel that he is not strong enough. I feel there is no gain from killing. Mad. When did Lousy become prey that others fattened and then slaughtered? This arrogant brat plans to raise Whitebeard's majesty in this war. Then he will defeat himself again and gain the most unparalleled prestige in the world. This kid is so arrogant, he is simply crazy. Whitebeard was surprised, shocked and angry, and all his emotions turned into fighting spirit and laughter. He even burst out with swear words, "Eula la la la." Lousy has never been underestimated like this. Ah, little devil, let me see what your crazy capital is. Conqueror's Haki is raised high. Conqueror's Haki is fully released. The earthquake ability is also activated. The battle at the Marine headquarters becomes increasingly tense. Impel Down also saw the largest and most powerful riot in history. Rayleigh found the mezzanine space in Roger's cell that had been opened up with fragments of ancient tools. Met with Ivankov, the Demon King, and after some discussion, the two sides finally reached an agreement and decided to rescue the revolutionary dragon's son Straw Hat Luffy. Don't look at Ivankov on the magical floor, seemingly isolated from the world. But actually during the years here, they have already figured out Impel Down's monitoring rules and patrol tracks. And what are the weak points? Even the work and rest patterns of powerful men like the Warden and Warden are very clear. In order to escape from here one day, however, after learning about the Straw Hat incident, a war broke out with the outside world. Ivankov felt that it was better to act in advance. Impel Down for so many years. In order to explore where the 6th floor personnel were sent to do experiments and what experiments they were doing. They put so much time and effort into this. But that is the foundation of world government, and their revolutionary army cannot ignore it. Gotta figure it out somehow. For this reason, Ivankov risked his life and was personally imprisoned. Over the years, something has finally been gained. Originally, she planned to screen some more people and rescue the other captured companions one by one. Then find Magellan, who leads everyone to escape from prison when he goes out to accept prisoners. But I didn't expect that Pluton Rayleigh would find him here. And it is pointed out who left behind this magical lair. This made Ivankov suddenly realize that it was almost a separate space that had been opened up. No wonder they found that even here they roared like crazy and had a party. Magellan, whose office is in, didn't notice anything strange at all. They had thought that it was a prison paradise left by a powerful criminal senior. But I didn't expect it to be Roger the Pirate King. They don't even know the entrance to LV6. After the two reached an agreement, they began to make plans. Because Fire Fist Ace has been taken to Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Sakazuki also withdrew, and the garrison strength began to decline. On the eve of the war, there were many Marine warships outside the main fleet. All others were transferred to Marine headquarters to participate in the war. This is the best time. For Rayleigh, what he fears most is Levi's power that looks like Conqueror's Haki. The kind of power that could tear his Conqueror's Haki apart. Apply the attack directly to mental woolen Haki. Unheard of. That strength, a powerful pervert. During the Sabayati archipelago, after Rayleigh realized this, she did not choose to fight Levi. Because he knows that doing so has a very small chance of success. So he chose to keep all his remaining strength until now, waiting for the right time. Things proved that he was right, if he hadn't retained that little bit of power. The CPO punishment may have pried open some of his memories. It also prevented him from dying of exhaustion. Of course, he had been looking forward to impel down a certain cell from the beginning. When questioning the jailer, even bundled into tiny forms using Conqueror's Haki, it interfered with the jailer's will and thinking. Although it cannot be done like some talents, complete hypnosis. But a little hint and guidance is okay. So when he proposed to spend the rest of his life in the cell where Roger once lived, of course the jailer agreed. The captain's character has indeed not changed. He always likes to hold back when doing things and is too kind. Rayleigh couldn't help but laugh at himself when he thought of this. I used to often say that his kind personality was not good. Unexpectedly, it would now become the key to their escape. After the plan was initially drawn up, action began quickly. They unlocked Rayleigh's handcuffs and passed through a previously unknown entrance to the 6th floor. He invaded the 6th floor and obtained several keys through other entrances earlier. The most critical one is the one that can open Straw Hat's cell. It was also the one they targeted in the first place. Among the other handfuls, one belonged to Hai Sha Jinbei's cell that was just delivered a few days ago. The prison escape was successful, and the trio of Straw Hat, Luo, and Kid were rescued on the 6th floor. They were in a cell, followed by Kai Sha Jinbei and Sand Crocodile. Originally, Luffy thought that dangerous guys like Sand Crocodile should not be allowed to come out. But their escape requires strength, and Ivankov says he has the code to use Crocodile. Luffy and others agreed. As for the other pirates, they never thought about letting them out. The reason why other criminals on the 6th floor were able to get out was not the Straw Hats. Even on other prison floors, the release of criminals starts with Buggy the Clown and the others. But Buggy the Clown is still on the prison floor above. Buggy, who was originally a person with abilities, was treated as a person without abilities. As a result, he was only placed in LV1, but in the past few days, Buggy, who should have been waiting for opportunities to escape from jail, has been very honest. Because he heard about it. During this time, Marine Headquarters Admiral Sakazuki led warships to guard Impel Down. This guy plus the Warden Magellan, the clown Buggy dare not move. It wasn't until Sakazuki left and heard some commotion again that he understood what was going on. He then began to escape from prison. After the jailers lost their keys, the entire Impel Down became chaotic. Naturally, we found Rayleigh, Luffy and the others on the 6th floor. The angry Magellan led people to kill him directly. But Rayleigh stopped Impel Down's highest combat power, Magellan on the 6th floor. And he bites hard, refusing to give in at all, and wraps around Magellan tightly. Rayleigh had just entered Impel Down not long ago, although she had been tortured and mentally tortured. But Levi was afraid that he would die, so he gave him a wave of treatment. Therefore, Rayleigh's fighting power is still not weak. Before being imprisoned, the field was divided. Uncle Rayleigh, Straw Hat couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Rayleigh blocking Warden Magellan alone. Countless jailers, coupled with this special environment. Once Rayleigh and Magellan fought in this narrow terrain. As soon as reinforcements from Impel Down arrived, even Pluton Rayleigh would find it nearly impossible to escape. Because Magellan is very strong. There are also many other strong people, and reinforcements can arrive quickly. Go on, don't you still want to find your partner? Leave this old bone to me here. Rayleigh looked at the passage and smiled happily. Rayleigh doesn't want to wait any longer. Some secrets have been carried for too long. Coupled with the special situation now, he can only put most of his hopes on Straw Hat. On the other hand, Black Crow doesn't know if it's suitable, he has to explore further. Straw Hat boy, let's leave. If we don't leave, the fleets and strong men from outside will arrive. Then we won't be able to leave. And that's Pluton Rayleigh. Maybe he can escape on his own. Ivankov persuaded. HMPH, Whitebeard. Crocodile corrupted another door, thinking of Whitebeard going to war with Marine Headquarters. The Sand Crocodile is eager to take off Whitebeard's head. In New World before, if he still wants to challenge again. Maybe he was stopped by other captains and subordinates before he even got close. But now that the war has broken out and there is a big melee, he has a chance. Uncle Rayleigh, you must survive. Luffy had no choice but to move forward in order to save Ace. You can't stop, otherwise the external warship reinforcements will come close. They cannot escape. Pluten Rayleigh, do you want to stay and fight for them, or die? Magellan was extremely angry if these guys were allowed to escape. This would be an unprecedented shame in the history of Impel Down. It's even worse than the Golden Lion jailbreak a few decades ago. That depends on whether you have the ability. Rayleigh smiled calmly and pointed his sword at Magellan. Hockey. Rayleigh, kill Magellan and let us out, we can follow you. That's right, as long as you let us out, you will be our captain from now on. The others shouted excitedly. We can help you, although only Conqueror's Hockey is left. But it is still somewhat useful. If Conqueror's Hockey is not developed to a substantial and entangling level, the ability to intimidate powerful men of the same level is equivalent to none. But if the number increases, even Magellan wouldn't have it easy. It seems that you have really decided. In this case, from now on, I will go all out to kill you, and then go after the Straw Hats. Guion Vice Admiral and Marine are still up there, and they will not escape so easily. Magellan had a look in his eyes. The 3 poisonous dragons disappeared. If Rayleigh escaped, Magellan may not be able to be completely stopped by himself now, it will be difficult. The only advantage is that this prison has many mechanisms. There are also seastone traps, which may not be of much use to strong players. But it can still be done by procrastinating for a while. Originally, Pluten Rayleigh was a prisoner who was strictly ordered by the world government to be protected and to avoid losses as much as possible. But if he insists on blocking it in front of him now, then there is no other way. He has to go all out to cooperate with other prison troops. Try to take down Rayleigh as soon as possible, and it won't be easy. This was only possible because the space here was narrow and his ability had a huge advantage. Giant soldier of poison. Endless venom melted and spread out. Magellan is going all out. Rayleigh must be neutralized or taken down as quickly as possible. Otherwise, even if there is defense above, there is no guarantee that everyone will be stopped. Venom, it seems to be really difficult to deal with. In such a narrow space, anyone can be exposed to these poisons. Judging from the extent that it can corrode stone, steel, and even seastone on the ground, Hockey may not be able to defend himself. The two looked at each other without saying a word. One should be resolved as soon as possible without delay. Conflicting goals, the only solution is to fight. Boom. Sword energy collides with poisonous waves. Endless poisonous energy fills the air. The criminals on the 6th floor immediately cried and cursed the two of them. Some old, usually tortured criminals who were about to die. Under the poisonous gas and the rushing sword energy, he died immediately. But Magellan was unmoved. It is better for these criminals to die than to escape. But at this moment, Impel Down was in chaos, and Shiryu of Rain finally found a chance. Save Blackbeard. It was originally reminded by Levi before. He did hesitate, but it was boring to stay here. And even if Magellan now doubts him and is wary of him, so what? There is no time to separate at all. During their fight, somewhere dark, in Thierry's cell, the extremely miserable Blackbeard suddenly saw a figure appearing in front of the cell. When he looked up, he immediately showed an evil smile and 2 rows of white but missing teeth. Ha ha ha, it seems I made the right bet. This is the key. Everyone has been killed. There is no way out. I hope your plan is as effective as you said, otherwise I will kill you next. Shiryu said coldly. A whole seastone key was thrown in front of Blackbeard. We alone are not enough, let's release all these lawless guys. Take away the strong ones. As long as the plan succeeds, I will be invincible, even if the Black Crow guy comes sooner or later. I will kill him every day. Thinking of these days of torture, Blackbeard was both frightened and angry. Let them all go. Shiryu was stunned for a moment. That's right. Wouldn't it be better to make the whole world chaotic? Ha ha ha. It is indeed right to follow a man like you. It's crazy. Then let them all go. Click click click. Many cells were opened, especially the strongest monsters. However, some monsters wouldn't go with Blackbeard, and Blackbeard didn't dare to force them. After all, he hasn't captured the shock fruit yet. Although the strength is strong, it is not yet at the top level in the world. What's going on? The cell is open. Shiryu, you. Magellan's face changed drastically. But I soon realized what was going on. He saw terrifying and powerful figures, liberated and free. He, Magellan, might die. Even if he is strong, it is impossible to suppress so many strong men who have been liberated from their shackles at the same time. This is not going to be good. Rayleigh's face also changed slightly. Although he is also a pirate, the Roger pirates also hate pirates who kill innocent people indiscriminately. Some of the pirates here were brought in after being defeated by them and taken advantage of by Marine. It seems that we need to join forces temporarily. I don't need to say which one is more serious, letting the criminals above enter the sea or letting the criminals here enter the sea. And Rayleigh said this. At this moment, he did something beyond everyone's expectations. He turned around to face the prisoners, which made Magellan stunned for a moment, and also stunned the prisoners opposite. What does Rayleigh do? We are all criminals, shouldn't we work together to escape at this time? Why did you turn your back on us? What are you? Magellan was also puzzled. Although I don't know what the Black Crow guy is doing here these days, these people seem to be quite important to him. Although he also arrested me, it was out of duty. His skills were inferior to others, and he had nothing to say. Later, he saved half of my life, or even one life, but this was a kindness. And I don't like to owe people any favors, so just help him. You all can stay. Rayleigh's few words shocked everyone present. Many criminals froze when facing Rayleigh. Almost all of them had the same idea for a moment. Is this the capacity of Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy who assists the Pirate King? Before the sixth floor riots, many criminals were in the same era as the Roger pirates, but never really got to know Pluton Rayleigh. In their impression, they only know that Rayleigh is a strong person. He is a peak warrior who has trained hockey and swordsmanship to the extreme. Even the old monsters who had conflicts with the Roger pirates. There are only a few people who have an in-depth understanding of Rayleigh. And of course Bullet, who was once in the same boat. Magellan looked at Rayleigh's back in disbelief. If Rayleigh really fights side by side with him to stop these criminals, that is equivalent to taking away the extra way of survival that you just gained. Choked alive again, regardless of whether he stopped this group of thugs in the end. Rayleigh's current choice has only two results. First, he couldn't stop so many criminals, so he died suddenly along with them. The second was to block it, and when things calmed down, he was thrown into the cell again. As for the current situation, Fuli should actually have a better choice. That would be to leave with the criminal, but he didn't. Just to return the favor. Magellan is in charge of the prison, and such people are almost never seen. Many people have respect. In the world of pirates, sometimes we need to talk about benevolence, justice and morality. But in this situation, those who can still persevere are in trouble. It was so difficult that when Rayleigh turned around to deal with them, they were in disbelief. Admirable and admirable, the road to freedom is right in front of you. No one can stop them. Not even Rayleigh. Rayleigh-san, please get out of the way for us. The tall and mighty Bullet walked out of the crowd. Looking directly at Pluton, Rayleigh said calmly. Even though they were once on the same boat, they were partners. Bullet is no less powerful than Rayleigh. But Bullet follows Roger. Although I have respect for the deputy captain, it is only a bit of a disapproval. Anyone who stands in his way now, he will show no mercy. Since Roger's death, the former evil ghost successor has gone berserk. You know me. Rayleigh smiled lightly, holding the weapon. Hockey covered him. There's nothing to say. If you want to be free, kill them. Blackbeard in the crowd shouted, and everyone no longer hesitated. His eyes gradually became crazy, and various powers began to spread. Kill. Several strong men took the lead in attacking. They have longed for freedom for too long. Anything that stands in their way at this moment will be destroyed. Seeking death. Magellan was still in the state of a giant poisonous soldier. The venom surged away like a wave, and many criminals suddenly screamed. Rayleigh's sword energy burst out. Rumble. The criminals swarmed up, and the terrifying energy completely exploded. But Rayleigh and Magellan fought together and guarded the passage. The prison is specially built and is located under the sea. There are countless Sea King's lairs overseas. If all the thugs want to escape, there is only one way to go, the exit. Although there are only two people, Rayleigh and Magellan. But his strength is almost all at his peak. Although there are many thugs on the 6th floor, many have not yet recovered to their peak. Even Bullet has become more powerful over the years. But the body also needs some recuperation. Only then can they have 4 Emperor's level combat power. This is one of the reasons why he only started holding fanatic activities 2 years after he escaped from prison. They have all been tortured so miserably by this prison and the occasional experiments. They can't wait to take revenge on the world. Kill them all. In a short period of time, the 2 of them withstood the attacks of many strong men. Even if it is very strenuous, you may even start to get hurt. But he resisted after all. But they also understand that if this continues, sooner or later they will be unable to stop it. There are too many thugs. Unless there are 2 or so Marine admirals to help them. Only then can these thugs be suppressed. In the midst of horrific battles and killings, powerful criminals continue to fall. Now Magellan's thoughts are no longer on the Straw Hats. Compared with Straw Hat, these people are much more powerful and terrifying. A few escapes are worth the harm of all the criminals on the 5 floors in front of Impel Down. Luffy and the others arrived at the 5th floor, and after rescuing Zoro Kira, they fought with the jailers. In the chaos, the other imprisoned supernovas found their own opportunities. Successfully escaped from prison, although Luffy and others saw it. But they ignored it. They were not jailers. And he is also a member of the jailbreak. Supernovas, plus 7 warlords of the Sea Jinbei, Crocodile, and Ivankov's jailbreak lineup. Without Magellan's interference, they quickly moved from the 5th floor to the 4th floor. Hannibal led a large number of jailers and powerful jailer beasts to conduct an interception here in the hot hell. Fighting breaks out. The red-haired Shanks who attacked Impel Down at this moment did not expect this. They just invaded Impel Down at the moment. Due to the special construction materials of Impel Down, it greatly restrains any fruit-powered users. Beckman also cannot open a space channel inside Impel Down. It can only be invaded openly from the front. Judging from the information they have, they should have been stopped by the combined efforts of Magellan and Alternate Admiral Guion. But the only people standing in front of them now were Marine and Guion. "Where's Magellan?" red-haired Shanks asked calmly. In Impel Down, their biggest enemy should be Magellan. They attacked 5 warships from outside the Calm Belt. There's no way Magellan doesn't know. But now only Marine stood in front of them. Impel Down's troops are nowhere to be seen, which is too abnormal. "I am enough." Guion looked at Red Hair Pirates, feeling extremely stressed. But she can't retreat, as a Marine, in this situation. She could neither retreat nor retreat, she could only fight to the death. It's a pity that the phone calls they sent out were interfered by unknown radio waves. All telephone bugs were down and unable to contact Marine headquarters. This is naturally the work of Red Hair Pirates. They didn't underestimate Impel Down, if Beckman hadn't become a rare fruit user. And if the time is right now. The red-haired man felt that his success rate in conquering Impel Down was extremely low. Magellan and Marine may be delayed by the signal, but reinforcements will definitely arrive. These are not easy to deal with. Everyone, be careful. Either Magellan has an ambush inside, or something happened inside. Leave this Marine to me. Boss, you guys can make a quick decision. Beckman stood up and faced Guion, the candidate. "Admiral, don't even think about going in." Guion has a strong temper and will never be held back. With a slash of the sword, a terrifying sword energy swept across the entire Red Hair Pirates. "Marine Headquarters Substitute Admiral, you really have some skills." Red-haired Shanks showed some approval. This sword energy is very strong. But he drew his sword with one hand and easily broke through Guion's sword energy. The battle broke out, and the Impel Down was gradually penetrated by the strong inside and outside. High in the sky, a green dragon was swimming among the clouds, sometimes laughing and sometimes crying. Uehei failed and suicide again. "You red hair, where are you hiding? Lousy must find you out." Kaido was upset about not being able to stop the Red Hair Pirates in the New World. Having fought against Hongfa for so many years, Hongfa's actions this time were very unusual. It seemed like he was a little anxious. There must be something very important. The more important it is, the less he can get his wish. Red Hair Pirates has become very strong in recent years. If he becomes stronger again, it will be a big trouble for him. Naturally, Kaido immediately thought of the place Impel Down. The thought of the redhead possibly going to attack Impel Down. But he stayed nearby for a few days. He found no trace at all, which made Kaido doubt whether his judgment was wrong. Even now that the war has begun at the Marine headquarters, there is still no sign of the Red Hair Pirates. Just when Kaido felt that he had made a mistake in his judgment and was pregnant with red hair, would he return to New World and raid his hometown? He finally saw the Red Hair Pirates who had a conflict with the Impel Down guards. At that moment, his long mouth revealed a meaningful, even destructive, inferior smile. It looks like a ruffian dragon, Red Hair. I finally found you. Kaido was ecstatic, but he still resisted the urge to go directly to stop him. If the information is correct, Magellan is here. That guy is not easy to deal with. If you go down rashly, you may face a double attack from the Red Hair and the prison. That was not cost-effective, so at this time he made a decision. He ran to the Marine headquarters and told the hash incident to both parties involved in the war in public. By then, even the Marine headquarters, which is currently fighting Whitebeard, will definitely send someone to check it out. Then the Red Hair Pirates were attacked from both sides, regardless of their final outcome. The possibility of becoming the final winner is the greatest. The red-haired plan was ruined, and he might be able to find some talents with powerful combat power from this underwater prison. Talent is a precious resource. Not bad, not bad. Ah ha ha, kill two birds with one stone. No, it should be a king winner. If the Marine headquarters allocates combat forces, the battle with Whitebeard will be even more difficult. There might be heavy losses. That would be a good thing for him too. Just fight to your heart's content. In the end, everything is mine. The whole world will be mine in the future. Ah ha ha. Then Kaido turned and flew towards the Marine headquarters. He believes that Impel Down still has some resistance and will not fall so quickly. Moreover, the Marine headquarters can be reached from Impel Down in just a short time with the strength of strong men like them. Not to mention that Kaido is an aerial unit. With a full burst, it will not take more than 15 minutes. Kaido was very decisive at this time and chose to be a snitch dragon. Boom. Marine headquarters, the dust battle is getting more and more crazy. More and more pirates are landing on the ice field and heading towards the square. Little Oz the Devil is about to collapse. He was covered in scars, but he was still fighting. Because he wants to save Ace. His body is too huge, even though his strength is amazing. Still became a target. Under Doflamingo's onslaught and numerous artillery bombardments throughout the Marine headquarters. It was too much for him to bear. Of course, many Marines also lost their lives at the hands of the terrifying Little Oz. In this battle, no one can say right or wrong, just different positions. Everyone has their own pursuits, and they have to talk about good and evil. That is, victory is justice. Almost there, Akainu said to himself as he watched more and more pirates coming in. Several special warships have been protected, and they are gradually approaching the port at this moment. Hidden above is Marine's science unit. Zon Taomaru has been hiding there with the pacifists for some time. Always waiting for the best time. Next, the world needs to know about Marine's victory, Marshal Sengoku said calmly. But this time, he didn't choose to disconnect the phone bug. Because the last time the Red Hair Pirates attacked Marine headquarters. Let the Marine lose face. At this time, they need to let the world re-recognize their power. Even if this process is a bit bloody and brutal, it is still necessary. But to many people in this world, this is actually nothing. They were already used to fighting. If I have to say it, the fighting lineup at Marine headquarters is so huge that it's frightening. Akainu, do it, Sengoku ordered through the phone bug. Akainu's resolute face, as strong as a knife or an axe, remained calm, but his aura gradually became violent. The cloak of justice behind you is fluttering in the wind. Both hands turned into dark red crystal-like magma, and then he quickly waved his fist towards the sky, meteor volcano. Whoosh! Countless fists of lava blasted away from the body and into the sky, sinking into the clouds. The entire sky turned red. Then these fists of lava fell out of the clouds again. Under the inertia of the fall, there was a deafening roar, and everyone subconsciously raised their heads. Suddenly I saw volcanic bombs all over the sky, like a group of meteors attacking the entire harbor. Pong pong pong. The volcanic bomb hit the ground, covering a large area, the ice sheet was cut through, and the entire bay exploded in an instant. A sea of fire ignited, and countless pirates screamed and were blown away, just like purgatory on Earth. The surrounding wall activates. The pacifists took action to block the retreat. Marshal Sengoku issued 2 more orders. But suddenly there was a harsh roar in the battlefield, "Dad!" At this moment everyone is attracted by these crazy sounds. What happened to Whitebeard? Because Marco's voice is among them. When Sengoku Akainu and others' attention returned to the battlefield from the plan, they stared in the direction of Whitebeard. They were all stunned. People all over the world were stunned. They saw the man known as the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the Earthquake Man. It was blown away like a rag bag. It's not being knocked back, nor is it moving backwards. Instead, the whole person was sent flying into the air. The Kong Yunchi in his hand was also thrown out, and with a clang, it was stuck on the ice. Whitebeard in midair, blood spurting out of his mouth. How is that possible? It's a lie. What happened just now? Someone said in great horror. What happened when their attention was drawn to Akainu's massive bombing attack? I saw it. A trembling voice sounded. Chapter 71. The entire battlefield and the strong men in front of the World Live broadcast suddenly stood up. Ordinary people and ordinary journalists may not know what Whitebeard really means in this world. They will only stop at the words, the world's strongest man, evil ghost, and Whitebeard pirates. Maybe I felt fear from the bottom of my heart and was afraid. But they have this fear and fear. It's not the same thing that the strong are afraid of. Whitebeard is so powerful that he is known as the strongest. And the strongest people in the world are never tied. In other words, people all over the world recognize that among generals and emperors, there are strong and weak ones. And Whitebeard is the one at the top. The so-called same level is just a general term for those who have reached the same level these days. But even strong men of the same level can win or lose in a fight. It's just not that easy to score. And this title is not even enjoyed by the marine hero Garp. You know, Garp is a strong man who has chased and killed the pirate King Roger many times. But even Garp is not the strongest, but Whitebeard. Of course, this does not mean that Garp is weaker than Whitebeard. It can only be said that nothing major has happened in the past few decades. There was no chance for the two of them to decide the outcome. When Whitebeard arrived just now, he bluntly said that he had not seen Sengoku for decades. That's not much different from Garp. This is because since Roger's death, the power of the entire sea began to gradually stabilize. Because at that time, Whitebeard and Ant were no longer passionate young people. It started to focus on business territory. Whitebeard's strength is the result of decades of accumulation of countless glorious achievements, little by little. This kind of record made people of the same era as Whitebeard deeply frightened. They could not forget how terrifying the destructive power of the earthquake fruits was. Whitebeard alone can destroy a fleet on the sea with just one tsunami. Even if he is a strong person at the same level, if it is not Aokiji's frozen fruit, it is almost impossible to completely defend against Whitebeard's seismic wave attack. Because his attack range is too wide. Other generals are so powerful that they can usually only deal with a strong person of the same level. But Whitebeard's power lies in all the strong men within his field of vision. The attack strength may be just a little stronger than Akainu Kaido's. But he can fight against several strong men of the same level as him at the same time. If the earthquake fruit is said to have the strongest destructive power in the world, this is its first characteristic. The second feature is that Whitebeard's ability allows him to face the siege of multiple strong men of the same level at the same time. Not to mention victory, but as long as his earthquake power can still be activated, it will be difficult to defeat. This is difficult for other strong men to do, but Whitebeard can do it. So people in the world recognize Whitebeard as the strongest, and no one refutes it. Unless one day, someone can defeat Whitebeard, this title of strongest will be transferred. But now, what did they see? They saw the Emperor of the Sea, who had ruled for an era, fly away. Can't even hold a weapon. It's unbelievable. This shows that his opponent is probably stronger than him. Rather than 1 point or the same level. Marco looked at the young figure in the field in horror. It was difficult for him to accept this reality for a while. No one present could see it more clearly than he. Whitebeard explodes with all his strength, abilities, hockey, and sword skills, all integrated together. He wanted to teach this arrogant boy like Levi a lesson. No matter what level of hockey Levi masters. Whitebeard was fearless, jumped down from the ship, and struck a blow, as if he was going to open up the world. The void and atmosphere resonate and tremble at the same time. With that kind of power, Marco and Kizaru's expressions changed drastically. The fighting spirit of Whitebeard is terrifying. With this knife, Kizaru felt that if he was hit, he would probably die or lose half of his life. Of course, if such an attack hits him, Kizaru will not just stand there stupidly. Not like the Black Crow. The Black Crow didn't avoid it. Frightened, Kizaru quickly reminded, "Black Crow, get away quickly." Whitebeard bursting out at full strength is no joke. Whitebeard mocks and despises Levi verbally. But when it comes to actually taking action, he goes all out and doesn't hold back at all. Levi has already demonstrated his strength just now. Conqueror's Haki alone calmed the tsunami. This strength is enough for Whitebeard to go all out. Whitebeard never looked down on anyone who was strong, even if he is young, because he had seen more than one young and powerful monster in Rock's Pirate before. What a terrifying attack! Levi remained unmoved in the face of the knife. The Reiatsu on my body exploded with a bang. But it didn't spread widely. It is only concentrated within a 10-foot radius of itself. A pair of black Reiatsu condensed wings appeared behind him. Then all the Reiatsu in the world, in the body, were madly absorbed into the wings. Condensing, compressing, extracting, refining. Reiatsu is like a rushing stream, connecting these wings, flowing straight into the sea. The pair of huge black spiritual wings became more agile and solid, and a shadow of a crow seemed to emerge behind Levi. The ominous atmosphere filled the air, causing Whitebeard to frown subconsciously. But there is no regret when the sword is used. You may think that I want to kill you, but from a certain aspect, I still agree with you. Of course, killing you is imperative. Levi smiled lightly. Yeah, the sword light flashed, but there was only a loud roar, and a pair of wings stretched out, as if there was no limit. They are formed from energy and can be ever-changing. The speed is also extremely fast. Whitebeard's knife slashing at Levi was directly blocked by the extended wings. When the two collided, Whitebeard was surprised to find that his energy did not seem to fully explode. But it was roughly torn into pieces. So much so that the collision between the two did not erupt into a strong shock wave. It's like being annihilated. At this moment Whitebeard suspected that Levi was not simply the owner of Conqueror's Haki. Maybe he is also a person with some kind of fruit ability. You want to block my attack with this kind of thing? Whitebeard grinned, raised the Kong Yunchi again, and charged up again. This time the shock halo looked more unstable and powerful. Sweeping the knife down, it struck the wings in front of me again, and there was a click. The atmosphere shattered and shock waves surged out. However, Reiatsu Black Wing is still safe and sound. What's going on? Such strong energy can't even be destroyed by the force of an earthquake. Whitebeard was shocked, but didn't panic. His shock fruit is the most destructive in the world. There is nothing that cannot be destroyed. If one hit doesn't work, just hit a few more times. I didn't want to start a fight with you so early. After all, I still have things to do, but it seems like you don't want to let me leave easily. Levi said calmly, taking a step forward. With this step, along with Reiatsu, a thin black mist appeared in this area. With a buzzing sound, Whitebeard clearly felt that the pressure in this area instantly increased by at least 100 times. With a bang, under the atmospheric pressure, the ice sheet was suppressed and a huge crater was formed. Whitebeard's heart is heavy, but he must take action. He just saw the Black Crow targeting Marco. Marco's strength is okay against a Marine Admiral. It's very dangerous to deal with two Marine Admirals. Boy, if you want to take action against my family, you have to get through me first. Whitebeard said, and punched out, shattering a lot of the Reiatsu mist, but not completely. Because there is endless Reiatsu pouring out from Levi, endless, as if it will never run out. Whitebeard found that the earthquake force could not completely shatter it, so he simply used himself to fight in close combat, waving the Kong Yun knife wildly like a cloak. But the sword is precise and swift. However, Levi's two black wings kept blocking easily. In just one moment, Whitebeard made at least dozens of chops, but he made no achievements at all. And at the focus of Levi's eyes, there is a small black Reiatsu ball condensing. All defenses are only for this attack. Whitebeard is really not easy to deal with for Levi. Whitebeard cannot be defeated by soul intimidation alone. His earthquake power is extremely destructive. Reiatsu that can dissipate oneself to a certain extent. Still able to fight freely, Levi cannot completely crush him. But the problem is still not big, after Levi tested the defense for several rounds. A conclusion has been drawn based on hard experience. He is a long way ahead of Whitebeard. It may take some time to continue fighting, but you will definitely win. It's a pity that by ending Whitebeard's life so early, can he maximize his prestige. What is that? No matter what it is, he will never be able to successfully condense it. Levi's two Reiatsu wings, combined with the mist-shaped soul deterrent field, constantly collided with Whitebeard. Whitebeard continued to attack and was continuously defended by Levi. I saw a small black ball of energy condensing in front of Levi's eyebrows. Under the Reiatsu black mist, except for those nearby, others could not see the specific situation at all. And the powerful energy distorts space and atmosphere. From time to time, black lightning crackles and shines out of the black Reiatsu ball. An unprecedented sense of crisis emerged from Whitebeard's heart. That little black ball of energy. Extremely dangerous. It must not be allowed to condense successfully. Whitebeard has a strong sense of combat and a sense of crisis. It was only when he was young and the group was not old enough that he had it a few times. Later, when he became stronger, even Rox and Roger couldn't make him feel this extreme sense of crisis that came from his body's instinct. Very keen perception, but it seems that I realized it a little late. Levi looked at Whitebeard, his head turning slightly. The small black ball rotates and always remains directly in front of the eyebrows. God is destroyed. Whitebeard roared in his heart, and the sense of crisis became stronger. The clouds cut above, covering an earthquake halo with the highest intensity. This seismic halo would fall on the Marine headquarters if not stopped. The entire Marine headquarters will collapse, but there are still our own people on the battlefield, so we are afraid of accidental injuries. So Whitebeard has been controlling the intensity of the earthquake force, but now his instinct tells him that he can no longer keep it. Wang Shu's flash, Levi whispered to himself. The entire black Reiatsu ball suddenly rioted, and a dazzling black light bloomed. Whitebeard was in the process of wielding this knife. I saw that the space next to the little black ball was distorted, like ripples in water. It's not that the atmosphere is shattered, but that the void of space is shaken. At his peak moment, Whitebeard also happened to throw out such an earthquake punch that could shake the space. But only that one time. Later my body started to go downhill. The earthquake force of that time came back and caused serious damage to his body. That was a blow that exceeded his limit. I really didn't expect that today's young people are so scary. La. Roger, maybe you were right. Although the process is a bit cruel, you and I will indeed come out later. We have found a very good and strong person. We can even go further in the future. A black light that destroys all things blasts out in a fan shape. It is unstoppable. God's strongest earthquake shattered the entire atmosphere in front of him, and the cracks became even more dense. The shock wave swept through everything within the field of vision. Boom! God's destruction and Sero clashed, and the entire island burst into a ferocious abyss. Almost splitting the entire island in two. But this is nothing. The most terrifying thing is this blow. Crash Whitebeard. Whitebeard was knocked away from Reiatsu's black mist. Kong Yunchi flew out of his hand, and he was in midair, with blood spraying. Whitebeard was unable to block the flash of Wang Shu, and his body suffered heavy injuries instantly. The whole person flew out for 1,000 meters. His slightly confused consciousness quickly recovered. Controlling his body, he landed heavily on the ice sheet with a thud. Looking down at his chest, there were burnt brown marks there that had been blasted by high explosive energy. His shock wave was shattered by the opponent, and Armament Hockey was unable to defend himself. Scary little monster. Whitebeard felt extremely heavy. Yes, he didn't care that he was injured. But there is such a strong person in front of him who is slightly stronger than himself. The difficulty of rescuing Ace has increased a lot. A Kainu happened to blast Meteor Volcano, and the pirates' screams of fear could be heard from behind. The pacifists began to block the port, surrounded the ice field, and encircled and massacred the Whitebeard pirates. The situation suddenly became very unfavorable for the Whitebeard pirates. It's the Black Crow Admiral. The Black Crow Admiral knocked Whitebeard away. The Marines and the people in front of the live broadcast saw the black mist clearly. Reiatsu was shaken away by the blow, revealing an unscathed film. At this moment, all Marines were excited and crazy. Countless Marines roared hysterically and shouted. Morale instantly rises to an ultimate. Black Crow Admiral was actually able to force overwhelm Whitebeard, and injure him. Why is this kid so ridiculously strong? Zhang also understood. In his opinion, Levi is very strong, but at best he is no different from a Kainu, and his attack methods may be relatively simple. After all, it's just conquerors, but I didn't expect Haki to be able to unleash that devastating flash blast just now. Beard loss. The 4th Admiral of Marine Headquarters is so powerful. The Lone Shark King looked at this scene with great horror. A monster like Whitebeard was actually knocked away, and he was confronting me head-on. The power of this 4th Admiral is too strong. This is not a hard fight, but there are vague signs of suppression and crushing. This is so scary. Ah ha ha. Whitebeard, have you reached this point of age? You can't even deal with a young boy. It's so ugly. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. A loud mocking voice. Everyone looked up, and their hearts were filled with panic again. 4 emperors. Kaido of the beasts. Kaido's sudden arrival plunged the entire battlefield into an eerie silence. Beasts, 4 emperors, the strongest creatures in the world, known as unkillable monsters. He likes to commit suicide. He was arrested many times, could not be killed, and even managed to escape. It is an extremely terrifying monster. But Levi feels nothing about it. If this guy really couldn't be killed, when Kazuki Oden was executed by cooking, he wouldn't have that incredible expression. This shows that Kaido at that time was very likely not able to do what Oden did. And his defense has been broken. Not so mythical. Now it is certainly becoming stronger and its vitality is becoming more tenacious. But Levi didn't believe that there was anything in this world that couldn't be killed. There is a saying that goes well, if people are killed, they will die. But Kaido suddenly stopped spying. But after leaving, he suddenly appeared again. This indeed makes both warring parties more vigilant. Because they are both worried that Kaido will be each other's partner. Once Kaido intervenes, no matter which camp he joins, it may change the outcome of the entire battlefield. Even the 5 elders in the Holy Land frowned. If Kaido takes action, then the preventive measures they have taken will also have to be taken. Kong Anming has been waiting for orders with many strong men. The purpose is to prevent these unexpected situations from occurring. The world government has already made up its mind about this war. Keep Whitebeard around no matter what. The plan was so thorough that even the 4 emperors came to rescue him. It definitely won't work, at least not until Whitebeard dies. Their world government and marine headquarters will never give up. Just because they have made preventive preparations does not mean they want to see this happen. If there are too many forces involved, it is likely to turn into a situation that even the world government cannot handle. Sengoku Garp looked ugly. Ace's eyes were still on Whitebeard, full of worry. Aokiji Kizaru, Marco Josie, Hawkeye, these world-famous strong men. They all distanced themselves from the enemy and looked at the sky warily. This is not going to be good. Kizaru stretched out his fingers and scratched his ears. Because that's what I knew during the meeting. He had never heard Marshal Sengoku express or hint about the possibility of Kaido being their reinforcements. It's unlikely that it will be, and it will be broadcast live to the world. If Kaido was on their side, Marshal Sengoku should have stopped the live broadcast at this time. But no, so it is very likely that Kaido came as a pirate. As for the non-allied forces, it happened that the captains of the Whitebeard pirates also thought so. I hate it when people look down at me. Levi raised his head. It was troublesome to raise his head for a long time. But right now I don't know what Kaido is thinking. It is also not advisable to take the initiative to attack, lest bystanders become enemies. That would be troublesome. Levi is strong, but never blindly confident. Then what is that? A dragon? Isn't that a legendary creature? Oh my god, is there really such a creature? It looks so fierce. But why did a strong man call him Kaido just now? HMPH, a newcomer is a newcomer. Everyone in New World basically knows that Kaido of the Beasts is a user with the Blue Dragon ability of the fish fruit phantom beast species. A fantasy beast. The pirates, civilians, and reporters before the live broadcast fell into crazy discussions. Their little hearts can't stand it. A Whitebeard pirate group has already fought so fiercely with the Marine headquarters. We can't tell the winner for the time being. If Kaido of the Beasts joins the battlefield again, could it be that Marine headquarters will be defeated? Kaido looked down at the entire battlefield. Both sides were unsure of his attitude. They will not take the initiative to attack him. He looked at Whitebeard, his cold eyes full of surprise. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the Marine headquarters, he would see the monster old man Whitebeard being sent flying out. I can't even hold the knife anymore. In Kaido's impression, he has never seen Whitebeard like this. As a young man, he met Whitebeard during the Rocks Pirate. By that time Whitebeard was already a very powerful pirate. There shouldn't be a strong man in this world who can fly Whitebeard. So Whitebeard flies away now. From Kaido's point of view, there is only one outcome. He is old, older than I thought. Maybe the battle with myself in the past few years. They were all done with the last breath. But even so, Kaido was not careless. The one who can knock the old Whitebeard away. It shouldn't be simple either, is it Garp or Akainu? But after scanning around, he found that only 2 admirals were closest to Whitebeard. Who did Kizaru and the newly promoted 4th admiral? Forget it, this is not important for now. The important thing now is to bring the news of Impel down to Marine. So after Kaido mocked Whitebeard, his eyes slowly fell on Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, it seems that you are getting old too. The resourceful general has overstated his words, CBEH. In fact, when you get old, you should hand over the responsibilities to the young people as soon as possible. After hearing Kaido's words, everyone fell silent and did not dare to answer the question casually. Sengoku felt uneasy when he heard this. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? Aha, haven't you noticed it yet? Impel Down has been invaded by the red-haired guy. By now, it should have almost hit the inside. Tisk tisk. When I came, I only saw a backup admiral leading someone to intercept him. Maybe Magellan has been killed. Kaido deliberately made the matter more serious. It's not serious, just in case they have some other arrangements and don't use the troops here. That's not what he wants to see. When Kaido thought about it, he just happened not to see Magellan. Maybe Magellan came out after he left. What? As soon as these words came out, all the strongmen on Marine's side were horrified. The 5 elders' expressions also changed dramatically, and their mentality was a little unsettled. If all the strong men accumulated over decades were allowed to run away, that's okay. This red-haired guy clearly promised not to cause major fluctuations in the world structure. How is he going to plead his case now? Yang Laoxing said to Heaven, with a little anger. With the red hair's behavior, there was no need for him to deliberately go to Marine headquarters before. Go and warn Sengoku and the 4th admiral not to attack the red hair pirates. It is unforgivable to violate their interests now. And 4 emperors has 3 emperors who were in the first half of New World. This situation was vaguely beyond their control. And it has always been Tianlaoxing who was responsible for communicating with the red hair. Tianlaoxing also frowned slightly, but then he thought of something and gradually calmed down. If it is true, it can only mean that Pluton Rayleigh plays a very important role in one of the red-haired plans. Although Red Hair invaded Impel Down, he is not stupid and will not release all the strong men we have accumulated over decades unless he is ready for an all-out war with us. But as far as I know, he has no such plan yet. And with Magellan still here, it may be possible to save one Rayleigh, but it's not that difficult to rescue the others. Master 5 Elders, it's confirmed that we can't contact Impel Down, and the communication is interfered with. A CPU secret guard suddenly appeared in the room silently. This is their personal bodyguard, extremely powerful. Some were once the world's strongest, but were brainwashed by them during Impel Down. Complete control over the existence of the mind. Some came to them voluntarily. I have arranged insurance measures before. Kosas is on Kong's side. Kong's position can support the headquarters and Impel Down at any time. Let Kosas go to Impel Down and have a look. If the red hair has rescued Rayleigh, talk to him and let him stop causing trouble and leave quickly. If he hasn't been rescued yet, stop the red hair. Clear. Sengoku heard Kaido's words, took out the phone bug, and quickly dialed Magellan's phone bug. Failed to connect, signal was interfered. It's not normal. Under normal circumstances, the distance between Impel Down and Marine headquarters is not long. Even if there is a severe storm, the call between the two will not be affected. But now it's obvious that I can't contact him. Something really happened to Impel Down. Levi's face darkened. He thought about the redhead attacking Impel Down. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. The war at Marine headquarters just started. The redhead took action, and he's also being haunted by Whitebeard. But Whitebeard is now forced back by himself. Gotta get to Impel Down as soon as possible. Although Magellan is there, we join forces with Guion. Even if you can't defend Impel Down, you should have no problem protecting yourself. Unless something unexpected happens. But Levi would not bet his hopes on whether there would be an accident. He wants to hold all of this in his own hands. Mr. Sengoku, I'm going to Impel Down. Now Levi no longer needs to cover up. Because now Kaido brings this news. It makes Levi so upright as to Impel Down, office. After Levi said this, he did not give Marshal Sengoku time to answer. There was a loud bang. The ice exploded. Levi jumped and reached high altitude in an instant. Then Reiatsu is fully released. For a moment, everyone present was suffocated for several seconds. But Levi didn't stop and teleported away in the direction of Impel Down. This pressure just disappeared. This makes many people think that it is an illusion. The figure only moved for a few moments and quickly disappeared from the entire battlefield. The speed of action and execution shocked both Whitebeard and Sengoku. Is it because of Guion? Marshal Sengoku frowned, even though Levi left. But there is nothing wrong with it, now there is a problem with Impel Down. Moreover, there is an invasion by 4 emperors, and there is no way Marine headquarters can just sit idly by. Because Marshal Sengoku doesn't know if the world government has prepared any insurance measures near Impel Down. Levi's ability to make such a prompt decision also saved Marshal Sengoku the time of arranging manpower. And Levi's strength is past, plus Magellan and Guion, it should be enough. On the contrary, if Aokiji Kizaru goes, it may not even be enough. Because that could be the whole Red Hair Pirates thing. And sending 2 admirals, this won't work. Sengoku cannot send 2 admirals before the situation worsens. Otherwise, the Marine headquarters' military strength advantage in this war will be greatly reduced in an instant. How to take down Whitebeard like this? And Kaido told them that these motives were unknown and they had to be on guard. Sengoku. Garp looked at Sengoku. If necessary, he could rush to Impel Down now. No need for now. Look what this guy Kaido is planning. I don't believe this guy has such good intentions. Sengoku whispered. Although Garp is strong, he can't fly. Neither did Sengoku. Thinking that Levi can fly. But being able to fly at this time is very advantageous and has the strongest maneuverability, so it is indeed the most suitable for support. Garp said no more, just stared at the battlefield. This matter has gradually gone beyond their planned plan. 4 emperors, there are 3 of them in action, they must find a way to stabilize the current situation. Otherwise, if you make a wrong move, the 3 emperors and 3 emperors will attack together. The world is about to change. Even if the Marine headquarters will not be destroyed, his vitality will definitely be severely damaged, and he will fall from the top military organization in the world. That would be an absolute disaster for the people of the world. Pirates, we can't let them win. Win or lose in this war will determine whether the future is the age of Marines or the age of pirates. If it were still the age of pirates, it would be so disappointing. There are enough pirates now. You're just going to let a newly promoted admiral pass? Kaido frowned. In his opinion, he gave the name of red-haired Shanks. It would take at least 2 Marine admirals to stabilize the situation. The Red Hair Pirates are extremely powerful, and an admiral working with a Magellan may not necessarily reap benefits. Because all the Red Hair Pirates officers are dispatched. This is none of your business. Sengoku said coldly and cautiously. I'm afraid it's you who will regret it later. Kaido's eyes flickered, but he didn't stop. He was about to return to Impel Down, but in order to dispel Sengoku's doubts and make him think that he was selling him a favor, Kaido still said before leaving, Sengoku, don't forget this. This is what you owe me. Quote. After saying that, he pretended to leave in a different direction from Levi. This was very confusing. Marshal Sengoku frowned, wondering what Kaido was thinking. Did he really leave, or is he hiding high in the sky? Could there be some secret agreement with Whitebeard? It seems we have to deal with Whitebeard as soon as possible. The nights are long and the dreams are endless. Akainu's eyes turned cold. These bullshit sea emperors will only bring disaster to this world. Whether it's Whitebeard, Red Hair, or Kaido, sooner or later, we have to destroy them all. Let's do it. Sengoku also felt that it was necessary to fight quickly. Akainu turned into a stream of lava fire and shot towards Whitebeard's direction like an arrow. Whitebeard reacts very quickly. He is slightly inferior to Black Crow, but that doesn't mean Akainu can suppress himself. An earthquake punch blasted out, knocking back Akainu, who was coming halfway, and at the same time forcing him out of his human form. You lava kid, you want to kill me with a single sword attack, you are too naive to think. You'll know if you try it. What's going on? I can't catch up with that kid. Is that kid so fast? Kaido changed direction, then ran towards Impel Down at full speed, preparing to sit down. Harvest the fisherman's profit, but he found that after flying at full strength, Jiwei could not be seen. This made him feel a little unbelievable. He is the Qinglong, a magical beast that can soar into the clouds and control the wind. Is there anyone faster than him in the air? Levi rushed to Impel Down as quickly as possible. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was furious. Red Hair, get out of here. At the same time, Levi unleashes his full Reiatsu like never before. Even an extreme explosion, a rushing stream of Reiatsu condenses into a black sky sword. With the explosion of Reiatsu, there was a roar, and the sky sword exploded from above Impel Down. A loud bang instantly penetrated all floors. From LV1 to LV6, a straight channel appears. Gion was defeated. Endless humiliation rose from the bottom of my heart. Look at the broken cloak of justice. For the first time, I felt how fragile my justice was. Just like this dress, she knew the Red Hair pirates would be powerful. But I didn't expect the gap to be so big. It was so big that she couldn't accept it. Only 2 minutes before and after. She first rushed to the red-haired Shanks, planning to capture the thief, capture the king first. But the red-haired man fought her with a knife, which directly shattered the haki she had trained for many years. And subsequently deprived. It's like my haki doesn't belong to me, it belongs to the red-haired one from the beginning. At that moment, Gion was horrified. She had heard many legends about the powerful red-haired haki. Only when they really faced each other did they understand how powerful they were. It is simply a talent given by the gods. It's obviously his own haki, but when he comes into contact with him. But instead he was controlled, and haki was out of reach and unable to be deprived. Although it can be recovered, it takes time. Can Red Hair pirates be in a hurry? How can I give Gion time? This is not a competition, but a holy event. It was hard to wait for this opportunity. They had to race against time, so Beckman made a decisive move. For a moment, bullets and sword lights intertwined with each other, creating a melody of devastating collision sounds. Haki failed to use it immediately, and his combat power was weakened. Plus Beckman's bullets are terrible. After 3 shots, her sword energy was broken. The 6th shot hit the blade directly, causing some traces of space splitting. The 7th shot shattered the famous sword Jinpei Pai Luoshi was proud of. And his body was knocked away and suffered a heavy blow. She didn't care about serious injury or even death. But she cares about her justice, protection. She can no longer protect her now. If you can't even see through a gate, how can you talk about justice? She was unable to fight anymore. She only had 1 knife and 7 bullets. He was defeated. The defeat was so unacceptable that Gion couldn't accept it. Even if her opponent is Red Hair pirates, she can't forgive herself. All this is because I am too weak. All along, she thought she was strong. There are only a few people in the entire Marine headquarters who are stronger than her. This kind of achievement would inevitably make anyone proud. But today this pride was shattered. The famous sword that accompanied her throughout her life was also shattered. If it was a disastrous defeat after a fierce battle, she could accept it. But she couldn't accept losing so easily. She wasn't going to make excuses and say it was the redhead who deprived her of haki. Because in fighting, any method is allowed. If I was careful enough, I shouldn't have known that haki was powerful. He rashly approached and slashed at him. Kill me. Guillaume looked at the Marines lying on the ground, and looked at Beckman with a pale face. Beckman's pistol was pointed at her head. But he didn't shoot immediately. With his Hokkien abilities, he can easily shoot through Guillaume's head at this distance if he fires a gun. But Beckman hesitated. He always felt that killing this Marine would cause huge trouble. Although it is an intuition, his intuition has always been accurate. She is no longer a threat. She is also a qualified Marine. There is no need to kill her. Let's go. Hurry up. The red-haired man knew that Beckman was hesitant, so he also pressed his arm. There is a choice to kill Guillaume. As the red hair said, a qualified Marine who fulfills his duties and eliminates the threat is enough. There is no need to kill innocent people indiscriminately, if such a strong man goes further. In the future, he might be able to compete with Beckman, or even be as good as himself. It is also an important combat capability in the future. Yeah, Beckman put away his gun, and the group went straight into Impel Down, leaving behind a dazed and extremely unwilling Guillaume. Guillaume tried to hold the broken sword and fight again, but he was a little exhausted and couldn't hold it at all. Why didn't you see any jailers? And the floors below seemed a bit noisy. I found the map and Impel Down easily. There were not many troops guarding it, and there was no ambush. Where is Magellan? After entering Impel Down, Beckman and others found that the situation was completely different from what they thought. It seems that it was easily invaded. Due to material construction issues in Impel Down, the range that observation Haki can detect is limited. The red-haired man concentrated and could only vaguely detect something. At the bottom, there seemed to be multiple powerful auras fighting. Although it's not very obvious, but it can definitely, the Impel Down must have been an accident. Could it have been Rayleigh-san? Oh, there seems to be some commotion in the middle layer. The smell is very familiar. Could it be Luffy? The red-haired man was vaguely happy. Although it's not yet the agreed time to meet Luffy. But it doesn't matter, he will become an excellent man sooner or later. The timing couldn't be better. Rescue Rayleigh quickly. Yes, LV4 is fighting under the straw hat. Although Hannibal brings many powerful helpers and excellent equipment, he can face 11 criminals with a bounty of over 100 million, and 2 former Shichibukai, Japanese senior revolutionary army cadres. Without Magellan on his side, he still couldn't bear it. Was crushed by Straw Hat and other jailbreak teams. Then I met Red Hair Pirates in LV2. Shanks, have you been arrested too? When Luffy saw Red Hair Pirates, he was instantly ecstatic. I never dreamed that they would meet in Impel Down. It's so unbelievable, but Luffy is well known for his nerves. Ask the redhead directly if he was also arrested. Ha ha ha, Luffy, you're still the same, you're an idiot. Lucky Roo and the others burst into laughter. Beckman also smiled. If you want to catch them Red Hair Pirates, you have to see if the Marine headquarters has the ability. Red Hair Pirates, Sand Crocodile, Ivankov, Jinbei and others and the Supernovas were also shocked when they saw Red Hair Pirates. After all, under normal circumstances, the 4 emperors would not leave the New World. They are safest where they operate. If a few people alone come to the first half or 4 seas, it is very likely that the world government and Marine headquarters will be interested, so as to ambush them. But I never expected that the 4 emperors pirate group would invade Impel Down. I'm afraid I can't hold on to this Impel Down. By the way, hurry up and go to LV6 to rescue Uncle Rayleigh. In order to cover our escape, he was surrounded by Magellan's men. Luffy quickly recounted the situation. When the red-haired and others heard this, their expressions also became solemn. We understand, leave this to us, you seem to have something to do. The red-haired man smiled lightly. But, Luffy also wanted to follow the red-haired to save people. After all, Rayleigh was there to cover them from danger. Now their reinforcements seem to be very powerful if they join forces together. Maybe Rayleigh can be rescued. Don't worry, you go first, we can handle it. The red-haired man reached out and pressed the straw hat on Luffy's head, saying confidently. Luffy saw the seriousness in the red-haired eyes. He was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded, then I'll go rescue Ace. Luffy now knows that war has broken out. There were only a few hours left before the execution. Set off now, if you can capture a warship. It is still possible to reach the Marine headquarters by riding the high-speed current. A brief reunion and a brief separation. At the same time LV6. Hurry up, These two guys can't hold on any longer. If you don't want to die, get out of the way of lousy. Really, are you crazy? What's the benefit of helping them like this? Betrayal is very common among pirates. Why risk your life for a favor? That's right, so what if you stop us in the end? Marine will not let you go, they will turn around and throw you into prison. The criminals on the 6th floor were all attacking. Rayleigh Magellan has fallen under the feet of many once famous guys. The other criminals felt a little scared. These two guys are so strong. If the real admiral level fights with all their strength, it will be very dangerous for criminals like them who have not yet recovered their strength and injuries. If they are not careful, they will die. If the strength is restored, how can the two of them stop us all? Many thugs were very unwilling. And heard the thugs, persuasion. Magellan subconsciously wants to be wary of Rayleigh. But soon I felt a little ashamed of this move. If only Rayleigh was so easily persuaded. How could he turn around and help them just now? He is eyeing his main rival again, the Red Earl. Rayleigh's current main rival is his former partner, Douglas Bullet. Blackbeard and Shiryu looked at Rayleigh Magellan. Shiryu stood in the crowd, silently drawing his weapon. Blackbeard also began to be filled with black smoke. The two of them were almost exhausted, and it was their turn to take action. But at this time, a furious roar suddenly penetrated the entire Impel Down and resounded throughout the sea. Red Hair, get out of here. The sound was like rolling thunder, accompanied by an extremely terrifying pressure. Everyone stopped subconsciously. At this moment, Luffy has reached LV2, the red-haired person has reached LV5, Zhongli and others are still at LV6. But no matter which floor people are on, they feel as if their heads have been struck by lightning at this moment. And in this roar, there is a soul wave that destroys everything. Penchpingapong. Many of the criminals in LV2 exploded with this roar and turned into clouds of blood mist. Countless cells were instantly ablaze, and many criminals were so frightened that they screamed with fear on their faces. Many people had blood splattered on their faces. After all, the good inmate suddenly exploded into blood mist. No matter how good his psychological quality was, he couldn't bear it. Not just the second level. There are strong men on the 3rd, 4th, and even 6th floors who burst into blood mist under the sound of furious souls. It seemed that only some of the people exploded into blood mist. There are no rules, but this is not the case. Only people with fragile souls will explode at this moment. Whether the soul is fragile or not is related to the physical injury condition and the will. The most important thing is the mental will, and those who have weak mental will. They all exploded just now. Many of them are criminals who have been tortured to the point of mental illness. Because these people are the most mentally confused and weak. Only then was Levi roared into the sky. It was a relief, but it frightened others. Even the supernovas who had gone through many battles were frightened. Because the higher you go, the more people with weak souls will be there. Who is yelling? It's so uncomfortable. It feels like my head is going to explode. What's weird? This is a thing. Even a powerful person feels extremely uncomfortable. After seeing someone's head really explode, fear spreads instantly. Is that monster Black Crow back? How could this happen? Didn't he go to participate in the war to hunt Whitebeard? Many people on the 6th floor heard this voice. Suddenly everyone felt a little scared. Even Blackbeard is no exception, but his strong spirit inspires everyone. If you try hard, you might still have a chance to survive. Do you still want to go back to the dark cell? Yes, this is our only chance. No matter who it is, anyone who stops us will die. Kill. However, as soon as this strong man finished speaking, the ceiling of the cell exploded. An energy sword cut it down. With a pop, the strong man's body was split vertically in two. This shocked everyone. The ceiling materials on the 6th floor are of the highest specification. It's also mixed with sea stone, which they can't break. So Crocodile and the others escaped from the 6th floor. It is also the only passage you can take. Only floors above the 6th floor can be melted away with fruit sand. But now the 6th floor is broken. The long-lost sunshine shone down from the top, illuminating all floors. This made the criminals, who had not seen sunlight for a long time, stunned. Then it went completely crazy. Because this knife broke many cells. Above Impel Down, under the sun, there is a young figure, releasing endless pressure. Reiatsu went berserk, and Levi's whole body became a little twisted. Reiatsu possessed Levi, and a black and white substance slowly formed on the body surface. It seems that under Reiatsu's rampage, Levi is completely transformed into another creature. Run away. We are free. The entire impelled down criminals, including the people on the 6th floor, saw this suddenly opened up road. It was all boiling instantly. Lousy is leaving first. Chote, the big wine barrel on the 6th floor, laughed. Jump up and leave so you don't have to face Rayleigh and the others. With such a wide passage, anyone can escape. I'm going to go too. Get bigger. The San Juan wolf said, and then his body suddenly became bigger than Little Oz. It occupies half of the suddenly extra passage. But fortunately, it is still wide and other criminals can still escape. And San Juan only needs one step to get out of here. Let's go. Blackbeard also jumped up. As for the other partners, no more. During the battle on the 6th level just now, he had taken the opportunity to convince many strong men. The most important thing is to leave here now and rush to the Marine headquarters. Whoosh whoosh. Figures of strong men bounced out along the passage. With their strength, they can escape from here in no time. But then a nightmare-like voice sounded, "Who allowed you to leave?" Boom. A force of Reiatsu crashed down from the sky like the sky was collapsing. All the criminals who flew into the air, regardless of their strength, were all shot down. It's like making dumplings, and you'll get away with it. Fight him. Choute was unwilling to jump any further, and so was Zanyu Hunter. Several legends from the old era were unwilling to be trapped any longer. But as soon as he jumped up, Levi's soul damage activated. And it's launched with full force. A snort. These legends who once had a great reputation. The body was torn apart like a rag bag in midair, with blood flying everywhere. Deter everyone at once. Those are several peerless experts. After the death of countless people, their souls remain and gather into new soul bodies. What is that? It still resonates with my Reiatsu and can be controlled. Levi was about to continue attacking, but found out. Now Impel Down has countless soul fragments, and they reorganize unseen by ordinary people. Levi was curious, pointed his hand, and entered a Reiatsu. Then Levi was stunned for a moment as he was about to go berserk. Among those countless souls, a new creature was formed, as if it had been reshaped into an entity by Reiatsu, Levi. It was a creature covered in black and white bone material. It looked like a demon or a monster. The bone mask on its face shattered, revealing a small half of a human face, expressionless. Urankar, how is this possible? Levi's heart suddenly stirred up a storm. This change was something he didn't expect. Levi really didn't expect this. When Impel was down, Levi felt many soul fragments. But those are dissociated states. Levi just feels that the soul power here is more and thicker than other places. But he never expected that after a large number of criminals died just now. There are so many scattered soul fragments that they can be condensed together. It's like I came alive instantly. Then Levi thought about the composition of Reiatsu and Hollow. Reiatsu is the source of all fighting power in the Shinigami world. It is also the elemental factor that constitutes all things in the world. And Levi has already developed many uses. It's definitely more than just soul deterrence or impact and real damage. As the use progresses, Levi discovers that there are many things that Reiatsu can do. For example, with Reiatsu, Levi can easily master high-speed movement skills like Shunpo or Hibiki. You can see the soul structure of each person, after adding soul analysis. Now it is even more possible to intervene and change the form. And what is Void and Urankar? Shu is a monster that the soul lingers on after death, or after years of accumulated resentment, the soul degenerates and becomes a monster. If the soul fragments were entangled, condensed and twisted together, they would become void. If it were not Urankar, Levi would think it was normal and possible. Because of places like Impel Down, countless people have died due to torture over the years. And those who died, whether they were good or bad in life. At least when he died, he must be full of resentment and linger here all year round. After Levi went on a killing spree just now, it seemed like a critical point. 673. Activate all the fragments of the unwilling soul at once. Although under Levi's Reiatsu, it was even given a new life state. But as for Urankar, not necessarily. Urankar needs Shinigami's soul and Hogyoku, as well as Hollow. And after all those things are said and done, the most basic composition is still Reiatsu. Reiatsu is the basis of all power. If you look at it from this point of view. Maybe it's not that he can't understand it, it's just that Levi didn't expect it. I feel like I can operate this thing perfectly. It seems to have no independent consciousness yet. It's confused and confused. I don't know how powerful it is. Levi's eyes were slightly greedy. If we could really create those Arankars in our memories. Not to mention having the strength of those espadas at the front, even if it is a little more ordinary. I'm afraid it can also compete with Marine Admiral, and may even surpass it. It just seems like it needs more soul power. Are you okay? Levi drifted between rage and greed, and then his reason slowly returned. Levi looked at Guion, then landed in front of her from the air. He took off his coat and put it on her. Guion looked at Levi, who fell from the sky and shot through the entire 6 floors of impelled down in one thought. I also had some dementia for a while. But she quickly told the story again. There was a riot on the 6th floor of Rayleigh, and many criminals began to escape from prison. But later, in order to stop the escaping criminals, team up with Magellan to get the 6th death. Although Guion knew the situation, she went to help first. But I saw red hair on the way there. Unable to contact the outside world, she could only go on her own. Go and stop them, and the results will be obvious. Don't worry, just leave the rest to me. Thank you for your hard work. Yeah, listening to this gentle voice, Guion suddenly felt less desperate. Although there are still red hair pirates facing all the impelled down escaped prisoners. It was something that should still be despaired of. But for some reason, when he came, she felt at ease. It seems that there is nothing in this world that he cannot do or cannot solve. As the knife broken, Levi looked at the broken Jinbaluo, and suddenly felt a magical feeling. If Reiatsu and the soul can make Urankar born, why can't the weapon become Zanpakuto? This should be possible. After all, there are still many broken souls wandering in impelled down at this moment. Just do it. If you think of it, it works, everyone is happy, but if it fails, there is no cure. No reason not to try. Boom! A black river of Reiatsu stretched out from Levi's back, and then followed Levi's right hand. It contains many soul fragments, and along with Reiatsu, it is compressed into these fragments little by little. This scene shocked many people. They saw a monster appear out of thin air under Levi's finger. Now it seems that the Black Crow Admiral is pulling some force into the broken knife. What is he doing? Everyone looked puzzled and had no idea what Levi was doing. But one thing they can be sure of is that no one dares to escape from prison. He will be killed immediately by Levi. The scene just now intimidated them, and no one wanted to stand out. They are all waiting for someone else to take the lead. Because smart people know that under the temptation of freedom, even if a moth flies into the flame, there will still be many people taking action. Rayleigh-san, now 6 floors are impelled down, all penetrated, just stand on the edge. Everyone can understand the relationship between the upper and lower levels by lowering their head or raising their head. Shanks. Rayleigh looked up and was a little surprised. But the red hair noticed something was wrong. Why did it seem that Rayleigh-san and Magellan were in the same group? Red hair. Only then did Blackbeard notice. The uninvited guest is not just the Black Raven Admiral, an unprecedented and terrifying monster. And red hair pirates, when you see red hair pirates. Magellan's expression changed. How so? Magellan was relieved when Levi arrived. But I never expected that the red hair pirates had already invaded Impel Down. And it's just one level above them. The Guion Vice Admiral was probably unable to stop them and was defeated. It seems that the situation is still not optimistic. Now Marine Headquarters is at war with Whitebeard. And it is a war broadcast live to the whole world. Any urgent situation now is not as important as the victory of that war. That's not as simple as killing a Whitebeard. That victory or defeat will mean whether the future era will be dominated by pirates or Marines. So must win. This also determines that the Marine Headquarters, the strongest reinforcement, may not have many strong people. However, the Black Crow can come and stabilize the situation more or less. This will not prevent them from being overthrown by the pirate forces. Boss, that Black Crow Admiral seems to be coming towards us. This guy's aura is really scary, Beckman said solemnly, seeing the relationship between Levi and Guion Vice Admiral. Beckman vaguely knew the source of his previous uneasiness. It's just that the previous Marine Admiral couldn't give him this feeling. But this Black Crow made him make a terrible evaluation. With his strength, even if he faced Marine Admiral, he wouldn't have much reaction. But just now Levi's Conqueror's haki was completely released. It was too exaggerated to directly explode many people into blood mist. And the pressure that accompanies it is like another mountain peak pressing down on it. The pressure on that young man who was as young as a demon was gradually increasing. Simply speaking, in terms of momentum, if it were Beckman, he would probably measure Levi's aura like this. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, is furious, completely liberated, and his explosive murderous intent is condensed into ultimate. Probably only about a quarter of Levi's. Although I can only judge based on the breath. It does not mean that the real strength is this gap. But it's still scary. Let me ask you, is there anyone in the entire world whose violent and coercive aura can be equivalent to 4 Whitebeards in the state of an angry demon? But at this moment, Beckman and others felt the same way. Take Rayleigh-san and leave here as soon as possible. The Black Crow has arrived, and other reinforcements from the world government or Marine headquarters may also arrive soon. I thought that I would be discovered so soon. The red-haired man also felt slightly sad. A sinking. If we don't get it done as soon as possible and are surrounded by them impelled down, we will be in big trouble. And the creature that suddenly appeared out of thin air and was covered in black and white bone remains silent even now. Although the bone mask was broken, the red hair could not feel the slightest anger or human emotions from this thing. There was a vague, terrifying aura spreading. The straw hats and supernovas of LV2, the Shichibukai, felt the powerful Levi just now. His expression was solemn, and it was extremely difficult to breathe. Many people were panting like cattle. It seems that if they don't breathe more air, they will soon die from lack of oxygen and suffocation. Although Levi's current Reiatsu is much gentler. But LV2 is too close to Levi. For a while, no one could step beyond the thunder pool. This nightmare is back. Are we destined to be unable to escape from this hellish place? Kid has never experienced anything or anyone more desperate than the Black Crow. This it feels several times scarier than when Whitebeard was angry. Cold sweat broke out on Sand Crocodile's forehead. A few days ago, he was also one of the people who was experimented by Black Crow. He still has lingering fears. If he could, he never wanted to see the Black Crow again in his life. So now, freedom is right in front of you. Sand Crocodile hesitated. He had to hesitate, those strong men who had just bounced up from the 6th floor. Big Barrel Chote, Schwanyu Hunter, Street, Ann's Wolf. None of these guys is better than me. But that Black Crow guy didn't even make a move, they were completely killed. If he rushes forward rashly, he will definitely turn into a bloody flower. This is the 4th Admiral, Black Crow. His whole body is indeed filled with an ominous aura. Shichibukai Jinbei met Levi for the first time. But what is going on with this unparalleled feeling of oppression that drags people into hell and crushes them repeatedly? It's a little too scary. However, many strong men saw that Levi did not continue to attack immediately. But it seemed that he was busy doing something for the broken knife. At this time, many people started to get ready to take action again. He seemed distracted. I don't know that every move they make is under Levi's surveillance. As long as Levi holds this place, no one can leave. They are all turtles in the urn, it is better to deal with these guys. Levi's creative attempt at Zanpakuto is the most important. For everyone else, just leave them all behind. And Levi is eager for someone to start running away. Because in this way, I can feel at ease and kill them all as a matter of course. Then let their souls be devoured by this weird Arankar. Swish swish. In Impel Down, the fragments of resentful souls accumulated over the years. A lot of. Almost every inch of the land was stained. This has been accumulated over hundreds of years. After being baptized with blood just now, the originally dim soul particles seemed to resonate. All revealed, now being pulled by Levi Reiatsu and poured into all the fragments of Jinpyra. In Gion's somewhat incredulous eyes, those broken blades actually came together intact. And vaguely, she noticed that there was a faint light emitting. It seems that is sharper than before. Something has changed. Gion raised his head and looked at Levi in shock, only to find that Levi frowned slightly. He looked a little pale. Are you okay? Gion's heart ached a little, and he didn't need to think about it to know that he wanted to replace this broken sword for her. Levi must have paid a heavy price. Levi also didn't expect that Reiatsu would consume so much money in forging a Zanpakuto that doesn't even have a spirit. But Levi modified his soul with his fingers. Then the body returns to a state of full blood and energy. Reiatsu analysis and soul modification are just routine for Levi now. It's okay. When the broken sword is reforged, I also hope that it will be a victory or defeat when the night returns. Don't take it too seriously, Levi said lightly. Gion's state just now was very uncomfortable at first glance. Satisfied, coupled with multiple injuries on his body, Levi couldn't help but burst into anger. As he spoke, Levi put a hand on Gion's soul and modified her soul. With a buzzing sound, Gion's physical injury completely recovered in these 10 moments. After hearing Levi's words, Gion's confused eyes gradually became firm again. No matter what, I can't let him down. It's just strong and sharp, but without spirit. That's not enough. Just use the casting method of the demon sword to complete the spirit casting. Just use your blood to cast it. Levi's eyes suddenly looked in one direction. On the wall there was a line of black smoke, clinging to the wall, very cautiously, thinking that it would not be discovered. Oops. Blackbeard suddenly panicked when he met Levi's eyes. Blackbeard's black smoke enveloped Shiryu and several other criminals. Because Blackbeard fought against Rayleigh and Magellan. IV6 people are not allowed to kill each other. So there are quite a lot of people left. No one is taking action now, and Blackbeard looks at everyone waiting for the winner. Blackbeard doesn't want to be the one who stands out. But Levi put too much pressure on him. So he acted anyway. But it's not the kind of upright departure. He planned to temporarily cover the group of them with black smoke and climb up the crack. Then go to the 3rd or 2nd floor first and wait for a better opportunity. In this way, you are very close to the outside world. When someone attacks Levi, he can escape from here as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, he managed to hide this from Rayleigh and Magellan in the chaos just now. But he couldn't hide it from the Black Crow, which made Blackbeard very uncomfortable. Because his dark fruit is actually very hidden. Wherever there are shadows, his dark fruit can hide it from all observation Haki's perceptions. Unexpectedly, Levi discovered him just after arriving at LV4. This made Blackbeard doubt his life for a while. He even wondered if it was when Levi did those strange experiments on him before. Arrange some means to sense yourself. And actually, there really is. Although Levi has solved many of the jailbreak factors on the 6th floor. But I still kept a precautionary measure, just in case. Almost everyone's soul has been silently marked with the Reiatsu logo by Levi. If they escape from prison for other reasons, no one will have to worry about finding them. But even if you don't rely on this mark, just rely on Reiatsu's perception. Blackbeard's ability is invisible to him. What's the use of covering your body and breath? As long as you can't shield your soul, it's in your own eyes. They are no different than standing in front of themselves. Hearing that Levi wanted to sacrifice them with blood, Blackbeard's expression changed drastically. Then he decisively stopped hesitating and had to give it a try. Whether you want freedom or prison, it's all up to you. Run away with all your strength. Blackbeard removed the black smoke. Taking Shiryu with him, he jumped among the broken eaves and broken walls, soared up and rushed towards Levi. All we can do is attack. Levi wants to kill them, they can't just sit there and wait for death. The Black Crow is really a nemesis. But if I can kill him, there won't be any way to stop him. The blood-red light will be cut. Shiryu maintained a sword-drawing and slashing hand gesture. He is also a great swordsman, not weaker than Gion, but more dangerous. Because he is bloodthirsty. When he takes action, he must use the killing skill. And he has been practicing with criminals in prison, so it is extremely dangerous for a great swordsman of the same level to face him. It's a pity that he's not an Esper. Otherwise, maybe we would all have a chance to kill him now, the Dark Emperor. Blackbeard exploded with all his strength, and endless darkness covered the sky and the sun. The little bit of sunlight that was finally cast was blocked. Facing a monster like the Black Crow, I experienced his terror once. Blackbeard didn't dare to hold back anymore, and he used his strongest move as soon as he took action. This blow made the red-haired Rayleigh look at all the strong men present. Especially those with abilities, they feel that the devil fruit they control is somewhat out of control. It's like meeting a sea stone, very uncomfortable. A huge dark sphere was held in Blackbeard's palm. Kill Black Crow. Seeing Blackbeard, Shiryu, and several other strong men rushing forward. Others followed, planning to strengthen their attacks against Levi. Let's go too. Kid gritted his teeth and prepared to rush forward. Wait a minute, I have a bad feeling. Wait a minute, Luffy suddenly had a whim. It was as if his soul, which was different from ordinary people, trembled at this moment and gave some reminder. Or intuition. Many people looked at Straw Hat in confusion. But just looking at the Straw Hat for a moment, they discover that Blackbeard, Shiryu, and the other strong men have all suffered. Those who don't know how to live or die. I spared your life before because of the world government's policy that it is not easy to kill you, and at the same time there is some need for you, but now there is something more obedient. Your life is important to me. It's not necessary to stay. And your souls belong to me before. Levi faced this overwhelming, all kinds of devastating attacks that could destroy the island. His face was calm, and then he stretched out a palm from the distance. Aim at Shiryu, who has drawn his sword and is slashing with murderous intent, seducing the Reiatsu she had left inside him. Then a blazing black Reiatsu burst out from Levi's back like burning flames. Then he grasped the void with 5 fingers. PFF'd. Shiryu felt the void solidify, and his consciousness seemed to have paused. Then the hand holding the knife was splattered with blood and was inexplicably broken at the shoulder. What's going on? Shiryu suddenly felt nothing, but blood spurted onto his face. Blood? Where did the blood come from? He looked at his right hand blankly. Where is my hand? No, Shiryu screamed after realizing it. He is not a prisoner and has not been tested or studied. When did you have an extra energy in your body that didn't belong to you? I have no contact with Black Crow at all. They met several times when Black Crow was dining at Impel Down. I have shaken hands several times. I have shaken hands. Could it be that time? The insidious Black Crow, Lousy is going to kill it. Pong. Bloody fireworks exploded. Then the blood and soul fragments were all pulled into Jin Kun's famous knife with a wave of Levi's fingers. This famous sword crazily absorbs blood and soul fragments. Sucks it clean instantly. Gion suddenly felt a strange feeling. It was as if the force on the knife was feeding back into her hand. Such majestic and fierce power, just like Shiryu's 10 slashes just now. Seeing the scene of bloody fireworks, everyone's hearts tightened. That is a world-class swordsman. The sword drawn and slashed just now was extremely amazing. Let everyone present have the illusion that this is hitting their heads. It is very dangerous. But such a strong man will die immediately. And even after death, the blood is collected by Levi and poured into the weapon. The legend of creating a demon sword is recorded in this world. Marine Admiral, how could Black Crow know something so evil? And he appeared from now until now. He has killed many people and has no plans to stop. This makes other people who want to jailbreak a little scared. Although imprisoned in Impel Down, life is worse than death. But when real death is in front of you, it's not that easy to choose either. Devil, this guy is definitely a demon. The big wine barrel and the others died just like this. He must have planted some kind of demon seed in us. I don't want to die. Someone looked at it, then Levi began to scream in agony. Blackbeard watched Shiryu explode beside him, with unprecedented fear and panic on his face. He wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, as long as he could survive. Blackbeard can do this. He is an able-bodied man who firmly believes that as long as people live, there is still hope and possibility. My plan hasn't really started yet. He hasn't gotten the shock fruit yet. He hasn't embarked on his own path to invincibility yet. How could he die like this? Stay alive. You must find a way to stay alive. But earlier when Impel was down on the 6th floor, I was tortured and studied by him. He knelt down and begged to be bypassed, but he ignored him. This made Blackbeard lose confidence in his acting skills. Could it be that I have been seen through? Levi's face was expressionless and he looked at the other 2 criminals on the 6th floor. The palms that had just been closed were opened again. PFF'd. Just for a moment, Blackbeard was stunned and quickly approached Levi. 2 more figures beside him were torn into blood mist, which splashed Blackbeard's face. This completely inspired Blackbeard's fear to ultimate. The figure in the middle of the rush suddenly paused, looked at Levi and begged for mercy. No, don't kill me, I can become your subordinate, your weapon, I have no problem being a Marine. This. All the strong men present were stunned for a moment. Is this the person who caught Fire Fist Ace? Is this the man who had the guts to rebel after killing a captain from Whitebeard's ship? Is this the man who briefly owned 7 warlords of the sea? This is so spineless and embarrassing. The battle hasn't even started and you're already almost kneeling down to beg for mercy. The redhead subconsciously touched the scars on his eyes. Although it was left after being tricked by Blackbeard when he was still weak in the early years. But Blackbeard is acting so badly now. It was a shame for the redhead to feel this scar. This time, 70% of the truth is actually true. I would have considered it before, but now I have a better choice. Just go to heaven honestly. No, please, I know a lot. Blackbeard's body gradually expanded. But because of its powerful strength, Haki is also amazing, coupled with dark fruit and special physique. Levi was unable to successfully let Reiatsu bloom at once and burst it. Instead, it explodes slowly, and this process is even more painful. Plus, Blackbeard feels pain several times more than others. This screamed and screamed, making countless strong men's hair stand on end. Blackbeard's screams became more and more shrill and tragic. The more criminals are in awe and fear of Levi. It's nothing. Why did you develop such strong strength and body? Now you can't even die. Levi was also slightly speechless. He had no intention of torturing Blackbeard. I just wanted to sacrifice him with blood and let him die quickly. Who knew that his body was much stronger than those of the same level? And the pain is several times that of others. This kind of tearing and swelling pain is gone all at once for others. He had to savor the process slowly. I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard went berserk and cursed at Levi, but unfortunately, his speech became unclear. This is really cruel. Levi shook his head with emotion and said to himself in compassion. Everyone present suddenly felt countless grass and mud horses galloping past. Even Guillaume couldn't help but have one galloping past. It's obvious that you killed him, and you're the one here torturing him. But you actually said it was cruel. What did you do? Are you still embarrassed? And you have an expression that seems like it's none of your business. This guy is so scary. Could it be that he is really the reincarnation of the Demon King? When a LV3 criminal saw this scene, silently walked into the cell, and picked up the broken cell again. Installed. Pretend that you are still in jail and escape. Escape. He didn't want to die so hideously and horribly. Pong. Even if Blackbeard held on for a while, nothing would change in the end. His body explodes along with his dark orb. Levi draws all the energy into the knife. Then he pulled out a trace of Guillaume's soul. Pour it into the knife and use it as a guide. A connection between the two was established. And then something happened. The power of the sword is transmitted to Guillaume. It is extremely powerful, and at the same time, a certain wonderful artistic conception arises from deep within. Levi Reiatsu has always been trying to break through the barrier. At this moment, everything comes naturally, and Guillaume understands and integrates it. There was a roar. A terrifying sword energy of black smoke soared into the sky from her body and penetrated directly into the clouds. Interesting, it seems that Blackbeard has retained his dark fruit ability. Could it be that after a person dies, the devil fruit ability will remain in the soul for a period of time? So when Whitebeard died, Blackbeard was depriving the soul of the shock fruit that was about to disappear. Levi seemed figured something out. If so, just tear up Blackbeard's soul and pack it up yourself. It doesn't seem impossible to retain the corresponding abilities. Try to give your knife a new name. I think it should convey some intuition or thinking to you. This knife was created by Levi and can naturally sense it, everything. But the will in the sword is completely new. No relation to Blackbeard, Shiryu, at all. Their will has long since been torn apart as their souls were torn apart, and completely disappeared. The spirit that was born as a new existence formed by Levi using Reiatsu to fuse the soul fragments. Well, I can feel it. Fight with me on the battlefield again. Black Sword Emperor, accompanied Guillaume's first chant. There was a loud roar like thunder, and the black smoke that shot into the sky instantly expanded like a black curtain and spread. It has expanded more than 10 times, and its strength and aura have all increased by about 10 times. In the black mist that filled the sky, a Valkyrie made of black smoke stood quietly behind Gion. Holding a black judgment sword high in his hand, it has the power of an emperor, as if he wants to judge the whole world. Maintain the same posture as Gion's main image. Tisk. The terrifying sword energy filled the air, and countless sea abyss were torn out in the surrounding sea area. It was very scary. Everyone was scared at this moment. What is this? The red hair pirates of Saiyo Rito. In particular, Beckman lost all his previous calmness and composure. How is this possible? A person's strength and swordsmanship suddenly improved so much. This goes against common sense. Even if he has an epiphany of sword intent, it is impossible to do this. Ah! The power of the supreme swordsman is not even weaker than that of Hawkeye. The red-haired man couldn't believe it, and the source of all this. It's the 4th Admiral of Marine Headquarters. Black Crow. Could he be a god? Levi is not a god, but at this moment he is to the red hair and others. Not much different from God. In a fight, a strong person will often break through and his strength will skyrocket. Especially when a person's will is extremely strong and only for one goal. Able to break through limits and grow up in battle. This is the genius characteristic of this world. Red hair pirates have been around the world for so long. I have seen many such geniuses. Just now, Gion had a breakthrough in sword intent and strength. This opened the door to her body's potential that had been stuck. Generally speaking, with such a breakthrough, the strength will probably skyrocket for a period of time. But now I feel the sharp light of the unparalleled Sword Emperor. Anyone with a discerning eye knows where this is going up. I'm afraid this is a doubling enhancement. And it's definitely not as simple as 1 or 2 times. What's even more terrifying is that the sword-wielding Valkyrie behind her is just emitting sword light. Just let the sea divide into an abyss. If you can let go of your hands and feet to fight, it will be okay. And is this sword intention? Why can one's sword intention last so long and clear? The red hair also has superb swordsmanship. The vision of their sword will usually only burst out when they attack and their spirit is concentrated to ultimate. But now Gion hasn't attacked yet, he seems to be just concentrating. But this vision of sword intent seems to be crushing the entire sky. Gathered behind the back, it lasts forever. Is Hawkeye really the best swordsman in the world? Zoro was looking at the vision of the sword in the sky and began to doubt it. Maybe this woman is the one he wants to surpass. Black Crow Admiral, it's really amazing. Magellan couldn't hold it any longer. He was covered in scars and his spirit was at its limit. Now that Levi has arrived, the last of his tense nerves are almost relieved. Intercepting so many powerful pirates would have been possible if Rayleigh hadn't been there. I'm afraid he was hacked to death within a short while. Fortunately, the Black Crow came quickly. But when you come back, why do you impel me? After 1 penetration and 6, these prisoners are now difficult to deal with. Boo! Magellan couldn't help but kneel down on one knee. The poisonous giant army could no longer maintain it. With his palms on the ground, he felt a little confused. But he didn't dare faint yet. Red Hair Pirates is still around. Rayleigh's situation is not much better than Magellan's. Red Earl, Bullet, Waldo, Shiryu, Blackbeard, Dot and many more thugs. Although the number dropped below 100. But it's still a terrifying force. If only Levi had come a little later. Even if one is the deputy of the former pirate king, the other is the warden of Impel Down. I'm afraid I'll be beaten to death too. Even after relaxing a little, Haki on the weapon temporarily relaxed. There was a click, and the sword used for fighting had already exploded into pieces. Rayleigh also looked up at the huge sword vision. He felt a sword intent that was not weaker than his. This is incredible. Gion, the alternate admiral, was very powerful before. But after all, he is a candidate, and excellence is excellence. But as a woman, one has to break through from a great swordsman to the realm of a supreme swordsman. It is really difficult because of the congenital physical conditions of women. Losing to male swordsmen, especially those with uneven chests. The conditions are too difficult to overcome. In terms of strength and body, the female swordsman has no advantage. Therefore, in 2 or 3 eras, and in the past 100 years, we have never heard of the world's #1 female swordsman specializing in swordsmanship. But starting from today, I'm afraid history may have to produce such a strong man. The current Gion is in the eyes of all strong people. He is definitely qualified to challenge Hawkeye and has a good winning rate. And this is all because of this guy Black Crow, who killed some people. A broken sword was sacrificed in blood. This made many criminals feel more alive. If they escape, can they massacre a few cities and practice sword practice with blood sacrifices? Can you fight? Gion felt the power boiling throughout his body. His eyes looked at Beckman again, full of fire and fighting intent. Trouble. Captain, take Rayleigh-san with you. We have to leave here as soon as possible. There are more than one strong person approaching quickly in some of the sensing areas around me. Beckman said. Rayleigh-san, we have to go. Yeah, Rayleigh nodded, and Lucky Roo went to help Pluton Rayleigh up. Rayleigh held on until Levi came and almost lost her match. I've already repaid Levi's favor. Now that the red hair came to save him, of course he had to leave with him. If you can avoid going to jail, of course it is better not to go to jail. Of course, get ready to do whatever you want, no one here is innocent. Levi nodded. So what if there are many enemies? The criminals on the 6th floor are powerful, so what if they are numerous? If any of them dares to touch another one, let's try it. The arrangements he made himself can definitely suppress these criminals to death. Blackbeard, Shiryu, they are the best proof. The criminals on the 6th floor obviously understood this, so they did not continue to attack him. Instead, they were wary of Levi, making eye contact with each other, hesitating, unwilling. With Levi's permission, Gion was ready to take action and gain momentum. But it still takes more than 10 seconds to adapt to the current power. Fortunately, she is a strong person, so it is relatively easy to get familiar with her. Director Magellan, you are very tired, please rest, and so are you. Black Crow Admiral, you don't have that kind of healing ability, can you give it to me? Magellan doesn't want to rest yet, and he doesn't dare to rest. He just saw Levi treating Gion. If you treat yourself now, you might be able to fight again. After hearing what Magellan said, the red-haired and thugs on the 6th floor. His face suddenly became serious. If Magellan recovers, their hope of escaping from here will be even slimmer. No, Director Magellan, I didn't. It was just a one-time method. Levi said innocently. As his words fell, his eyes suddenly shrank, and in an instant, the soul deterrence was activated. A terrifying invisible spiritual storm, like thousands of galloping troops, washed over the entire Impel Down. The high-pressure roar caused by the violent roll of Reiatsu can be heard in the void. Plop, plop, the entire Impel Down crowd, almost 90% of the guards and prisoners, passed out under the threat of Levi's Reiatsu. But Levi's real target is actually only a few people. Magellan was the first. Of course Levi can help Magellan with his treatment. But what happens next, if Magellan is involved? For Levi, it's not necessarily beneficial. So he needed Magellan to fall asleep. This Reiatsu is deliberately controlled and without any color. Magellan would only think that he had passed out from force when he looked back. But other people who were affected felt extremely uncomfortable. Jinbei and Ivankov teamed up to block the front. Just barely blocked the sudden attack of Reiatsu. In this spiritual storm, Supernova Star Kawara, the 7 warlords of the sea. They all just feel like they are walking alone in the desert. Then suddenly we encountered a huge sandstorm. At this moment, I pressed my body and walked inside against the sandstorm. Every step was extremely difficult. And those sands are still cutting into their skin and flesh. A trace of blood spattered from his body. It won't be like this if you give up resistance. But if you insist on resisting, Reiatsu's continuous output is extremely lethal. This is Conqueror's Haki. So powerful. Boom. Red-haired Shanks also suddenly felt a pressure coming on him. A sense of pressure that no one has been able to give him for more than 10 years. Not even Whitebeard, the whole world, before the Black Crow was born. No one has ever been as powerful as Haki. But now Levi's pressure is like an entire sky suppressing him. The red-haired body felt heavy, and his feet left a mark on the ground. What he was stepping on at the moment was a steel plate. The pressure is so great that only the red-haired person knows it. But, you want to suppress yourself with just coercion. Levi is now outputting violence and is about to suppress the red hair pirates. After all, one's own injuries cannot be in vain. And if I had come a little later just now, if all these criminals run away, I will find them all. Even with Reiatsu here, it's still a sign of trouble. And there is no way Mr. Sengoku's debt will go unpaid. No matter what, Levi couldn't just let the redhead leave. If only these things hadn't happened before. Levi doesn't care what the redhead is doing in Impel Down. But now, lie down for me. If any of you are not afraid of death, just run away. Levi faced all the criminals on the 6th floor and continued to pour down Reiatsu. Many criminals gradually couldn't bear it anymore and fell to their knees one by one. After the circles of black ripples Reiatsu passed by, the entire atmosphere froze. The extremely heavy feeling gradually increased. 10 circles of ripples is a heavy feeling of oppression. After 20 circles of black ripples, there was another level of oppression. Boom, the entire ground on the 6th floor suddenly sunk in a lot. What a terrible kid. No wonder the world says that you, Hockey, are unparalleled. But that alone is not enough. The red-haired and others were also on the 6th floor at the moment. When other criminals hesitated, he took action. In my opinion, Levi is too arrogant, and too much. Shanks is also one of the 4 emperors after all. But the most famous one is his conqueror's Hockey. Now Levi is in front of him, constantly releasing a strange conqueror's Hockey. And he was so domineering that he directly suppressed his entire pirate group. This is a provocation to him. It is also a challenge and humiliation to his expertise. Redheads are often easy-going people. But that's the norm, once you encounter provocation and serious things. He is more domineering and powerful than anyone else. Compete against Conqueror's Hockey. He was never afraid of anyone. The red-haired man finished speaking and put his hand on the knife handle. Then there was a loud sound, and at the moment when his eyes were focused, a wave of Conqueror's Hockey, who was inspired to ultimate by him, suddenly spread and swept away in a circular shock wave. Pong! The black waterfall like Reiatsu in the sky fell down and suppressed it. What happens below is that Conqueror's Hockey forms a golden red circular shock wave that is about to explode high into the sky. The two met and collided behind the LV3 position. Boom! A collision. The red-haired Hockey failed to repel Levi's Reiatsu. Boom, boom, boom. 2, 3, and 4. Each one is more ferocious, violent, and domineering than the last. But still can't break through. The red hair suddenly drew his sword out of its sheath. Overlord. Hockey suddenly became more aggressive. The two most powerful forces in the world collide at this moment. It was as if the sun and stars had exploded. Everyone who was still awake. He was immediately knocked away by the shock waves of constant collisions. Many people cried out in pain. Even Jinbei started to lose his guard. The whole person held up the Hockey barrier, but was shocked to the point where his mouth and nose were bleeding. You must know that what they endured is just the aftermath of the collision between the two. These two guys would be a disaster just by releasing Conqueror's Hockey. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the collision between the two energies became more and more terrifying, like a volcano erupting, thunder destroying the world, and stars exploding. Cracks gradually appeared on the entire Impel Down's specially made wall. Wong Lees, what kind of monsters are these two? How has the world changed after we were imprisoned? The kid on Roger's boat has actually changed. So terrible. It doesn't matter that a Marine Admiral is so young. Conqueror's Hockey is actually not weak at all, stronger than before on the 6th floor. Is this his full strength? He is even vaguely suppressed. Possibility of red hair. What kind of monsters are these tomatoes? If we go out, we won't become third-rate pirates. A legendary pirate who was thrown away by two forces of coercion was somewhat doubtful about his life for a moment. He is also the owner of Conqueror's Hockey. But under the attack of these two monsters. But he has no qualifications to stand still and watch. The gap is too big. That guy Benetaro has become so strong over the years. I'm not the strongest. Unforgivable. I'm still too lazy. Bullet watched the two collide. Although not shaken back, but I can also feel that there is still a gap between my Conqueror's Hockey and these two people. This made him very unhappy. Today's young people are really scary. If I can't regain the strength of my youth, I may not be their opponent. The Red Earl looks like the legendary vampire Ghost Duke, and he is the monster who defeated the previous Marine Marshal Sora. But at this moment, I was also shocked by the Conqueror's confrontation between the two. HMPH, if it hadn't been for those from CPO, I should have become stronger by now, freezing me in this hellish place for decades. World Destroyer Waldo looked at the two. Such a powerful person said very unwillingly. Levi looked down at everyone below. Is this the strongest Conqueror's hockey in the world? If it's only to this extent, it would be so disappointing. What? Then they saw Levi floating in midair, hands spread out. Two Conquerors' hockey set off a stormy sea. Waves of terrifying aura turned into shock waves and shot straight into the sky. Then it spread out, allowing the calm belt monster to run away cleanly. Many sea kings swam away with their tails wagging. A hint of human helplessness flashed across his beastly eyes. That's about as much as a curse. Whether it's over or not, scary monsters are always passing by here lately. They leave, come back, leave and come back, and now they are leaving again. If this continues, they may consider long-term migration. In that case, the first natural barrier to impel down will disappear. At this moment, we are about 20 kilometers away from impel down, in two different directions. There is a fleet of 10 top-level warships heading towards impel down at full speed. But this fleet is not flying the Marine flag, but the flag of world government. This is the tri-service fleet under the world government. Although other departments do not have as many warships as the Marine headquarters under their command. But 10 warships can still be taken out easily, and can become an insurance. It shows that these soldiers are all carefully selected elites. Definitely no weaker than the soldiers at Marine headquarters, even stronger. Because this is the private army directly under the aristocrats of the world. On the main ship, there are 7 CPOs standing, but they are different from ordinary CPOs. Several CPOs are filled with terrifying murderous intent. This murderous aura seems to be impossible to conceal, like a bright light. Extremely aggressive. The leader is still CPO Commander Koses, whom Levi has met once. He stared calmly in the impel down direction. The red hair pirates attack impel down, which is not an event they want to see. The identity of redheads is very sensitive to them. In the year of the Valley of the Gods War, Shanks happened to be a baby and was rescued by Roger in the ashes of the war. Thus sailing on the ship may not even have occurred to Roger himself. A baby he rescued casually was related to the lineage of the world's noble celestial dragons, and to Lord I Am. Red hair has an extremely noble status, so noble that the 5 elders cannot decide whether to deal with his life or death. But the red hair grew up on the Roger pirate's ship. But some can't accept their true identity. So much so that after all these years, after the world government gave numerous conclusive evidences, the red-haired man still chose to become a pirate and become the 4 emperors. But the 4 emperors are to the world government 5 elders. They are just criminals and thugs, and they cannot be compared with the royal family and nobles like them. So Koses will be very helpless when facing red hair. Even the order given by the 5 elders is that if the red hair has rescued Rayleigh, let him go. If not, stop him again. Such conditions are simply too loose. You should put it on others and dare to touch the interests of the world government in this way. There is only one result, kill without mercy. But red hair is equivalent to a prince among the world government nobles. It's such a troublesome mission. I just received a phone call saying that the Black Crow has left the battlefield and rushed to impel down. I hope it won't make things more troublesome. Koses sighed with emotion. In the other direction, Kaido was so tired that the cow took a few breaths after running at high speed. This seems incredible to others. Because Kaido is known as the strongest creature, with strong resilience and physical strength. Almost endless. How could there be a problem of insufficient lung capacity due to being in a hurry? But it is what it is. Kaido doesn't believe that Levi can be faster than him, the master of the air. So from the beginning of the acceleration, I didn't see Levi's back. At 50% strength, I still didn't see it. Then with 80% strength, there is still no trace of his back. After the speculation, they still couldn't find it, and Kaido finally got angry. Just ignore everything and concentrate all your strength on speed. Exploding his own unprecedented flying speed. Still didn't see anything. Impel Down can now be seen in the distance. Kaido looked at Impel Down and couldn't help but mutter to himself, maybe he ran in the wrong direction. There is no reference in the vast sea, and even I almost went in the wrong direction. Not bad. It should be like this. Kaido didn't think that anyone could be significantly ahead of him at the super limit speed of his aerial overlord. But after he finished speaking, he clearly felt the energy fluctuations emanating from the two conquerors' haki. There is a smell that is very familiar. It belongs to the Black Crow. How is this possible? Is it really that much faster than me? Kaido suddenly frowned, making the dragon's face look a little ferocious. But forget it, so what if it's fast? The most important thing now is that they have fought as they expected. Ah ha ha, Impel Down and broken, it seems like today will be a good harvest day. Kaido controls the wind and clouds and hides himself very well. The breath is completely restrained and hidden in the wind. He hadn't forgotten that Levi's senses were extremely sensitive. No matter what this time, you must not let them notice your approach. Only in this way can you ensure that you become the biggest winner. Marine Headquarters. Pong, click, the atmosphere shattered, Akainu's body twisted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from Akainu's mouth. The whole person was knocked hundreds of meters away by Whitebeard. Blah la la la, Magma Kid, it seems that you haven't smoothed your water chestnuts in these years. You attack like a frizzy boy. Who do you think I am? Lousy as a Whitebeard. Quote. Whitebeard roared angrily, pulled out the cloud cutter stuck in the ground, and another seismic wave swept across. The atmosphere exploded, and Akainu quickly used emission haki to block it, but the marines around him were not so lucky. Even if there were Rear Admiral Vice Admiral among them, they were all sent flying into the sky by Whitebeard's sword. The blue and white marine embellished the entire void in an instant, extremely spectacular and gorgeous. But when they think about losing their lives, everyone's heart is just heavy. It seems that Sakazuki Admiral can't beat Whitebeard. Marine Headquarters must lose. A reporter from Sabayati Archipelago swallowed his saliva. He said words that even frightened him. They couldn't imagine what the world would be like if Marine lost. Don't be so talkative. How can Marine Headquarters lose? Marine has more than one admiral. But Kizaru and Aokiji are both trapped by Whitebeard's captains. We also have Vice Admiral Garp. Marine will definitely win. At the end of the sentence, the reporter felt a little unsure. They haven't seen how strong Garp is, but they are already deeply impressed by how strong Whitebeard is. After Levi left, Akainu took Levi's place. But the result was completely different. Akainu was eager to kill Whitebeard. This shows a little bit of impatience. This impatience is very slight, so slight that Akainu himself may not notice it. Because he wants to prove it to everyone, especially the Black Crow Admiral. He can take down Whitebeard. Originally, this impatience was nothing compared to other strong men. Because Akainu's combat power is very strong, his weaknesses are so subtle that they can't be seen. It's nothing, but his opponent is Whitebeard. He is a man with more combat experience than him, having gone through many changes in the eras and experienced numerous legendary battles. And it holds the monster with the strongest ability to destroy fruits. Whitebeard has extremely keen insights. After catching this, he continued to stimulate Akainu and manipulate Akainu's emotions. Let Akainu reveal bigger flaws. Finally, he found an earthquake punch that could wound Akainu. However, Akainu's body is also extremely strong, and an earthquake punch cannot kill him. But winning is not that easy. Even if he enters a desperate state, he still cannot gain the upper hand. Old guy, more than half of his body is buried in the soil, and he's still so difficult to deal with. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes still firm and murderous. Even if it means risking your own life, you must try to kill Whitebeard. But overall, Akainu is still at a disadvantage. This has to make people worry about the direction of this war. Fortunately, the pacifists have suppressed many pirates. The surrounding wall has also been raised, and pirates are dying in large numbers. But everyone knows that the real outcome depends on the high-end battlefield. It seems that some plans CB still have to be implemented. After all, they were planned before. Seeing the situation of the battle, Sengoku muttered to himself, and then ordered the people around him to do things. And Garp is currently sitting in the position of Marine 4 Admiral. He is the only one left in this position. But Garp can't go out easily. He has to prevent Kaido or other possible attacks. After all, 3 of the 4 emperors have appeared near the marine headquarters. Who dares to be careless? Black Crow Admiral. Where did Black Crow Admiral go? Didn't Black Crow Admiral fly past Whitebeard just now? If it was Black Crow Admiral, he would definitely win. Some civilians asked in confusion before the live broadcast. I seem to be going to deal with the Impel Down incident. When Kaido showed up just now, didn't he say that Impel Down was attacked by a redhead? Impel Down. Oh, it's the world's #1 prison. Something happened there. It shouldn't be a big deal. The most important thing now is to win this battle. I hope Admiral the Black Crow can come back and defeat Whitebeard as soon as possible. Not bad. If it's the Black Crow Admiral, I think the chance of winning is greater. You see, although Akainu also fought fiercely with Whitebeard, from the beginning to now, it seems that he has never been able to defeat Whitebeard. It seems like Black Crow Admiral is stronger. Many people put their hope in Levi, who had the ability to knock Whitebeard away before. Magma Kid, it seems that you are much weaker than the little crow. Whitebeard was taunting casually, intending to make Akainu angry step by step. But he didn't expect that these words would directly hit one of Akainu's winning points. You old man, just enjoy this funeral. Dog bites the red lotus. Akainu was extremely angry, punched out, and then attacked. In Whitebeard's view, the flaw is even bigger than before. An earthquake punch struck down, and Akainu spurted blood and flew backwards again. At the same time, Whitebeard's eyes lit up, as if mentioning the name Black Crow could make Akainu's mentality fluctuate. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed to have found the password to wealth. Constantly comparing Levi's achievements, age, and strength to Akainu and making fun of him. Whitebeard gets better and better as he fights, but Akainu becomes more and more uncomfortable. What he means by this is that this conqueror's haki is not his limit and full strength. Isn't this impossible? Jinbei and others listened to Levi's words. After all, he was dumbfounded. He is already so strong, just as strong as Father Whitebeard. But this Black Crow Admiral actually thinks that the red-haired conqueror's haki is nothing more than that. Is this tone too loud? Is there any haki in this world that is stronger than these 2 conquerors' haki? They couldn't imagine it at all. What a shame. The red-haired man didn't believe there was a stronger haki. But after hearing what Levi said, the red-haired man still became vigilant. After all, at this time, there seems to be no need to pretend to be a ghost. Levi didn't explain, he just spread his hands and stretched his arms. Suddenly, the entire Reiatsu black mist surged out from his body. Like roaring waves, rushing directly into the sky. Buzz buzz. The entire sky suddenly trembled and was covered in black Reiatsu. Then powerful Reiatsu black light beams fell on Levi's Reiatsu shock wave. Press down. Boom. The first black Reiatsu beam fell on the pressure of the collision between the 2. The pressure of the 2 men's fierce collision was suppressed by Levi. I only saw the red hair who was able to compete with Levi just now. Suddenly, the whole foot was pressed into the extremely solid ground. Boom, boom. In an instant, 10 beams of light fell from the sky. This is like adding a powerful thruster to the Reiatsu that Levi just collided with the redhead. All of a sudden, half of the red-haired body was pressed into the ground. Tisk. The red-haired man's face changed drastically. He bit his lips and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, but he still refused to take back Conqueror's haki and persisted tenaciously. He couldn't believe that his Conqueror's haki would be knocked down by the opponent so brutally. Boss, boss. The other members of Red Hair Pirates were horrified and extremely worried at the same time. The others looked at the 2 of them with ghostly expressions on their faces. Unbelievable. My heart felt like it stopped beating. They are suffocating. 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, recognized as the strongest haki in the world. He actually lost in a competition with Conqueror's haki. It's obvious that we lost, and we lost more than just a little bit. This is too fantasy, it feels like a dream and has no sense of reality. Boom. The 11th beam of light fell, larger and stronger than the other 10. This beam of light fell and there was an explosion. The red-haired conqueror's haki was unwilling to take it back and was completely shattered by the shock. With a puff, the red-haired man opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't say a word. It just opened. Just as Levi started to speak, there was a sudden pop, accompanied by bright blood flowers. A green dragon claw penetrated his heart directly from behind, and the claws were stained with bright red blood. This shocking change made everyone's eyes widen. How is this going? Levi! Gion roared hysterically, tears falling down all of a sudden. How could this happen? How could this happen? 4 emperors, Kaido of the beasts. Beckman looked at the claws protruding from the clouds in the sky with a sullen face. Name the assassin. The extremely sharp claws successfully attacked Levi and penetrated his heart. Little Black Crow, this world is not just about strength, you also need to seize the opportunity. Young people are a little more mature after all, huh? Kaido said with a slight expression, and the teaching voice sounded after Levi. Oh, really? Levi stood in the air, still unmoved, not even surprised. Huh? Kaido heard Levi's calm, emotionless words. Suddenly something felt wrong. Is this the tone and attitude a person who is about to die after being attacked by surprise should have? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it, but the feeling is right. She had pierced his heart accurately, and the taste of blood couldn't lie. Kaido was hesitant at first, but he didn't have any burden as a player. As long as he can achieve his goal, it doesn't matter if he cheats or kidnaps him. He is a pirate. No one in this sea expects pirates to be just. When Kaido lurked from a short distance away and saw the red-haired man losing the Conqueror's hockey competition, he also looked unbelievable that the two of them had been fighting for so many years. The red-haired hockey has always been what he hates the most, because he can hurt himself every time. And Kaido's own Conqueror's hockey usually suffers when fighting against red hair. But he didn't expect that in his lifetime, he would see the red-haired man lose to someone else in Conqueror's hockey. And it was a complete failure. Kaido felt happy and heavy at the same time. I'm happy to see the red hair deflated. What's heavy is that there is such a terrible monster in the Marine headquarters. Very unkind to these 4 emperors. Even if it doesn't seem to be a problem now. But one side is a Marine and the other side is a pirate. Born to be opposites, you will encounter them sooner or later. If one day, I encounter this kind of monster, even if he can't kill me. But it might not be easy for me to take advantage of him. Marine is very powerful now, if they can continue to grow. I'm afraid that in the future, New World may not necessarily be decided by them and 4 emperors. They don't allow this. So just now, when the sneak attack on the red hair and the black crow, these 2 choices were put in front of them. Kaido thought for a while and struggled for a while. In the end, he chose the black crow, because the red hair was underneath, and he had to bypass the black crow to sneak up on the red hair. It will increase the possibility of being discovered, and redheads will be more vigilant, and the overall situation is the most important. So even though Kaido personally wanted to kill the redhead in a sneak attack, but in the end I made a wise choice. Successfully launched a sneak attack at the moment Levi suppressed the red hair. This is a great time. When a person's attack is successful and effective, and one's own side is at an advantage, the mind will inevitably relax for a moment. Wrapped with armed colors and conquerors, and extremely strong and sharp dragon claws, it successfully penetrated the body of Admiral, the Black Crow. Logically speaking, he was bound to die. But why? His attitude is so calm. All the strong men present were horrified by their appearance and successful sneak attack. It's so abnormal for a victim of him to be so calm. Gion swept away the attack with anger, and the Valkyrie became furious. The sky-high sword swept towards Kaido with endless energy. HMPH. Seeing this, Kaido's scalp went numb for a moment. Gion's slash was too sharp, and his claws were still in Levi's body. I just wanted to pull it back, but found that I couldn't. What's going on? Kaido suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. Dragon armor. Armed, Kaido had no time to make any more moves. I don't dare to use my normal body to resist this slashing blow. Instead, he immediately used dragon scales and armor colors to defend. PFF'd, but the giant sword slashed at his dragon body, scales flew and blood splattered. Sparks also flew, and his tough body directly deflected Gion's attack direction when the sword light reached inside his body. And Gion can't fly, he just bounced with all his strength. Then he swung upwards and struck out. After this strike, Gion quickly fell to the ground. Roar! Kaido looked slightly shocked and let out a deafening roar of pain. His defense was broken. This woman's swordsmanship is quite powerful and terrifying. But Kaido also reacted very quickly. He opened his mouth and flames surged in his mouth. Looking at Gion falling to the ground, hot breath. Boom! A terrifying stream of fire capable of leveling the mountain peaks burst out like a laser. But Gion's Valkyrie, holding a giant sword, protected Gion and came back to block. Boom! A terrifying flame explosion storm instantly covered the entire sky, as if heavenly fire was destroying everything in the world. Gion finally fell to the ground in a slightly embarrassed state. But this is shocking enough. He injured 4 emperors Kaido with one knife, without suffering any obvious injuries. Looking at this achievement, few people in the world can achieve it. However, after Kaido's attack, the wounds on his body immediately stopped flowing with blood after a burst of muscle squirming. Then he slowly recovered, and finally only a bloody scab remained. This blow, despite Kaido's full defense, failed to penetrate the body. Little girl. But Kaido was extremely angry. He hadn't suffered such a loss for a long time. I thought the people here who needed the most attention at this moment were Red Hair, Black Crow, and Beckman. But he didn't expect that a substitute admiral almost hit him hard. Is the Black Crow admiral going to die? Many people heard someone say this, and their eyes became bright again. The goddess of hope seems to have opened the door to freedom for them again. No, that's not right. His breath didn't weaken at all. What's going on? Wasn't his heart pierced? Beckman suddenly realized that something was wrong. After careful observation, I found that Levi's aura showed no signs of weakening at all. Even if he is a monster-level strongman, as long as his body is still a human body. Death is certain even if the heart is punctured. After hearing Beckman's words, Kaido, who was in midair, came back to his senses and turned his attention to Levi. If he could move his claws just now, he could move his position. No matter how powerful Momosegi's slashing is, he could easily dodge it, so there was no need to take the blow. Although this blow had no big impact on him, his defense and vitality are the strongest in the world. Maybe there are beings that can hurt you. But the more flesh and bones his body gets, the stronger it becomes. No one in this world can kill me. The hiding ability is good. I can even hide the soul fluctuations. I thought it was my illusion, but I didn't expect it to be caught so easily. Levi's indifferent voice sounded. While speaking, Levi took 2 steps forward. Pull your body away from the dragon's claws. But his hand always rested on this paw. Hearing Levi's words, everyone was a little confused. Is he fishing? Fishing for fish hidden in the dark? Is it true or false? Everyone has doubts, but they can see Levi's calmness from beginning to end. They thought it was probably true. Kaido's face changed slightly when he heard this, but he was even more horrified by Levi's physical condition at the moment. How is that possible? The place where I hit him was obviously a vital part. My heart is broken, but I am still walking around in the void like nothing happened. His dragon claw was also caught. I hate insidious and condescending guys. They are all going to be killed anyway, so let's start with you. Levi pressed Kaido's dragon claw. How could this happen? Kaido found an extremely terrifying sense of oppression acting on him instantly. It's as if the space has solidified, so heavy. Can't move. From the Black Crow's palm comes the terrifying conqueror's haki. Ever since he became powerful, Levi has never directly touched an enemy with his body. Because I just didn't want to fight with others in Levi, so I chose Reiatsu. But that doesn't mean Levi doesn't have power in his fists and feet. Yes, and it's even more terrifying. Because Reiatsu is released directly from his body and does not need to be transmitted through other channels, the concentration and intensity of Reiatsu will be somewhat stronger. It just hasn't been used. But this time I used it. When Levi attacks the redhead. At first, I sensed a powerful aura coming from afar in this direction. But not long after, Rui disappeared without a trace. Even Levi's senses scanned the surroundings, but still found nothing. So Levi guessed that the other party must be very good at using natural elements to hide his whereabouts. And haki must have been used. Only haki can cover one's own soul. This allows him to avoid Reiatsu's perception. The visitor is an enemy, not a friend, because he is one of our own. There is no need to hide at all. Only pirates and enemies will hide in the darkness. So Levi showed his flaws and completely exposed his back. Because Levi always believes that the enemy in the dark is always more terrifying than the one on the surface. In order to fish out the enemy from the dark, he does not hesitate to use himself as bait. The enemy was indeed fooled. It's just a broken heart. As long as you control your soul, you don't even feel pain. As Levi spoke, a black Reiatsu filled his body, and Reiatsu wrapped around the hole in his heart and body. Then his recovery speed was even more terrifying than Kaido's, just 1 second. Levi's body recovered as before, white and flawless, not even a scar left. How is this? How possible? Kaido was shocked. In this world, there are monsters with such exaggerated vitality that far exceed his own. This is not a dream. This is too outrageous. Is this a normal human being? The fatal injury is gone. Crocodile and others looked at the scene in front of them and felt very dreamy. When Gion saw this, his face lit up with joy. He was a fool boss, making people worry for nothing. I have never seen such a human being, Beckman said with emotion. It seems like today won't be easy. The red-haired man also nodded. Then get ready for a big fight. Although it's a bit unkind, but this is indeed a good opportunity. Let's leave while Kaido is entangled with him. Good. Dragon Claw, it looks pretty good. It's a pity that it's an esper. After leaving its master, it should turn into ordinary human parts. Levi said, raising his other hand, and become a hand knife. There is a black Reiatsu coming out from the top, like a sharp black blade, cutting away at the dragon claw that he held tightly in his hand. Kaido couldn't break free at this time, he just needed another moment. Kaido is sure to break free, but Levi won't give him this chance. My defense is invincible, and I can never be completely defeated by others. Dragon scales, secret pattern weapons. Countless conquerors' haki are wrapped around the dragon claws, and the defense is raised to the highest level. But Levi just raised the knife and dropped it. The blood suddenly appears. PFF'd. Kaido's dragon claw was easily cut off by Levi. If you stab yourself in the back, you'll have to pay the price. Black Crow, Lousy is going to kill you. Kaido. He was in pain, extremely furious, and a burst of thunder suddenly flashed across his body. Kaido instantly transforms into a dragon-like state, which is the strongest one-on-one stance. The body was vaguely wrapped with wind and thunder, whirring fiercely. Tall and mighty, with a body like a little giant, full of primitive violence and wildness. The sharp diagonal angles rising to the sky were so sharp that they seemed to pierce the sky. Every muscle is made of molten iron, lying on the body like a small horned dragon, full of explosive power. He was holding a mace in his hand, and his other hand was cut off from the elbow joint in the middle of his arm, and was dripping with blood at the moment. Seeing Kaido filled with such a terrifying aura. Except for the admiral-level experts present, everyone else felt a suffocating sense of oppression coming towards them. Mad. Kaido's guy has such a terrifying defense, but one of his arms was easily cut off by the Black Crow. A big pirate on the 6th floor said in horror. He once challenged Kaido and failed, completely. That defense was so hopeless, but the current Kaido. I'm afraid he's not a fake Kaido. It's okay to backstab someone else without getting any benefits, but he also gained an arm himself. Such a shocking scene made the people on the 6th floor choose to wait and see. Anyway, it seems that Kaido and the Redhead will start the Black Crow. When you are not sure whether your body has been tampered with. They didn't dare to act rashly, it was best to wait for the two of them to kill the Black Crow. It would be safer for them to move again. After all, no matter how strong the Black Crow is, there is no way he can fight against 4 emperors at the same time. If you can kill him, come and give it a try. It doesn't matter if you two go together. After Levi finished speaking, he looked at the Redhead provocatively. Kaido's appearance is unexpected, if Kaido causes trouble for himself. The red-haired man wanted to escape, and he might have to pay a heavy price to stop them. So why not let them both come together? Kill them together. Upon hearing Levi's provocation, Gion acted quickly, took the lead, controlled the Valkyrie, and swung his sword at Beckman. Bang bang bang. Beckman's face changed slightly, the Momoshiki now is not the Momoshiki before. He couldn't deal with it easily at all. He fired 3 shots in an instant, and the gun blasted out a small twisted space area in the air. But Guillaume was shattered with one sword and quickly approached. Beckman stepped back, dodging while keeping his distance, and fired back. The two of them fought each other instantly. Although we don't want to bully the minority, we can't be dragged here by you. Luffy, why are you still standing there? The red-haired man stepped a little faster, holding Griffin in one hand, and rushed towards Lee. Wei, when passing by LV2, he reminded me. Now is the best time for Luffy and the others to jump away. The red hair slashed at Levi with a knife, and Haki appeared, causing the world to change color. I never thought that one day, I would fight against you together. Thunder 8 trigrams. A legendary battle begins. 5. What is this? What happened in front? Kosas's ship got closer and closer. Suddenly, I felt 3 auras rising into the sky in front of me. Each one is as terrifying and powerful as a demon stirring up the storm. Just the ripples of energy caused by the impact made the calm belt a storm. This fleet suddenly issued a harsh warning sound because the tsunami in front was approaching. It is a ripple caused by energy fluctuations. Keep moving forward. Impel Down seems to have undergone a huge change. Kosas said coldly. With such a powerful force, what is happening to Impel Down now? Was the jailbreak successful, or was it not yet successful and it was just a bloody fight? No matter what it is, I have to get there as soon as possible. The situation cannot be allowed to worsen, otherwise it will affect Malindo's war zone. This leads to some unpredictable results. That would be big trouble. But Lord Kosas, there is a tsunami ahead. It's okay, just drive over. Kosas said, and with a wave of his hand, 10 warships were immediately covered with a transparent air shield. The ship with the shield went straight through the tsunami coming from the front. No ship suffered at all. Quick, rush out. Straw Hat, Jinbei, Sand Crocodile and others also wanted to watch this rare joint battle between the two emperors. But they all have their own purposes. At this moment, I have rushed to the gate of Impel Down. Because of the previous Red Hair Pirates invasion, most of the jailers were knocked down. There are warships. They rushed to the gate. Impel Down has been surrounded by a fleet of marine warships. Although this fleet was sunk a lot by the Red Hair Pirates before. But the remaining ships still came around Impel Down. A vice admiral gave a death order, and all artillery fire was aimed at the Impel Down gate. Once any prisoner comes out, fire immediately. It's just that a fight broke out between 3 strong men at this moment. Raging waves arose, and they worked hard to stabilize the ship, even attaching ropes to the ship and leaning near the Impel Down. But the accuracy of the cannonballs was still far off. Although the shells washed the ground, not many actually hit the gate. Blocked by these escaped prisoners, Straw Hat and others are not weak. Soon they reached a warship. Although these people are not Levi's established prey and subordinates. But he escaped under his own nose. I still feel a little uncomfortable thinking about it. Levi's eyes narrowed, he gathered a Reiatsu sword and shot it directly at the captured warship. However, he was stopped halfway by a sword energy from the red hair. The redhead is obviously Straw Hat Luffy's protector. Levi took a look and saw that there was Fuli, who was seriously injured. He stopped attacking. This time Rayleigh was able to step forward and stop the criminals from escaping. It also exceeded Levi's expectations. Rayleigh is powerful. Although Levi also had the Reiatsu mark on him. But it is unrealistic to rely on this to kill him because of his soul strength and willpower. It is several times stronger than Blackbeard. This kind of strong man is not so easy to kill. And, he had just done himself a favor. It's impossible to actually kill him, it's a bit unkind. Anyway, there is a mark. It was easy for Levi to find him. If you want the secrets from his mouth, there are plenty of opportunities. And the red hair intended to cover their retreat. 4 emperors are enough to bring pressure to the current Levi. But there was a 6th-level criminal who took advantage of Levi's skill. Planning to take a gamble and sneak away secretly, Levi frowned. He has killed a lot of people, but he doesn't intend to kill everyone on the 6th floor of Impel Down. After all, creating an Urankar soul requires too many soul fragments. It may take dozens of strong men to create another Urankar. Whether it is worth it or not is still unknown. We have to see how powerful this Urankar is. So Levi didn't directly detonate the mark in his body. Let Urankar fight instead. Ahaha, He didn't notice me. The criminal saw that Levi was not looking at him. I was very happy because the four emperors joined forces. The terrifying mace with conquerors Haki and thunder and lightning is extremely domineering. The red-haired sword energy was extremely sharp, and the two of them attacked from a flank. In the sky, there are strange changes in the celestial phenomena, lightning and thunder, and waves of energy overflowing. Whoosh! Urankar received Levi's command signal. The eyes that were originally ashen and lifeless suddenly lit up with scarlet light. With a move in the air, the black and white bones on his body turned into energy, forming a Shinigami-like Zanpakuto. Turn around and activate the high-speed teleportation skill, Sound Spin. Be careful, someone warned on the 6th floor below. Someone went to the front to check the way for them. Let's see if Levi really doesn't have time to pay attention to them. If once confirmed, you really don't have time to pay attention to them. They will not settle down. The sooner they escape, the sooner they will be safe. As soon as he saw the monster that was born out of nowhere, he attacked. They quickly reminded, "What? How is it possible? I didn't catch it with my experience. Are you kidding me?" Snick was suddenly shocked. He was the 7 warlords of the sea 10 years ago, and he did some things later and was discovered by Garp. He fought with Garp for 50 or 60 moves before he was defeated. Over the years, perhaps the strength will decline somewhat. But it's not like this monster is less than 5 meters away from me, and I can't even notice it. This is a bit outrageous. When the knife was swung towards his back, only then did his hair stand on end as he sensed a sense of crisis. Armed, silver armor. Snick was startled and instantly used his fruit ability. The whole person first turned into a silver humanoid, and then the black armament Haki covered it. He is a metal man with silver fruit, and his defense is as strong as steel. Even when the defense is relaxed, attacks such as shock waves can be removed. If Garp's iron fist hadn't been too terrifying, it would have penetrated his body. With his fruit ability, even if he can't defeat Admiral, he can still escape easily. PFF'd. However, Snick's defense was easily broken under that knife. Blood flew in the air, accompanied by his unbelievable eyes. His body fell from above very quickly. Before he landed, he saw the figure of the monster and disappeared again with a hiss. The next moment, a black and white substance appeared in front of him, and a strange foot with sharp barbs on its heel stepped directly into the ground. This is, what, a monster, poof. Snick didn't expect that he would be killed instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he was knocked unconscious. Even though his strength has weakened a lot over the years, he still believes that the average strong person is not his opponent at all. Unless it's the Marine Admiral. But now the Marine Admiral Black Crow didn't take action against him at all. But the Black Crow didn't know how to create this monster. Then, he lost. This, Bullet, Red Earl and others also looked shocked. Snick is indeed not weak and has extremely strong combat power. But this black and white monster actually killed him instantly. The knife in your hand is so sharp, and its speed and power are also terrifying. Not even they can ignore it. Go to hell, monster. After Urankar stepped on Snick and landed, a thug behind him took a giant axe and struck it directly from the back of the head. There was a loud bang, a direct hit. The thug looked happy, but the next moment he was a little confused. The axe exploded. Modan, this monster's head is so hard. Interesting, let me give it a try. Bullet was full of fighting spirit, even if he couldn't escape for the time being. He also wanted to try it out to see how powerful this monster was. Bullet fuses the surrounding weapons and combines them for his own use, condensing a metal arm. It hit Urankar directly. Urankar raised his sword and blocked it easily without even moving a step. You don't know how to do this. You must have combat power that is not weaker than Marine Admiral. The Red Earl frowned, blocking Bullet's attack so easily. This is a bit ridiculously strong. After blocking the attack, Urankar opened his mouth, and a red light quickly condensed. It's Sero. Although it's just an ordinary Sero, everyone is in a state of crisis at this moment. Tisk. A red flash of light burst out. Bullet uses the combined metal properties and 4 Emperor's level armament Haki to block. Because there are cells on both sides, there is no way to escape. Boom. A high-energy explosive flame storm filled the entire LV6, if other strongmen had not taken action to defend it. I am afraid that many weak and strong people will suffer at this moment. Bullet looked down at his arm with traces of bloodline flowing out, and his expression gradually became serious. This monster is very powerful. It's not bad. Levi dealt with the two people's attacks. While distracted, he paid attention to the Battle of Arankar. Arankar condensed the soul fragments of the entire Impel down for hundreds of years, although the previous ones were already very weak. The most important thing is that many powerful people have died recently, allowing it to obtain sufficient nutrients. Levi then gave it Reiatsu, making it come alive. The combat power shown now is indeed very good. Not much different from the strong admiral, maybe not to the level of a Kainu. But it's a bit stronger than the previous Gion. And the various attack methods are weird and unpredictable. It has a defensive, steel skin, a high-speed moving, sound spin, and a high-energy beam attack, Sero. If it didn't lack a little spirituality and wisdom, Levi felt that it could definitely be compared with Admiral. But Levi can detect it can still evolve, it just needs a soul. But now Bullet and others are not weak to it, so feeding it with their souls seems a bit disadvantageous. Unless it's an enemy you decide to kill, it doesn't matter. For now, just be patient. Go back to Marineford, where many strong men died in this battle. And just after death, the soul fluctuation is very powerful. If Whitebeard dies too, then once the soul is devoured, Arankar's strength will definitely increase dramatically. This kind of complete surrender to one's own combat power is very rare. There is no need to worry about Arankar for the time being. Straw Hat seized the warship and was pushed away by the tsunami. Gion wanted to chase, but now Beckman stopped her from chasing. This time, the two were almost evenly matched. Boy, you are really big-hearted. You don't think that because you have strong recovery ability, we can't kill you. However, Levi was distracted. Go make Kaido very dissatisfied, what a joke. They are both 4 emperors. Although they have never fought side by side, there is no tacit understanding. But after all, they are 4 emperors, and they are treated like this in the literary world. But Levi didn't pay full attention to it. Kaido was very dissatisfied, and the red-haired man frowned slightly, although he didn't say it as bluntly as Kaido did. But he obviously also felt that he was being underestimated. They are all proud and unruly overlords. 2 against 1, the opponent is still distracted, this is not Kai Guouo's taunt. Strike. The red-haired sword splashed out, and the mighty conqueror's golden red sword energy slashed towards Levi. Levi was stunned for a moment when he heard the name. Is he sure he wasn't missing the name of Buggy's move? Or should we connect it with his nickname and pronounce it backwards? What does the look in Black Crow's eyes mean? The red-haired man felt that the look in Black Crow's eyes was quite strange. Kaido was also furious, and struck out with another thunderous 8 trigrams. Since you are in a hurry to die, I will send you on your way. Reiatsu, release full power. Levi stepped into space. The black Reiatsu that originally covered the sky was already in the form of mist, but a massive amount of Reiatsu was sprayed out from Levi's body. Makes all Reiatsu more lethal. First, a beam of light descended from the sky, blocking the red-haired attack. With his eyes focused, he spun a Reiatsu heavenly sword at high speed, and then struck Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams mace with a single blow. The already terrifying Reiatsu is now more like Benkai unleashed, causing all Reiatsu to go berserk. The heavenly sword fell, and Kaido was knocked back. The palm of his hand cracked and his scales fell off. Kill. Levi spit out one word, condensed 2 black wings behind his back, and pulled out 2 black aurora. Swiftly slashing at the 4 emperors, 1 strike and 2 strikes, and dozens of strikes in an instant. Although both of them were blocked by, they were also shocked and took several steps back. Levi fights 1 against 2, never falling behind, even going to attack. Red Hair, you must not let this monster like the Black Crow survive, otherwise you should know what changes will happen to New World in the future. Kaido's expression became more serious. Black Crow is much stronger than he thought. What, are you scared? The red-haired man smiled lightly and did not agree, but his eyes were heavy in the depths of his eyes. Kaido didn't say anything anymore, he had already reminded him. As for whether the redhead accepts it or not, that's none of his business. Anyway, Kaido felt that he couldn't let such a dangerous guy live. It's so scary, especially at such a young age, and it will happen again in the future. Born to the third world, attract Naraku. After Kaido finished speaking, he jumped up high and spun the mace wildly. Then a black lightning appeared on the mace and blasted towards Levi from top to bottom. It directly knocked Levi's black wings away. In another moment, he approached Levi and swiped the mace at Levi's head. There is no more product of Reiatsu around Levi. But Levi's expression remained unchanged, and he stretched out an arm that looked a bit tender to everyone. Reiatsu covers the whole body, like the void of a rancor. With a loud bang, Kaido's mace hit Levi's hand, and it was easily blocked, and the impact force rippled out. Levi's 5 fingers covered with black and white bone material pinched hard. 5 fingerprints appeared on the extremely strong mace. How is that possible? Kaido was horrified. At the same time, the red-haired man leaned closer and struck with another blow. Levi's head tilted sharply, and the King Sero light had been condensed and shot straight at the red hair. Oops! The red-haired man felt an unprecedented crisis coming. Boom! A black light burst down from the sky. It is extremely powerful and shoots straight into the sea. The entire sea was directly penetrated, and a large amount of seawater evaporated cleanly in an instant. A huge crater was revealed that went straight to the bottom of the sea. There is no seawater in the huge crater, and you can see that a large crater with a diameter of more than 500 meters has been blasted out of the exposed seabed. The surrounding sea water poured crazily into the huge crater created by the explosion. But I couldn't get enough of it for a while, because the entire range of seawater evaporation is more than a kilometer in diameter. It seems that Levi, the king of Sero Light, is more terrifying than the explosive power of nuclear weapons. Oh my god, the bottom of the sea has been blasted through. Such a big hole, I don't know how deep it is, so much seawater can't fill it. And it must be 1,000 meters deep from the surface to the bottom of the sea. That black light is what? This power, a small island might just be gone. Impelled down, the buildings above the water have been completely destroyed. Many of the convicts on the upper floors were just a few steps away from the edge of the sea and could see the fighting. And as long as they don't escape impelled down, Levi won't care about them. Do they dare to swim in the calm belt? Let's not talk about whether all the sea kings are gone. Just the aftermath of the battle between Levi and the 2 emperors made them dare to pass by or intervene. Just look at this huge pit that has not yet been filled by seawater and you will know the consequences. Whoosh whoosh, 3 more black lights in a row. Boom boom boom. The terrifying high-energy explosion evaporated the seawater in an instant and penetrated into the surface of the earth. One after another, terrifying giant pits fell around the advancement layer. And more. Bad wind. Kaido also spurted out streams of violent wind and lightning that could cut the sea surface apart from his mouth. His green dragon controls lightning, wind, fire, multiple attributes. In addition to being able to control a variety of attributes, a person also possesses the powerful body of a blue dragon. With ordinary natural attributes and weapons, it is too difficult to kill Kaido. Because he can adapt to these elements himself, it is almost impossible for the same element to hurt him again. Seize. The red-haired sword swept towards Levi, surging with a terrifying disintegration technique. This sword is not too powerful. It seemed plain and unpretentious, but Kaido frowned. Over the years, the red hair has mastered this hockey technique. Let him suffer a lot. Now, even if you pay close attention, observe this blow again. He still couldn't see anything. Kaido held the mace and quickly distanced himself. Just now his mace was pinched by Levi. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have blasted Levi with several blasts of bad wind and heat breath. It made his hand a little weaker, allowing him to withdraw the mace in time. His mace, which is no worse than a supremely sharp knife, will probably be crushed to pieces. This Black Crow Admiral is so scary. I thought I would try my best to get close to him, relying on my own brute strength and strength. You can definitely gain an advantage. Who knows, the power that Black Crow can erupt from close range is even more terrifying. And from beginning to end, he only used hockey. What level of hockey was that bone weapon just now? The more Kaido thought about it, the heavier he felt. Forget it, there was this with red hair before, but now there is a younger one. Likewise, hockey is even more amazing. The red hair paid a heavy price, being hit by Levi's sky blade, black wings, light beam, flash, in succession. Especially when the first shot King Sero is light. The redhead was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. If it weren't for his observation, Haki would have been on until ultimate. At the last moment, he calmly predicted the fleeting future, thereby controlling the body to deviate from this attack. The redhead felt hit by a black light. Even if he doesn't die, his combat strength must be at least 60%. Kaido happened to be close to Levi when he attacked. In his opinion, Levi's power should be matched by Haki's. It's just that the direction of development is different. What I am good at is cracking, decomposing, and forcibly dispersing and depriving. Knock down from the clouds this power that is necessary for strong men. Red Hair can take advantage of the battle. Now he is covered in paint in many places just to get close to Levi and break his Haki. Let his Haki disappear for a while. Otherwise, Levi's strength would be too terrifying. His Haki coverage is also too light. Moreover, there is a huge amount of Haki, which is endless, just like a flood and tsunami, and it is continuous. Without breaking Levi's best Haki, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. The four emperors were unable to do anything to him. This is definitely the strongest admiral of all time. Other marine admirals, they have all fought against each other. No one is as pervert as Levi. Why do you always think you can win at close range? I'm not a mage. Levi looked at the red-haired man running towards him, watching his extremely powerful sword grabbing. Black Reiatsu plus body. Black and white bone material covers the body. Even Levi's face has a vague appearance of a bull skull mask. The complete release of power for a long time makes the integration of Levi and spiritual pressure higher and higher. At this moment, he didn't even dodge. Kai Peng. The sharp griffin stabbed Levi's body, and sparks kept flying, like a high-speed rotating drill hitting an indestructible shield. The chirping sound was accompanied by astonishing power, and the clouds around the two people were cut into atmospheric cracks. However, it still couldn't penetrate Levi's defense. Can't be broken, not even moving. Isn't this Haki? The red-haired man was surprised. Levi's eyes narrowed, and Reiatsu formed two black Kamishini no Yari, and shot them out. The red-haired man's scalp was numb, and he couldn't dodge in time at such a close range. In his plan, whenever he gets close to Levi, he will definitely suffer the consequences. Who would have thought that Levi wouldn't react at all? How could his Haki be so strong? No, maybe it's not Haki, but something similar to Haki. Unable to dodge, he could only draw his sword and look back to defend. Two Reiatsu Kamishini no Yari hits. Boom! A terrifying black flame explosion with a diameter of more than 100 meters filled the sky. Cracks in the atmosphere continued to spread and crack. The red hair fell from the air and he coughed several mouthfuls of blood. But after flying in midair several times, still fell on the impelled-down building. But before he could stand still, countless black beams of light fell from all around. The red-haired man quickly dodged and was hit by a beam of light. The movement speed will be much slower and the head will hurt. Seriously affects combat effectiveness. Just dodged more than a dozen Reiatsu beams of light in a row. Levi fired another horizontal shot. Sero light burst down from high altitude at an oblique angle. The red-haired man was forced to leave in a somewhat embarrassed manner. You madman, if you miss a little more, impel down will be gone. The red-haired man couldn't help but cursed at Levi. If the angle is a little more inclined, it will fall into impel down. Judging from that kind of power, once it falls into impel down. Except for a few individuals, probably none of the strong people in impel down will be spared. Including red-haired Shank's many friends. Kaido attacks Levi from behind again. But he was continuously slashed and swept back by two black wings, and the sky knife occasionally appeared behind him to pierce his body. If ordinary people attack, Kaido will usually ignore it and resist. But the pain of breaking his arm before was still vivid in his mind. The little monster in front of him is definitely capable of breaking through his own defenses. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't have thought of teaming up with the redhead to kill Levi here. Most people in the world cannot kill him. But the Black Crow in front of me might be able to. The Black Crow fought against the two emperors alone, and he didn't lose. He even vaguely had the upper hand. The thugs at IV-6 were stunned. Even if some of them have been imprisoned for decades. But he also understood that such combat power would definitely surpass the number one person in the world in many eras. Incredibly powerful. It's not weaker than that madman Rocks at all, and his combat power is more durable. Red Earl made the highest evaluation. Both Red Hair and Kaido are already extremely powerful beings. The two of them join forces and no one in the world can stop them. But both the Redhead and Kaido suffered losses one after another. Bullet wrestles with Arankar, and many other criminals join in. But Levi's ferocity overwhelmed them. For they besieged Arankar in numbers. Someone will explode and die inexplicably. They also understand that Levi still controls their life and death. Warning them. It turns out he is stronger than I thought. Gion slashed away Beckman's bullet with his sword, and a sword energy missed Beckman. Cut off a lock of his hair, and Beckman's ability under his feet is activated. It flashes and moves continuously back and forth. But Gion's sword energy was too majestic and extremely dense. After a period of crazy waving, hundreds of thousands of them came overwhelmingly like a storm. Sensing the battlefield between Levi and red-haired Kaido, she was very worried at first. After all, the four emperors. Even if you go up to Vice Admiral Garp, you will probably suffer a loss. Both are old foxes who have experienced many battles. Although Levi is powerful, it is too difficult to deal with four emperors at the same time. Gion wants to help and wants to deal with Beckman as soon as possible. But Beckman is not so easy to get rid of. Now seeing Levi taking advantage, a sense of pride welled up. This is my boss. As long as they hold on a little longer. Marine headquarters or the world government is aware of the situation here. Large amounts of reinforcements are coming. They will definitely not be the ones to suffer when the time comes. This is the first time I have seen someone able to fight against four emperors monsters at the same time and gain the upper hand. Lucky Roo sighed with emotion, and the big piece of meat in his hand was no longer fragrant. Should I protect the leader? Usopp asked in a deep voice. No, you take action. If the Black Crow attacks you later, I'm afraid the boss will be distracted from taking care of us. Lucky Roo shook his head and said. Time is running out. If we don't find a way to leave here, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. Waldo felt a little anxious. After a while, if there are four emperors, they still cannot gain the advantage. Even if Levi leaves something on them, they still have to make one last attempt. I can only gamble that they won't die. It's so strong that it's suffocating. Now that Whitebeard is here, I'm afraid he's no match for him. Someone said with emotion. The power of the Black Crow was like a kind of fear, silently implanted deep in their hearts at this moment. Then he thought about Levi's experiment on their research on the 6th floor. For some people, even the will to resist has gradually disappeared at this moment. The Black Crow makes them a little desperate. Kaido has been hit. Suddenly someone looked at the sky and exclaimed. What? No way. Is it possible for the two emperors to lose if they join forces? When some people think of this possibility, they are all somewhat crazy. If there is, I'm afraid it will be within the next few decades. This battle will be called the Legendary Battle. It is not impossible for Marine to directly make Black Crow the second Marine hero in order to build momentum. Hey, Black Crow, what did you do to me? Kaido roared in anger and pain. On his body, black balls of Reiatsu were burning like fire. Kaido found that his dragon scales and haki were completely defenseless. This Reiatsu flame cannot be extinguished, as if it directly ignited haki. It's nothing. I think you are very confident. You have come close to me 3 times in a row. Do you think you are invincible? Or do you think I can't kill you? So now, I will try to kill you. Give it a try. And it's not good to take too long. It's a quick fight. I have to rush to the show. What do you think we are? How furious. Levi looked at his bloody palms. The blood that contains Reiatsu is extremely terrifying. Using blood as a medium, you can activate the Black Sero that is superior to King Sero's light. Levi didn't launch a true Black Sero. That's the last thing in the box, find a better time. And just now when Kaido attacked him, Levi cut his palm open and spilled the blood on the Reiatsu black mist. The black mist Reiatsu suddenly burst into flames, like a flame doused with gasoline, and it burned instantly. The unprepared Kaido swiped his stick, and the Reiatsu flames wrapped around him. He also smashed these Reiatsu black mist just now, this time should be no exception. But this time, with one sweep, all the flames wrapped around it. No matter how violent wind, thunder, or flames came out of Kaido, they could not completely extinguish the black flames. Under the pain, Kaido directly transformed into a blue dragon, trying to destroy the Reiatsu flames with his super strong body in the blue dragon form. But it was useless, the flame ignited Kaido's soul. Unless he realizes this and then concentrates all his power on Haki, allowing Haki to cover and destroy it, it will be possible to extinguish it. But Kaido believed too blindly in his physical abilities and immediately turned into a blue dragon. I hope to use my physical fitness to resist. I don't know that this Reiatsu flame can keep burning without fuel. He is destined to suffer a big loss, and may even die suddenly. Can't be killed. It doesn't exist. Hunden, why can't it be extinguished? Kaido jumped up and down angrily. Flying high into the sky, he tried to use the high air currents and the thinness of oxygen to extinguish the flames. But it didn't work, and Kaido didn't dare to try. Although he will not drown, he is a person with abilities after all. When he encounters water, his abilities will be limited. If he was captured alive then, he might be killed this time. He couldn't take the risk. Kaido flew into the air and danced wildly, constantly trying various methods to extinguish it. The red-haired man stared attentively, seeming to have discovered something, and was about to speak to remind him. But Levi's cold words came down, which made the red-haired person tremble. The more you know, the faster you will die. And I heard that Kazuki Oden was used in a cauldron by Kaido. The cook tortured him for an hour before he was killed. What? Upon hearing this, the red-haired fire instantly boiled and exploded. Cooking punishment. Even regardless of the fact that they are facing Levi, a powerful enemy. Kaido, is what he said true? The red-haired man burst out with murderous intent, which was even more terrifying than when he fought Levi just now. It seems that the smell of meat is wafting out. It smells so good. Where did it come from? A prisoner suddenly shrugged his nose and said, "It smells really good, it seems to come from Kaido." The man was stunned for a moment. It's true, Wo-ri. Barbecue 4 Emperors Kaido. Hearing this, the Red Earl opened his mouth and didn't know what to say for a while.